3, light -3, paklausysim buildupu.
say, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. What a day we had yesterday in Jersey. Big day on the calendar, Liberation Day. 80-year anniversary too, and more history to be made today with our first ever ECS-W here with 3 teams all vying for the one trophy. Strap in, a big weekend of action on ECN. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECS-W Jersey Liberation Series and it starts right now.
No one is an island, but everyone likes to visit one. In Jersey, you're only ever 10 minutes from a beach, or a historical monument, or even this. And if that's not enough, our island doubles in size when the tide is out, so you get twice as much to enjoy. Jersey, where sea meets soul. Come and pay us a visit at jersey.com.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. We are in Jersey. It's our 6th day of action, but it's our first day of ECS-W action here, and it's going to be an action-packed weekend. Of course, we still have 3 locations up and running already. We have the T20 in Greece underway this morning, and of course, the night series will conclude tomorrow night. So more matches tonight and then finals night tomorrow. But right here, it's going to be a really interesting weekend, I think. And we do have the Eastern Royals, the Western Towers and MCC here to do battle in our first ever ECS-W. This ground is absolutely amazing. I think that everyone's loved it. I've seen a lot of reactions on social media as well. It's a perfect backdrop for this historic series. So we are starting with match 1, of course, first of 5 today. This one will see the Eastern Royals going to battle with the Western Towers, and the 2 Jersey-based teams to tangle here in match 1. The Sheriff Charles Crouch is with the 2 captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Good morning and thanks Vinny. Welcome to the toss for match 1. Eastern Royals with the Western Towers to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it is a head.
We'll have a bowl first, please.
Western Towers have won the toss. They'd like to bowl.
So it is Chloe Gritchen, the Western Towers skipper, who's won the toss and elected to bowl here. So they'll have the advantage, I suppose, of knowing exactly how many they need to get. Hopefully not as many as was required in the finals. Last night we saw a record 208 chased down. That smashed the record for the highest chase ever on ECN. And I know I was just speaking to some of the players during the week about this series and what might be a good score. They seem to think 140, 150. I don't think necessarily that much. I think maybe, a good 100 plus on the board, especially early in the weekend when some of the bats are kind of coming to terms with the new series. Maybe that's enough, but I suppose time will tell this weekend. And you will see plenty of the players that lifted the ECS-W Challenger Division trophy back in December, and also they've been joined by a couple of the international players as well. Also in the second game, we'll see MCC for the first time. We have seen them before, the Marylebone Cricket Club, most famous cricket club on the planet, but they've been playing T20 cricket before. This is the first time playing the ECN T10 format, so that should be very fascinating as well to see how that develops. Let's talk weather right now. Well, Liberation Weekend is bringing it. It's actually going to be the warmest day so far, expecting 17 degrees, currently about 13, and plenty of sunshine out here in the middle. Ground looks in tip-top shape, expecting a bumper crowd as well. So get ready, get set. It's almost time to go. As Danny Hudacek will join me for today's action. Danny, this should be very good. It's East versus West. Who will be best? We're about to find out in match 1. And the news from the toss is that the Towers, are going to have a bowl. Over to you. Let's get ready for our first ever ECS-W action here in Jersey.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to everyone here to Jersey for this European Cricket Series. It's women's games today, and looking forward to this after the spectacular end of the men's tournament yesterday. Looking for some more fantastic cricket here in the women's game. 3 teams in this tournament. We have the Eastern Royals, and the Western Towers, and we also have the MCC. First game between the 2 local sides. As you can see here, the 2 teams. Looking forward to getting into this one. Beautiful day for cricket, and it's nice and bright, sunny, gentle breeze, and we'll get to learn about these cricketers very shortly. If it's anything like the men's games, we see some top quality cricketers throughout the island, also from the MCC. Well, I don't know how the supercomputer's done this, but they've been able to split the two teams. The Eastern Royals 45% and the Western Towers 55%. Good luck on picking a winner. Let's get into this game as the players come onto the field. I'll have a quick look at the shirts. Well, familiar yellow and black for the Western Towers, and the Royals in their royal blue and black as the umpires walk out. So, what a fantastic men's tournament it was. A 208 run chase successful yesterday. That was absolutely unbelievable. And it shows the high quality cricket there is here in Jersey. As mentioned, these are the two Jersey teams. There is an MCC team as well that's here. I'm sure they'll be looking on and seeing what kind of competition they have. Quite young teams as well. Their youth programs here in Jersey. So, as per usual, there are 2 players allowed outside the circle. There's a player here straight. That's Annalise Merritt. And on the deep mid-wicket boundary as well. Otherwise, everyone has to be in the circle for the first 3 overs. Just about ready for a start. It'll be Chloe Greachin with the first ball. Good one, first up. Lovely. Mia Maguire, the keeper for the Western Towers. And the batters. The non-striker's end is Finty Trussler. So that could be close, you know. Umpire says no. Good appeal. And Weatherall, Grace Weatherall. She was in the commentary box a couple of days ago. Survived a pretty good shout. Coming around the wicket. That's been launched for 6. Well, what the men can do, the women can do just as well. Lovely shot there from Grace. And took on the fielder out there. But too much power. Lovely shot. Gets in the position well. And straight over the square leg fielder. 6 runs. Good start for Weatherall. This is a bit fuller. Hit down the ground. Should just be a single. Annalise Merritt does the fielding. So a good start here for the Eastern Royals. 7 on the board. Trussler will be facing. I like what I've seen from Greachin though. Oh, just put the mockers on it, didn't I? With it wide, down leg side. I'm sure we'll see a few spectators here as well today. There was a lot of people dodging Grizzlies yesterday. A few people on the bleachers. This is nicely hit down the ground. Good piece of fielding there. That's Amy Aikenhead. Hit hard to her. Lovely shot. And I'll sting the hands early on. Final ball of the first over. It's Greachin to Weatherall. And hits it through the leg side. Good piece of fielding there. It's Charlotte Jenner, who runs around the boundary nicely and picks that one up. So, end of the over. And the score is 10. Good start there for the Royals. This is the European Cricket Championship for women. It's the there's three different divisions. There's Emerging, Challenger, and the Premier divisions. So it starts in December. It's the final tournament of the year, and it's fantastic that those 3 divisions makes for a good, even cricket. I'm joined in the commentary tent by Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Thank you very much, Danny, and happy weekend, everybody. Happy Liberation Day +1 here in Jersey. I think it was well celebrated yesterday and last night by many on the island. But yeah, so excited to get going here in the ECS-W. And this is a play we know very well. Annalise Merritt to bowl over number 2. And the first one is short and it is smashed down to the ground. Maximal. It's a monster hit from Grace Weatherall. Well, that was on the way up, and that's 6 on any ground up the hill.
That was a great shot again. That's the second 6 of the innings. Just strayed too much on the pads, and well, Grace has got a lot of power through that area.
She's got a strong bottom hand. And one thing about this series is we're going to see players going against each other that we've only ever seen playing with each other in the format. And this is a good matchup here with Merritt versus Weatherall. We had a kind of alpha on alpha here. Oh, great. Good comeback from Annalise there as well. Pitched it up a little bit. Grace being ultra aggressive in the power play. Misses out on it.
Vinny, can you tell us more about these two teams? I know there are players from all around.
Yeah, definitely. So it's kind of mirroring what we saw in the men. Obviously, it's 2 days instead of 5. All right, up in the air, end of the bat. Keeper's catch here. It's Maguire, and she takes it. So credit to Merritt, who got banged onto the hill first ball, and she gets the big swing and miss out of Weatherall. Then the top edge, and Mia Maguire, who's a very talented young keeper, she made that her own and made it look fairly easy. So that's the first wicket down, 16 for 1.
Yeah, good bowling. Just got it at the end of the bat, did the batter, and the keeper judged it beautifully.
Yeah, Grace probably going from aggressive to maybe over-aggressive there. I just think if she had her time over, she might have been a little bit more selective. But you've got to give credit to Merritt, who goes upstairs on there, gets the wicket. Weatherall up for 14. So I just go back to what you're saying. So there's 2 Jersey-based teams here. We've got East and West, and then we've also got MCC, who we have seen playing on ECN before, but never in the T10 format. But there's also a couple of players from Guernsey that have been invited to participate in the tournament. I know that we've even got an Isle of Man influence as well. And so, yes, against melting pot. I think you got teammates becoming not teammates and vice versa, which I think is great. Merritt loses this one off the pit, so we're going to have a free hit here, as it is Trinity Smith, the captain. Again, Trinity has been in the box with us earlier in the week during the men's series. So yeah, it's one of those, just wait and see now. The stage is set for these players to make their mark. Free hit. It's kind of flat batted here, well handled there at cover. That's Catherine Perry doing the fielding, but Trinity's off the mark. And yeah, also great to see players like Finty Trussler, who will do the keeping for Eastern Royals, and that's somebody I think that Grace was saying she's really looking forward to playing with.
Yeah, I'm a bit like a newborn baby again, and just seeing these players for the first time. I mean, you've with the ECL, you've seen these players. Well, you see ECC-W.
Yeah, I've probably seen around about, of the Jersey-based players, I've seen about half, or the Channel Islands-based players, I've seen about half live. Some I've seen some TV footage. A lot of the MCC I haven't. Just a couple. Hamadi played for Norway not too long ago that I saw. But I just think it's one of those things, with the greatest respect, obviously we were covering some women's cricket internationals last week, but more in the emerging phase. We covered Czechia versus Cyprus, but as you can see here, they're a little bit further down the road, these two. As this one is up in the air, it's just out of the grasp of Aikenhead there, and it's going to run away for 4. So a bit of a full toss there from Chloe Greachin, who, fun fact, she is a champion lawn bowler.
Must have spent a bit of time next door then.
She has, and I'm meant to have a game against her at some point. The only problem is that we haven't had any hours in the day to actually have it. Maybe with an early finish today.
That one great.
That one just missed the mark. Good comeback though, and it's going to be out. It hits the top of middle stump. So Trinity Smith with the 4 and out. And twice we've seen a big shot followed by a wicket soon after. As it's all the 2s, 22 for 2 off 2.2.
Yep, good piece of bowling there, and again, very impressed with the quality I've seen so far, both with the bat and the ball. The fielding's been top notch as well. I'm looking forward to this series.
Yeah, it's going to be great. And still, jury's out on what a good score is. I know Grace was saying 140, 150. I don't think it'll be quite that high scoring, but you can see in her approach, she was batting like she wanted it.
Yeah.
Trinity is going to have to go for 5. And Chloe wins that battle of the 2 captains. didn't quite get across in a position to sweep. They had to sweep kind of outside the line of her body.
You played lawn bowls before, Vin?
My granda is a champion lawn bowler actually, but I've only ever played. We played one tournament, one day together.
Okay.
So, I mean, anyone can do it, but not many can do it well.
Yeah. I played at school.
Okay.
I don't know if it was an afternoon club or what it was, like a holiday thing. But yeah, I remember playing at school. It was great fun. It was difficult.
Oh, that's an absolute bomb. What a shot this is. Trussler, that's a huge six. It's gone over the adrenaline zone. Maximal 6 runs.
Well, to be honest, Vinny, I was quite relieved when the men's tournament finished because we dodged a lot of bullets. A lot of grizzlies went past us. One of them smashed into the table. And I thought, okay, it's going to be a calmer event here. We're not going to have as many hit to us. Or at us, but yeah, I think I'm going to have to take my words back. That was a huge hit.
That was an absolute monster from Trussler, and so yeah, the adrenaline zone lives on. I'm sure that'll build up as the day goes on. Good comeback though once again from Greachin. It's been a game of twos and fro's so far.
I grew up playing pétanque because of my French background, and so bowls is kind of oddly familiar. But just with the bias on the ball as well, it was tricky, and there's so many variables as well.
Yeah, true. It's so strategic. Oh, this is going to go as well. Well, this is 6 on any ground. That is some ball striking from Finty Trussler, who goes bang bang here in the 3rd over of the power play. Greachin finishes with 1 for 27. It's 35 for 2.
Fantastic shot, isn't it? Well, that's I've got a little preview of what to expect over this weekend, and it's fantastic. Used her feet beautifully, came down the pitch and hit it straight over me.
It's a sign, I think, of what's to come now. Finty Trussler has played a very good level of cricket, and seen her for the Southern Vipers, right-hand batter. Also watch out for her leg spin bowling, and made her senior debut for Hampshire back in 2021. So it's still quite young for someone that's achieved quite a lot in the game. But that was a sensational array of strikes there in the 3rd. And that's the other thing. You'll see some players that have played a very good level of cricket that may be playing the T10 format for the first time. And I don't know if Finty would have played the T10 format before. So what a great opportunity for her to kind of get her teeth into it. So far, it looks like she likes it. Lucy Barnett. Oh, that's another interesting story. Lucy being here. That's a pretty good ball first up. But as I said, there's been various times we've seen some of these players before, and Lucy plays for the Isle of Man and actually played in the Valletta Cup last year, I know, although I think this is the first time we've seen her play T10 cricket, but she's a star, Lucy. Again, still fairly young in cricketing terms. It's pulled away, of course, we're into the 4th over. And in EC and T10 cricket, there's no differences between men's and women's cricket as far as the field restriction. So you are allowed 5 outfielders from the 4th over onwards. In T20 international cricket, there's a slight difference that women are only allowed 4 outfielders compared to the men's 5. But we feel there's really no difference given the format. This is over the top, just going to climb over the infield, and that's going to run away for 4. Now, one thing we saw about this field during the week, it is lightning fast. And you could see there that Perry made good ground to her left, but just couldn't deal with the bounce of the ball. So Tanguy gets her first boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. Just perfectly placed over one fielder, just wide of the other.
And Florence Tanguy, or Flo, she was part of the successful ECS-W Jersey side last year. Very good player. Oh, it's a good comeback. Maybe if you're very harsh, it might be a missed stumping opportunity there for Maguire. But it does bounce viciously. You can see here that by the time it reached Mia, it was probably shoulder high and still climbing. So it's quite a tough thing as a keeper to basically switch your hands around, because you don't think you're going to have to take a ball that way. So clever bowling by Barnett. Created a bit of a half opportunity. But right now, expected score 102. I kind of think that 100 to 110 might be par in the series, something like that. But I suppose time will tell.
On evidence, I think it might be over that.
Yeah, but don't get carried away in the first few overs. I remember as we get to the end of the 4th over, 44 for 2. I remember I commentated the first 5 overs of ECS Belgium with Charlie Hunt in 2022, and he had par at 180 after seeing about 3 overs. But I think you also got to realise, you are seeing typically the hardest hitting batters at the start of the innings. It's very friendly batting conditions at the moment. They've only got 2 outfielders to deal with. So, yeah, I suppose in the end, you're just trying to make good decisions, especially early on. Maybe there is a bit of an advantage when you're chasing early in a tournament because, okay, you know what you need to do with the bat and you can kind of dial up your aggression or you can pull it back as required. Whereas when you're batting first, you're kind of flying a bit blind. Here's Perry, who's been in the action so far, bowling the next over. And we'll start with one just wide of the mark. Remember, it's ECN T10 cricket, so that blue line is basically the line between wide and fine. You can actually have, if any of the ball go over that blue line, it'll be legal, but that one just missed. Hey, I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat. I haven't really had a chance to get in there yet, but hello to everyone in there and how you're recovering from a big 24 hours. That one pretty close, actually. I thought maybe it got some of the line. It's going to be an extra run as well, as it wasn't picked up cleanly behind the stumps. But yeah, hello to Anxious to Avoid. Great to see you. And just having a bit of a laugh, thinking that Danny might get a calmer event. We'll forget it. This is still ECN cricket. And then Jeff Mobbs as well. There's Perry to pull this one back a little bit, which he doesn't quite find the mark once again. It's a little bit of a way off pitch, which just part and parcel of how her action is and how her release is. Yeah, but hello to everyone. And of course, yeah, we haven't talked about it yet, but that crazy 208 chase in the final yesterday. And I think we're still all trying to process that one.
I'm quite relieved that tournament's over, as I said, because there were lots of small kids around yesterday. A couple of them almost got sconed by a grizzly. The adrenaline zone as well was very dangerous.
I still can't believe that. Look how far that record has grown. When will we see that broken? Will we ever see it broken?
Oh, don't know.
In your lifetime. Well, that's short. That's hit right into the gap. And that's going to be 4. A brilliant ball striking. Trussler. Yeah, just fantastic placement here. Square of the wicket. Threads the needle. And that'll be 4 runs.
50 up as well. And going back to the men's tournament, I think the quality we saw in all aspects was fantastic. It's a real credit to cricket here in Jersey, and we're seeing more of it here with the women, and it's great to see, really great to see, especially coming from Prague and seeing, even though it's a really emerging side, the Czech side, there's just no comparison.
We find positives wherever we go, and one real positive with the ICC opening up international cricket to all ICC affiliated nations back in 2019, it has really fostered the growth of the game in a way that there is this pathway to elite international sport in all these countries now that weren't before. All right, this is in the air. It's an opportunity, and it's dropped. Well, Greachin got 2 hands to it and made good ground, didn't she? But Tangi gets lucky and gets a life here in the 5th over.
Good effort, just bobbled out. But yeah, right, Vinny got both hands to it. Look at this, just unable to hang on.
Yeah, well, remember that one. Florence put down on 7. Trussler gets the strike. And a bit of a false start this time. But yeah, good morning to everyone watching on Fan Code in the subcontinent, as well as everyone that's watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Got to admit, my voice was a bit husky this morning when I got up after calling that final last night. And Perry's just having a bit of a tough time finding her range. First over of the tournament, obviously. That one, if anything, went in and went down the leg side. So key partnership here. And Trussler obviously has made an immediate impact.
Just Jeffrey Mobbs mentioning Epping Boys High. That's not too far from where I grew up in Chatswood in Sydney. If we're talking about the same Epping, which I'm assuming we are.
Well handled this time in the infield. Trussler will get through for a single. Yeah, so I've been reading a little bit of background as well on Finty, into getting to know her what makes her tick. But yeah, she's really, I suppose, proud of the ability that she's been able to crack it in professional cricket. You can see why. She's very talented. This one will just miss the mark to the left, and we've got a free hit coming up. It'll be a no ball. So, yeah, Perry, again, it's a bit of a nerve-wracking one, especially we saw it yesterday with, and during the week with bowlers, you know, have had a tough start to the over and have to find a way to pull it back. Anyway, Tanguy will get the freebie. Does hit it. It's straight to the fielder as well. Still with a bit of a side spinner there. So only a single. Yeah, so I mean, that's her ambition, Finty, to be playing for England, and I suppose she's still very young. She's got a long time to continue and push towards that goal of playing for England and potentially playing for a long time. More work for the offside fielders as Perry gets out of a tight spot there after a tough start to the over. And I think she'll be happy that one's done with for now. It's 60 for 2 after 5. And yeah, I want to say hello. And if you've got any questions, you can always throw them into the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. And I always just think this is an interesting rivalry because you've got the essentially mostly Jersey-based nucleus of players here with a few internationals. But MCC to be playing T10 cricket for the first time, it's quite an amazing moment because, okay, it was amazing when we had them on the network the first time, but that was T20 cricket in Malta last year. They were part of the Valletta Cup. But to think that the most traditional club, I suppose, in the entire world of cricket is playing the, I'll say it, the kind of the fastest format on grass is going to be a spectacle.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, I'm really looking forward to them playing. They'll be up in the next game against the Royals. As we see here, it'll be Lucy Barnett to bowl.
We'll pop up here. It's actually pretty well placed. It's going to get through for 4. It was a perfect little teaser because there's two fielders that probably could have reached it, but they also were so close together. They thought maybe it was going to be the other fielder to do it. So, yeah, Trustler. By luck or design, she's just hit the gap perfectly twice on that side of the field. And that was Charlotte Jenner there, who wasn't quite able to make the stop despite making it to the ball. There's no run there. As you can see, Barnett is getting a second over here in the 6th.
Uses her feet well, and I'm glad that there's ambition and scope for ambition in the women's game, and playing for England will be a fantastic honour, I think, for Finty if she gets there. Hopefully she will. We'll get to see a good lot of her playing in this tournament, though. Remember the name, maybe?
Remember the name. That's a very famous cricket expression. Tanguy will get the strike. 9 off 8 at the moment to Barnett. And you can see there, little wins at the moment for the Towels, who've had to deal with this opening assault. Barnett's a good player. So she was brilliant for Isle of Man last year in that Valletta Cup we were just talking about. MCC played in that one as well. She's definitely held her own here. I suppose any bowler that can win the battle with 20 has done a very good job. I think this weekend. At the moment, Barnett 13 off her spell with a ball to go.
So 66 the score. Getting about 11 and over. This is in the air, just over the head of the fielder, and it's going to go to the boundary as well.
Yeah, Mallet actually kind of ran in a bit too far there, searching for the drop zone. So it's a quite a big moment. It's not a regulation catch by any means, but Trussler on 26 skies that one, and it was within the range, I think, of the fielder if she judged it perfectly. But it gets away. You can see just kind of zigged when she needed to zag there, and what's worse for the Towels is it ends up going to the boundary. So it will be the end of the 6th over. Barnett, but unlucky not to take a wicket in the end, finishes none for 17 at 70 for 2 after 6.
It's a good start from the Royals after losing a couple of early wickets. See Grace Weatherall going for 14 and Trinity Smith for 5. It's Trussell that's really taken this to this bowling.
I think also something that's going to be very, very relevant, as it always is can you get that top 3? Can you get them before somebody hurts you? And we saw that was a big deal in the men's series as well. As it's good to see Charlotte Jenner getting a bowl here in the 7th. I want to say quick hello to Jack Kemp as well. And yes, I was finally able to meet his mum Nikki, who's been obviously a big fan of Jack's, but a big fan of what she's seen on the TV. And of course, Jersey have had a lot of success over the last 12 months, in particular with the ECC-W trophy and also with Farmers winning the ECL. But so far, Jenna, I like what she delivers. She's got a bustling run to the crease. The length is pretty important here. I think anything short is going to get absolutely slapped. So to just try and draw the batter forward into an error.
So, Jeffrey Mobbs and I are having a little conversation here about old times.
That's excellent fielding there. That shot along the ground. That's Aikenhead. Normally fields pretty well. The old-fashioned kneecapper there for Amy. Who knows she's alive on a Saturday morning.
It's a beautiful morning, isn't it?
It honestly, it is probably the nicest morning we've had here. It's already 15 degrees, expecting a maximum 17, but plenty of sunshine. The wind's not too brutal either. Beautiful shot. Well, that's a shot of the morning so far from Trussler, who walks at this and caresses it, but with aggression through the offside. 4 runs. Finty putting on a show here in match 1.
Caressed with aggression. I love it.
Because it was a genuine cricket shot, but it was also spacked. But that was one for the purists and all the modern cricket lovers as well. But she misses out the full toss next ball. And we'll have to settle for 1.
So my image of Jersey is very different to what, weather-wise at least, is very different to what we received here. It's been bright and sunny, especially in May, because you would expect maybe in summer it'd be like this, but we've had beautiful weather.
Up in the air. Oh, that might have been a fingernail job there for Perry, who put up the hand in hope more than anything, and I think it might have taken a fingerprint off her, but that's all. Was never really going to be able to get higher than that. So it will be Tanguy that will finish the over with 4 runs. Again, picks a gap in the outfield. It'll be 7 overs down, 82 for 2.
Yeah, again, they keep on moving on to the Eastern Royals. As you see here, this is what's happening tonight.
So let me talk you through that tournament. Hasselt have the chance, and mathematically at least, to actually go to the top of the table there in Belgium tonight. And this is the last night before the finals night tomorrow. So how it works there, the top team straight through to the final, and then teams 2 and 3 will play off in the qualifier for the other spot. So Hasselt, I mean, they'll be I think they're 1 point out of third, but there's 8 points on offer tonight. Royal Brussels kind of out of the running. So I think it's a big night there in Belgium, setting up tomorrow night's finals, and that is still wide open. I mean, there's still 4 out of the 6 teams I think they have a good chance of winning. So yeah, Phil G will be standing by for those 2 games. It'll start just as we're kind of finishing up the day as well at 6:45 p.m. in Central Europe tonight, as we get ready for Merritt to come back. She had a very good ECC-W as well. In Jersey, they had to battle in the ECC-W. It wasn't easy for them. Sometimes they had to defend reasonably low scores. I suppose December at Carter Oval, it's not necessarily as fast as this outfield is, so sometimes it was a bit of a slog, so to speak. So we'll sneak away. We'll definitely get 2 here. It's if it doesn't go all the way to the boundary. It just ends up kissing the rope. It does. So, yeah, it actually is off the leg of Trussler, but there will be 4 to the score.
Yeah, it just keeps on ticking across, doesn't it? I think, yeah, it was off the thigh pad. And, well, unfortunate. Oh, just rolled on.
Centimetre perfect.
Centimetre perfect.
You can't hit him, kick him. Trussler can hit him. We've seen that so far. Just chip that one away. Fielder is in the right spot this time, Barnett. Again, what a great chance for someone like her to come in and play with and against different opponents. And Isle of Man, they played very well in that Fleta Cup last year. She was an absolute star for them.
It's great to see the development of women's cricket throughout Europe, and all these players still very, very young as well. The future's bright.
That's a pretty good ball, though. You can see Tanguy just backing away slightly, trying to dab it. Almost gets a little feather through to Maguire. Got good natural pace, doesn't she? Merritt, she's built well for seam bowling. I suppose the thing there with Flo, she kind of backs away. If she'd gotten across, there's no one at fine leg at all. Could have just maybe turned around the corner. Again, she wants to back away, and that's probably why, because when she does hit it, it's going to go. And it goes very quickly to the boundary. Merritt tries out the short stuff again, but this time she gets caught with her hand in the cookie jar. 4 runs.
Lovely shot. She knew where the gap was between the point and gully fielders, and picked it beautifully. Got right up on her toes, and lovely shot.
Now, we had a question about the boundary size here, so there is a little bit of discretion in women's EC and T10 cricket, depending on kind of the level of players and where they're at. But this is 45 metres, which is the kind of the top end of the scale. It's what you'd have at the ECS-W. And well done to Merritt. Good comeback from her. So pretty decent spell from Annalise. She takes 1 for 13 in her 2 overs. And the Royals, 91 for 2 after 8.
Just a couple of overs left, and 91. It's a pretty good score. As you can see, the win predictor now just ticking over to 54%.
In the Goldilocks zone. I love it. The other thing is you can see the clock on the screen. I know we might have a few viewers that haven't watched ECN cricket before, but yeah, the clock is in play. It is adjusted in play as well. So you basically have 36 minutes to bowl 9 overs. And you need to do that. If you don't do that, then you will give up a 5-run penalty, and it will be enforced, even if you're only a couple of seconds late. Little chip away this time, won't carry all the way out to the boundary. Again, well fielded out there, just be a single, screeching the captain. So we'll say, for example, there's a minute added for every wicket automatically. And if there are things out of the fielding team's control, such as injuries or a swarm of bees coming along and interrupting the game, which has happened once, then that will be adjusted at the time. As this will be hit down the ground, it's going to Aikenhead called into action.
We haven't even got close to having penalty runs, I think, this week.
That's it was talked about this morning, actually, that but partly the extras count's been down, but also just the general pace of the game and the professionalism we've seen in Jersey has been great.
Well, still quite a few balls go up on the rugby field, so I know there was a little delays for trying to fetch those.
Sometimes, but also credit to the spectators who have been, particularly the kids who would run after these balls and get them back very, very quickly so we can get on with the game. And I put a good jinx on Jenna there, who balls are wide after I said the extras count has been down here in Jersey. But anyway, this has been a good partnership between these two. Another little flick away here. Bit of work down there, but it's going to get past Mallet down there. Just again, the spin of the ball there, the side spin, I think, just making it a bit complex. But Trussler just keeps on keeping on at the moment as the Royals heading towards that 100 plus.
Yeah, it was getting a nice little shot around the corner, and difficult work there for the fielder. Trussler's on 40.
Still time for her to bring up the milestone 50.
Oh, you mentioned it. Well,
she's unjinxable because that's big. I know ITV are here. They almost got an unwanted close-up because that has gone miles over the boundary. Maximo! It's a Finty Fiesta here in match 1. She moves to 46 and there's still 8 balls left in the innings.
That's a lovely shot, Vinny. It was into the kiddie zone as well.
Look at that. Big stride out. It was a comfortable length to do that. Almost takes out a partner this time, Tanguy. She'll take 1 and move to 47. 100 came up with that monster strike as well. And of course, that's the playground zone as well. I think the kids haven't come in yet, but
well, they took the playground part out of there yesterday because just the hitting was unbelievable.
Last ball the over here. A little edge, that'll fly away as well. It's big chase for Bullpit, but I think the ball's going to win the race, and so it'll be the end of the 9th over, and the Royals flying with this 3rd wicket partnership, 109 for 2. And you know, early on, maybe we were a bit critical. Did Weatherall go too hard in the power play? Did she kind of throw a wicket away? But I suppose they had the confidence that you've got, we've seen 4 batters, all very, very capable of scoring and scoring very quickly. So I think you've got to give credit to the Royals who were sent in here in match 1. They put together a very competitive total. And I suppose now we'll see if they go to a 6th bowler. I have a feeling they might. And I think they will go to Georgia Mallet here in the 10th.
It's good to see that a little bit of depth in the bowling as well. The death over. Here for
anxious to avoid, by the way. I just saw a comment. And absolutely right. First, let's see Mallet in the 10th. First one wide of the mark. Will have to be rebowled. Yeah, we didn't have any penalty runs for fielders being too slow, but we did have one incident where the batter has a strict 60 seconds to be ready, and they weren't. And that was on opening day, and it actually, I wouldn't say cost them the match, but the difference in the match was, I think, 2 runs. And there was a 5-run penalty for batter not being ready in time.
So when they lost 5 for -2.
They lost 5 for -2 in real terms. That was actually the Western Towers. I think they remember. That was Western Towers beating the Spitfires, I should say. The Spitfires with the team penalised. This is going to take a bit of stopping. It is stopped. Trussler to 48 now. Yeah, hello to everyone in the UK. I'm sure we've got a lot of people in the UK watching this morning. I'm sure we've got the MCC community tuning in preparation of their first game. Very aggressive shot from Tanguy, as you'd expect at this stage, which will only get a single. Well handled there by Fran Pulpit. Yeah, but also, to have these international players, these non-Jersey based players involved, even within these 2 teams, I think that means we'll have a new audience, perhaps.
You made a great point before with having confidence in the batters that come after for the openers. This is turned around the corner and should just be one more towards that F word. I'm not going to.
Well, when I mentioned the 50, she hit it comfortably over the boundary.
She's one away
I have
from
been
50.
in good jinxing form this week. Batters haven't looked like getting out as soon as I've mentioned a milestone. Okay, so Tanguy, 26 and counting. This one is going to be turned around, and again, it'll only be a single, so Mallet doing a pretty good job. At least hasn't allowed a boundary so far, but now Finty Trussler, playing her first match on the European Cricket Network, will have the opportunity to bring up her 50.
Let's hope she gets it. She's been batting beautifully. And well supported by Tanguy as well.
49 for Trussler. Walks at this one, hits it once again into the gap. Tough stop, but the stop is made. And we'll come back for 2.
Oh.
Maybe they will, maybe they won't. They do get back for 2. And it will be a Finty 50 to get us going here in this European Cricket Series in Jersey, the Liberation Series. And you can see that she's very, very happy with that. And why shouldn't she be? She's hit 3 6s and 5 4s on the way to a 28-ball half century. And she has time for a curtain call as well, because here's the last ball of the 10th. And credit to Mallet, who is able to keep her quiet. So it's going to be 116 for 2 off the 10 overs. Those 2 ended up putting together a partnership of 94 to set up what looks like a very competitive total. Looking at the win predictor, I still think we're in that Goldilocks zone, aren't we? So the Western Towers, they'll have the right of reply and they'll know exactly what they have to do. But Trussler in particular was a classy unit there in the first innings of this weekend.
Yeah, fantastic batting. After the 2 openers, or the opener and also the skipper, were out in both Grace and Trinity, and it was really just the Finty Trussler show. But very good support there from Flo Tanguy.
Yeah, that's true. The Flo didn't use up too many balls. Okay, you look at her strike rate, 135, but she played her role to perfection, didn't she?
Yeah, absolutely.
She knew that her partner was on, and just continued to keep the score ticking over. Let's have a look at the highlights, and a couple of bombs early from Grace in her 14. Of course, it was great to see the colours of the Towers and the Royals on the park, which are pretty familiar to us now from during the week. But Mia Maguire took an excellent catch to get Weatherall, who just got a little bit over-aggressive there, but it was a sign that there was confidence in what was to come. Trinity Smith did hit a boundary, but went soon after off the bowling of her national teammate Chloe Greeton. But that brought Tanguy to the crease, although she was a bit lucky early to survive. It was this third wicket partnership that sets up the total. But sit back and relax and watch the Finty Trussler show. She was exquisite in the first half century of the weekend.
Some of their shots are just as big as we saw in the tournament during the week. This one was a beauty as well. I was at the drop catch. Sorry, my fault.
That was the opportunity, but you're right. The way she was able to hit all around the ground, you could see, she was able to hit straight through the line of the ball. And she was able to kind of mix up the length of the ball with some of the footwork. And you could see the way she got down and made that into a drive or delivery was outstanding. That was a bit of a teaser, wasn't it, from Perry, who I thought might have got a fingertip on it, but wasn't able to do any more than that. But that was a proper strike, wasn't it? That ended up heading towards the playground, as Finty did bring up her 50 late in the piece, finishing on 51 not out. Tanguy with a supporting role with 27. And the Royals, I think they're pretty happy where they're at, 116 for 2. But the job's only half done because the Towers will have the opportunity. And after yesterday, I'm not prepared to say that anything's not chaseable in this format and on this ground. As you can see there, that third wicket partnership, I should say, was pretty critical. 51 not out off 29 for Trussler. Tanguy with 27 in there after the early wicket of Weatherall, and Trinity Smith, the skipper, going to her opposite number for 5. And bowling-wise, they tried 6 different options, which I think makes sense. Perry had a few issues early, but fought back well in the over. Mallet bowled a pretty good 10th when she was asked to bowl. And it could have been more if it wasn't for her efforts, but the wickets went to Grecian and Merritt. Lucy Barnett probably deserves a mention as well for her 2 overs, none for 17. So Danny, all set up for a big second innings here.
It's going to be a good one. Looking forward to seeing what the Towers have with their batting. The Royals though, the Royals. Looking pretty good at this stage.
Looking good, runs on the board. No one can take those away, but we will take a break back in just a few minutes. Well, it's a bit of the morning after the night before here on the island, but there's plenty of action already out here in the middle of the Granville National Cricket Centre. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudchek. We'll see you shortly for the second innings of the opening match here in this ECS-W Liberation Series.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we're so divine. Oh, what I never say. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to this European Cricket Series in Jersey. It is the Liberation Series and women's cricket this weekend. After saw the men's wrap up yesterday with an absolute thriller. But we're here with two teams that were familiar names. We saw them during the week, and there's the Eastern Royals against the Western Towers. And pretty good total set up by the Royals. And let's see how the Towers go. So 118, 119 to win, and 81 is the point total. If the Western Towers were to get a point out of this, they need to get it to 81. Restrict under 81 for the 4 points for the Royals. But if the 118 were to be 119, sorry, 118, 117 needed, were to be reached by over 7, then the Towers get the point. So Olivia Baston is the opening bowler, and been hit past her. Bit of work to do for the fielder, but pretty easy, just a single. It's Flotangi out in front of us, protecting the equipment. So off the mark is Annalise Merritt. Quite tall is Merritt. Baston comes in again. And going to Amy Aikenhead. Just mistimed that one slightly. I'm going to look at this from the reverse angle. And well, pretty good bouncer. Came in quite sharply. So it's a pretty good total on the board so far. This is over the top, the infield, and going towards the boundary. And it's first 4 of the day. Nice shot by Aikenhead. So you can see a spectator there enjoying the morning's cricket. It's still morning here, I think. It is. It's a bit disorientating with the times and such, especially with the beautiful weather. First game of the day. It's a good one so far. So 5 on the board. It'll be Baston bowling to Aikenhead. And we'll just push that to point for a single. Nice looking shot. And bring Merritt back on strike. So these two teams, of course, not really playing for their clubs. It's a draft system like the men's tournament. The 2 sides, though. This is in the air and going over the fielder, and it'll reach a boundary for another 4 runs. Good chase by Trinity Smith, but couldn't catch up with it. So, a couple of fielders back. More straight than square. But Merritt hit on just over the square leg area. This is hitting the air again. Fielder takes a catch. Well, that's the end of Merritt. He goes for 7. And just wondering whether that one before was given 6. I thought it was a 4. But, well, we'll have another look at it a bit later maybe. But first wicket down. Good piece of bowling. A little bit of drift in. And neat catch. Taken at square leg. That's a big wicket first up. Out of the opener, Annalise Merritt. It was given a 6. Pretty sure it bounced, but again, my eyesight not the best. Didn't get hold of that one, and straight to the fielder. Neat catch, well judged. And that's an early breakthrough for the Royals. New batter at the end of the over, so she won't be facing 5 matches since the Golden Ball. That was here a few days ago. That was the tightest Golden Ball finish we've ever seen here on the network. It was millimetres in it. The new bowler will be Holly Beatty. Lucy Barnett is the batter at the non-strikers. Good start there from Beatty. No run. Wanders into the thigh pad of the batter. Good encouragement here for the Royals. Lots of chatter, and why not? They've put up a pretty decent score of 117 or 116, 117 the target. Good pace. That's it. Down towards the slip area, covered by the fielder there. Just a single, the under edge. 13 on the board. That's Lucy Barnett facing her first delivery. Good start from Holly Beatty, right on line. A pretty good pace as well. So it's just chip past the bowler down the ground. It's Flo Tanguy who's down here patrolling that area. Thought she batted very well, Tanguy, in support of Minty Trussler, who's got the gloves. Beatty coming in again. And turned around on the leg side. Again, it should just be the single. Grace Weatherall does the fielding. So 15 on the board. That run rate's just increased a little bit. It's up to 12 and a bit. Not too much of a concern yet. But they want to get a couple of big overs, a few boundaries. Pretty soon the Western Towers, this one's been hit just into the cover area. Again, just a single. Just good cricket, good bowling from Beatty though, keeping it nice and tight. Just 4 runs so far off this over. And 16 the score. Let's see if they can get a boundary off this one just to pump that score up a little bit. And no, well, it's going to go towards a boundary. It'll be leg byes. Very good ball by Beatty. But, well, they won't mind those 4 runs, will the Towers. But good pace. Hit the shoulder of the batter. Let's have another look at this one. Just deflected past the keeper. And 4 leg byes. So, scores on 20. Loss of 1 wicket after 2. It's going 10 and over. That was a much needed boundary. Just a little bit behind the run rate, but pretty good from the Western Towers at the moment. It will be Flo Tanguy to bowl. Keeper comes up with a helmet. A little bit of spin. Coming up in the 3rd over. Last over of the power play. Bit full. Lucky not to have that go back on the stumps, the batter. Good start from Tanguy. Coming again. Pretty well pitched. Just tucked around the corner. I think it's going to be a leg bye actually. Oh, called a bye. Interesting. Thought that it hit the pad. Let's have a look. Well, that's what it is. It's gone through the Well, before we go back to that, this has been hit for 6. Lovely shot into the adrenaline zone. And Aikenhead really picking that one up. Using her feet well and smashing it long. Yeah, the one before, I was wondering why it was a bye, but it went through between the batter and the stumps. But this one came straight out of the middle of the bat. Lovely shot. And the crowd getting in the action already. Oh, good comeback there from Tanguy. Just push that one through a little bit. It's been just good cricket so far this morning between these two sides. Tanguy bowling to Barnett. This one's in the air. Player coming around. Can't reach it. 4 runs. Well, that's couldn't quite get there. It was just out of the reach of Grace Weatherall out there on the boundary. Good attempt. Couldn't cut off the boundary either. Went for the catch rather than going defensive. And fortunately for her, can't stop it. Oh, this is 6 on any ground. That's the first one to hit the tree. Lovely shot. Now, that's beautiful there, shot there from Barnett. Moves on to 12. Aikenhead's on 18. Good little partnership. And Vinny, I hope you like what you're seeing.
Of course I like what I'm seeing, because this looks like a really competitive game. That over ends up going for 18. It was a tough one for Weatherall out there again. I suppose early in the tournament, you're still trying to get your bearings a little bit with the kind of the drop zone of some of these balls. She just found herself, again, not really making the way to the most direct route to the ball. But yeah, 12, 8 and 18, that actually equals the highest over in the match so far. We saw an 18-run 9th over, but not too much between these teams at all.
No, there's only 3 runs in it at the same stage. As you see, Grace Weatherall come on to bowl. Had a bit of a chat with her the other day, or Vinny did, and we might have a chat to her again tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, the Royals are very busy today. They've got 4 matches. They got first from the last 2. I think a little bit of a break in the middle, but here's Grace in the 4th. One thing about Grace, she is a slippery customer with the ball, and that one certainly beat Aikenhead for pace, and in fact gets through Trussler, who's a very good keeper as well.
Yeah, good start. Very good line and length, and you're right about the pace. Very nippy.
Well, she said she kind of likes going to the gym, and I asked her what's your favourite exercise. She's like, arms. she says, I said, well, that makes sense because you want to be obviously bowling as quick as you can, as long as you still keep the control. And that was right on target first up. So yeah, 51% to the Towers right now, but as good as a coin toss. So it's anybody's game. As Trussler has spotted something with the stumps. He just bails around the wrong way or something like that.
What we've definitely seen so far is just good quality cricket from both these sides. And we haven't seen the batting go down further than 4. But hopefully we won't, because I like what I'm seeing from the top few batters, and that's a bit of an appeal. That says the umpire.
Good contest this. I mean, Barnett started really well. I mean, that was a huge 6 that she whacked into the trees moments ago. You can see Weatherall's got a good strong action. She builds nicely to the crease. And she was a bit of a star for Jersey last year, who will be very much tested in the ECS-W this year. Now they have been promoted to the Premier Division, one of 5 nations. That will be our very last ECN cricket in season 2025 as well. Seems a long way off now.
Well, it's a long way to go, but...
that edge is going to fly for 4. Not the first time we've seen this either. Trussler had no hope. And unfortunately for Weatherall, she'll have to wear the 4 runs on her figures.
Yeah, well, she's been bowling very, very well. It's a thick edge. Let's have a look at this one from that reverse angle. And yeah, nothing that Trussler could do about that one. But Grace... ruining the fact that it didn't quite go to hand.
To be honest, it's probably something worth thinking about, is having a deep third back. Just with the pace she's bowling, you can see a lot of balls might fly in that direction. I know you've got to take someone from somewhere else, I just think with Grace's pace, it's probably worth having.
She's beaten her back quite a bit.
This time it is hit down the ground, and slight fumble from Trinity Smith. She might have said it was a pass off to Olivia Baston.
Definitely a pass, Vinny. Definitely a pass.
Yeah, this is a really good game to get us started. Oh, the Towers men gave us a real thriller on opening day. Is this going to be the same? Eastern Royals, their men started with a win, a 4-point win over the Commanders on opening day, and ultimately the Commanders will come out on top. Oh, Boulder! That's a very good piece of bowling. Wetherill tilts back the off stump. Aikenhead is going to have to walk back as Grace with some power blasts through Amy, and that's the second wicket down, 44 for 2.
Yeah, lovely piece of bowling, and to a pretty set batter as well. Just went straight through her. Let's have a look at this. And just tilting back that off stump. Very good piece of bowling.
You can see, didn't really ever have any footwork there towards the line of the ball. Stayed pretty leg side. And, well, when friends become enemies on the cricket field, it's frenemy cricket. Aikenhead bats pretty well, 2 4s and a 6 for her 18, but she has to step aside. Hits 44 for 2.
Let's have a look at this one. Just a little bit of movement in and then just slightly away.
You're right. It was a very good ball. I mean, give credit to the bowler there. Angles it in towards the stumps. It's certainly just kind of straightened down the line, didn't it? Pitched off, hit off. Ball of the morning so far.
Oh, yeah. That was a beauty. So, new batter, lefty. These pesky left-handers. We'll see what if it affects the line of Grace Wetherill. She's coming around the wicket. 44 on the board. It's a pretty bright start for the Towers. But this has been a very good comeback over for the Royals after a pretty expensive one in the last one.
Yeah, Maguire, big challenge for her. She's a good young keeper bat and developing every time we see her. Yeah, she's been asked about this number 3 position, a real key, or number 4 position I should say, at an important time. So this is one I think with Grace, I don't think I would have gone around the wicket. If you actually look at the movement she's been getting, it's been kind of right to left. So if I would have thought she'd be more dangerous. You stay over the wicket, try and pitch the ball on the stumps and get it to maybe straighten and an LBW or a bold chance. But Mia, and she's getting this responsibility. We didn't see too much of her with the bat. She only really had 1 innings when she scored 5 not out last year at Cardimer Oval. Nice looking shot though to get her off the mark. That'll be the end of the over. Wetherill with a brilliant 4th. She takes 1 for 7. 4 of those were off an edge. It's 46 for 2.
Still the scoreboard's ticking over. That run rate is pretty much bang on as well. So
Barnett's a bit of a key now because they kind of had the double click going when Aikenhead was there. But now Barnett 17 off just 9 is going to be the senior partner while Maguire gets settled.
I like the fact there's a right-handed, left-handed combination. You see there at the same time. It's very, very even. They're right bang on that red line, and there wasn't much variation in the Royals' innings.
The Worms are in sync. They're dancing. It's a really good game, isn't it, to get us going. It's going to be Isla Scott Dalgleish now to bowl the 5th over, so she gets her first over.
Was that the most Scottish of names, do you think? Unless it was Mick Scott Dalgleish.
That's a good point, actually. Looks good in the blue shirt, too. All right, East versus West. Who will be best here? 6 overs to decide, as Isla has a bit of a false start.
Right-hand combination, the longer they can stay in together, it does get annoying after a while, just changing the field and also changing the line for the bowlers.
First one, bit of a wild one down the leg side, but good pace. No signal from the umpire yet. This could be an interesting replay. We'll check it out. But it's high-ish. But I think maybe they want to check if it's waist high or above.
It's definitely wide.
Yeah, we'll see something.
Yeah, umpiring's been of a very, very high standard during this this whole week with the men's tournament, and he's doing the right thing, the umpire, to check this one.
Looks like we might have to just go with what they saw. What felt it had to be something. Was it not leg behind, or was it touched?
Runs to the batter. Oh, that one's a bit wide.
So, well, we're going to have to look at this one as well.
Let's see if it hit the pitch or the turf. Well, still waiting on a it is a no ball and a free hit. So Scott Dalglish will come in again. Bit of ball, but dispatched. That's 6 runs. Just got over the boundary, but got right in position very early, did Barnett. And another 6 to the total. 50 up. The loss of 2 wickets for the Western Towers. Dalglish, Scott Dalglish, I should say. Just getting that one a little bit too short.
Yeah, suddenly I was wondering where some of these replays were, but it's got a slight technical issue that's down at the moment. The game continues. Barnett will get a single here. So it's, you're looking for that 12 and over pace through the innings. So you'd ideally be 60 off 5 just to feel comfortable and that you're in control of the game. But interestingly, despite being fractionally ahead of the rate, the Towers are fractionally behind on the percentages. Maybe that shows you also the fragility of, you've got batters that still to come if they're called on. They haven't batted in the tournament yet. And they've got that scoreboard pressure, I suppose, being applied. Oh, instant dropped. It was a thick edge, wasn't it? Maguire flashes at it. Scott Dalglish really getting this ball to talk off the pitch. But it flew quickly to Trussler, who couldn't quite hold on.
Very nice ball. And that's all good, this one. Just it deflected just enough.
Yes, I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but maybe a little bit close there. Finty, another metre back, she would have seen it. But just was forced to react and couldn't quite get it in the middle of the gloves.
As a keeper, Vinny, how do you judge really where you should be standing, especially on it's a pretty even pitch?
Short answer, you guess, and then you adjust yourself. So I'll tell you a funny story. I was keeping to Nathan Coulter-Nile, who played a fair bit of cricket for Australia on the Wacker for the first time. I kept to him in the club cricket a lot, but it was the first time I was keeping to Wacker. Oh, that's a really good shot, a fraction short. It's going to fly through the adrenaline zone. Maximo! Oh, Lucy is going to tuck into this juicy short ball from Scott Dalglish, who isn't slow. This one flew out of the ground. It will be the end of the over. It's 62 for 2 after 5.
It was interesting over there. Lost a line a little bit first up. Got a juicy edge. It was put down by Finty Trussler. Tough chance, and then whacked for 6.
Yeah, little sliding doors moment. 3 venues at the moment, with Belgium actually finishing tomorrow night, the night series. It's been a lot of fun over there, a lot of big hits. Belgian ball is a whole thing. Greece has transitioned to T20 cricket today, with Greece taking on Germany. I know that Greece are chasing 167. Pretty good effort from the Germans, despite losing wickets at fairly common periods. Regular periods through the first half of the innings to put a score of 166 on the board. Greece 13 for 2 right now. I'll be in Landskrona in Sweden in less than 48 hours. It's always a crazy universe, the ECN universe. As it's going to be Olivia Baston to bowl over number 6. Game is certainly in the balance at the moment. I was going to say, so I was keeping to Nathan on the Wacker, which is known as a very fast pitch. Yeah, and I stood where I thought I should stand. The first ball, the guy just left, and it hit me in the chest before I could kind of react. And then I turned around, and the slip said, "You might want to head back a bit." And I was probably about 5 meters too short. But that's the thing. So as a keeper, typically you try to take the ball around your waist on the way down. Yeah. You'd probably rather be slightly too close and too far back as well. But it's a judgment thing. All right, in the air. And fantastic effort. It got very low in the end. That's Floris Tanguy out there, who's normally a pretty good fielder, but this one was a challenging one. But it is a life for Barnett here in the 6th over.
She just misjudged it a little bit and had to come forward right at the last moment. Almost got her fingers underneath it, but another chance goes down.
That one's a fraction short, and no one's catching this. Another one that flies through the spectators. Maximal! Barnett cashes in with 6.
Very strong through that area. That was hit very, very firmly. And well, the spectators up there, there's a couple of young lads.
It's only a fraction short as well, but you can see how strong Lucy is through that leg side. And that was the one, it did go down the ball before. It was a difficult one. But the next one wasn't going to be caught by anyone on the field anyway. Barnett to 38. That's just mature batting as well. They're not getting too carried away. Just looks very stylish on the offside as well.
Yeah, very good batter. Brings a left-hander on now. And, see if Basta can adjust. 2 balls left of her spell. It's been okay, but she did get whacked for that 6.
It's a good point actually with Trussler doing the keeping. It's always something she might be working on, but I've known her as quite a handy leg spin bowler. Good comeback this time. Well, it does get through the field. It'll only cost him a single. I think that's the kind of length I'd be trying to bowl if I'm Olivia Baston here.
Just with our combinations here, over the week we've been buffeted by this back wall. But I think now, with no chance of rain, I think we should move this table forward a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's time. Oh, you're saying we should get closer to the boundary rope, though? Makes me nervous.
I think so.
Last ball for Baston. Pitches up, classical shot, blast through the field. So Barnett also showing that off the front foot, she is very powerful as well. Again, another contender for shot of the day. It'll be the end of the 6th over at Walking Sticks, 77 for 2.
Yeah, lovely shot. And it came rapidly at the fielder, Mia Gregg, who was in 2 minds as to how to stop that one.
I mean, we saw during the men's series, the outfielders were put under an unreasonable amount of pressure for how hard these balls were getting hit and how fast the surface was. So that was a tough one for Greg. Just probably had to kind of batten down the hatches, maybe stick a leg down and hope for the best. But anyway, geez, that was an exquisite piece of timing from Barnett, who's gone to 43 off 17. At the moment, she's almost out-trustling Trussler from the first innings, and it's their game to lose now, really. The Western Towers. Maguire playing a supporting role, 5 off 6, and Tanguy is going to bowl. She was a very good bowler for Jersey in that ECC-W last year.
I've got a little story that I was, I'll tell you after this ball about some fielding yesterday with a certain Mr. Rick Firth.
Yeah, true. Can't wait to talk about it. Anyway, here we go. As Maguire is going to just get this one over the fielder. An aggressive bit of batting, wasn't it? As she danced down, she ended up getting it on the full and gets the contact, 4 runs.
Well, the fielder out there had just come in from the boundary into the pretty much in the 30-metre circle. I think she was around there, and it just went over her head. So it could have been a pretty regulation catch, and that was hit very firmly. It's Isla Scott Dalglish out there. And now she's been put back on the boundary again. Yeah,
it was close to an opportunity, wasn't it? But another teaser for an infielder. Tanguy. This time she runs at it. It's going to be caught. And how well, interesting one here. It's been called a no ball.
Yeah, I'd say it's about right.
I mean, she does dance, but it was very high. It was almost kind of head high when she contacts it. It's called straight away. And then, I think they must have heard the call. And then the throw did hit the stumps, I will say that. So the umpires, if they're not sure, they will call it. And then it's
very
tight,
close.
but I think she just slides in. It's an interesting kind of upright double knee slide, not in the textbook. Now that will be a no ball as well on the free hit, as Barnett's going to put it away, moves to 47.
Yeah, Flo Tanguy getting those couple wrong, just slipping out. She's holding her wrist. Don't think that's much of an excuse though. That was quite a bad one.
Yeah, the first one might have been debatable, but man, they go with the on-field call. And obviously, second one was worse, not better. But the other thing for Flo is if she bowls another one of those, she won't be able to bowl anymore. She's into her second over. Heavy favourites now, the Towers. Another free hit. Better ball. Well, still a full toss, and that's going to go for 4. It'll be 50 to Barnett as she'll bring it up off 19 balls, and she has been lightning here in the opening game. Lucy, very cool, all in a day's work for her, but she's put her team in an incredibly strong position here.
51 off 19 for Barnett, and fantastic batting and good quality from both these sides.
And that's going to be curtains for Tanguy, who just has gotten it wrong this over. She's already walking away, she knows. And so it's a real tough one. Now you need to find someone to bowl the rest of the over. There are 4 balls left in the over, and given the situation, maybe you go back to one of your strike bowlers, even though this will count as a full over as far as how many overs you can bowl in the game. But they might go back to a Weatherall here, because at the moment 23 off 22, this game has slipped away in a matter of minutes from the Eastern Royals.
Trinity Smith's having a chat. I think she might take the ball herself. First ball will be a free hit though.
First ball's free. Again, no one really wants to bowl this 4-ball patch, because one of the balls you can't even take a wicket.
No.
So maybe that's the reason you wouldn't go back to someone like a Weatherall. But I think Weatherall, you've got to bowl her next.
Sure.
It's basically last chance saloon. Remember, it's a long weekend of cricket. Each team will play 6 games, so there is an opportunity to recover. But Trinity will get the ball. Free hit first up to Maguire. It's in the air. Might be caught. Might not be caught. Won't really matter. Is caught. Good awareness there. That's Daroka, I think, that does the fielding.
Going back to the Rick Firth fielding, so there's one that was hit firmly to him, and I think you might remember he turned his back to it and it hit him in the backside.
Yes.
He didn't see it off the bat, and he didn't know where it went afterwards. But he told me that he had no idea until it hit him where the ball was.
I believe that as well. But it was in the late afternoon sun. When you're fielding on the right-hand side of the field, you just basically can't see. But he offered the tuchus, and it was successful. But he did say he's likely that there was a bruise, and it wasn't a bruise that anyone would see but himself.
Yeah.
That's what you do sometimes in the field. Fraction short this time, hit very hard. Oh, very good fielding. That really took off, didn't it? It's Beatty down there who took it as it was climbing on it. Okay, now you've got to battle, if you're the Royals, to try and take this game as deep as possible. The longer you can keep it kind of run a ball or more than that, you feel like there's a chance. But Maguire's actually kind of shown a bit more aggression. And so she's been very handy as well.
She's just been giving Barnett the strike, which is that's her role really at the moment, like this.
Yeah, she's selective. She's pretty proactive to the spin. And now, just from here, if you score off every ball, you can't lose. And you've got someone at the other end. I mean, Barnett has shot to probably player of the match with this knock now. 53 off 21. Trinity doing a pretty good job since she's come on to replace Tanguy, who was basically no-balled out of the attack for 3 high full deliveries. I think Weatherall's got to bowl the 8th and just give him some sort of shot. That's a beautiful shot, and it's going to send the dugout scrambling. Another contender for the shot of the day. Barnett goes Maximo, and the 100 comes up for the Towers. The Royals are in a right royal mess now because they've only got 12 to defend. It's the end of 7 overs, 104 for 2.
Lovely shot, and look at that, just a classic drive over the top. Beautiful.
I was curious to see how Barnett went against this caliber of bowling, and so far I'm going to say pretty good.
Tell you what, though, looking at the quality we're seeing from these sides, I think the MCC have brought a competitive team because they're I don't know if they're getting worried, but
they get the benefit, I suppose, of seeing both these teams first game. I don't know whether you have more confidence or less, though. MCC will be playing their first T10 cricket, and both these teams, the Western Towers and the Eastern Royals, have a fair bit of experience in the format. And look, It is different, but still, it is cricket.
I'm sure
decision making is cricket, but
I'm sure the islanders here of Jersey and of Guernsey and Isle of Man, as we see a giant seagull buzz the ground, will be. Oh, it's a no call, and good no call as well.
Go back to Beatty here, who is not a bad option, but you're going to have 3 almost perfect overs to win from here, Eastern Royals. What you need is wickets, and you need them quickly. And you hope that the new batters that come out kind of bat themselves into a bit of a hole. Maybe a few nerves creeping in. Confident looking shot from Maguire though. Just drills it down long off for a single.
She's playing a role beautifully. Just getting the singles. They don't need 12 off 16. Don't need more than that. Just giving Barnett the strike.
And cruising here, aren't they? Absolutely cruising.
Going back to the point is that the Islanders will want to get one over the big island of Great Britain with the MCC team. I'm sure there's some sort of not stigma, but this has got through the field.
Wow. The power. Barnett moves to 63 now, but this one it screamed when it bounced off the turf. I thought for a second it was only going to be a single, but in the end, Baston wasn't that far from it. Wasn't able to cut it off. Have the high elbow there. You would say also, I think that Baston was a bit surprised how quickly it came to it. And so 109, and this game's on borrowed time, Danny. Yeah. Just 8 to win now.
Lovely shot.
Just cruising the towers. Bit of a Tortuga there for Baston, but she does well to stop it.
It's got such a high backlift as well. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. Just there's a certain and that means that when she contacts it, the bat's travelling faster, and you can see with that straight drive, the way that she followed through and punched through the ball, finished with a really high elbow. The on drive is such a difficult shot technically to get right. It doesn't get much better than that. Maguire faces up. Again, pretty good drive as well. It's for someone that only scored 5 runs in the ECS-W last year, wasn't really required too much with the bat. Maguire, again, showing that she's a very talented batter. And this is what ECS-W cricket's all about. Something that's just started. I think it's only I'm going to say it's our 3rd ever ECS-W. And it's getting a lot of players that we have seen, but maybe in different roles and more responsibility in the roles that they're given, such as Maguire here at 3.
I've been impressed with Maguire. She stays very compact. It's very uncomplicated what she does. But she's got a batter at the other end who's just scoring freely and just playing a role. It's excellent from Maguire as well as Barnett.
First time we've seen Barnett in a T10 match as well. I'd only played T20s before this on ECN. She does miss this one, a rare miss for her. She's 64. There's 8 overs down, 111 for 2 with 6 runs required off the last 2 overs. Looks like Weatherall's going to come back. Last roll of the dice for the Royals. Beatty, I thought, bowled pretty well. Not easy bowling at 2 set batters, yet she finishes with figures of none for 15 off her 2 overs.
Grace Weatherall will come back. It was a good first over from her. Took beautiful wicket. She rocked back the off stump of the opener, but brought it back for the 9th. I think it's the right thing to do. Maybe should have brought it back a little bit earlier. They needed to break this partnership. No doubt Maguire's going to just push one and run. Yeah,
she's also held her own aggression-wise when it's been required. Oh, that's going to hurt. Trussler's had a bit of an initiation with the gloves. Is going to sneak down the leg side and sneak past her, and that will tie the scores. Looks like we'll be having an early morning tea, Danny.
I think so. I like the afternoon tea yesterday. It was a Devonshire tea with the scones and Jersey cream as well. It's delicious.
Yeah, we've been very, very well looked after. But what a very entertaining first game. You're right about MCC. Let's see how they go.
I'm sure they're a bit. They're going to be a competitive side, that's for sure. Just how competitive compared to these two? They might eclipse them. You never know.
Any score wins it now. That won't be it. Weatherall's always going to battle all the way through, but hey, it's just a beginning. And one thing I talked about during the week as well in the men's series is they're basically creating their own history here. Creating their own identities, these teams. So this is the first of 3 matches between these two teams. I will say that. So every team will have their own 3-match kind of mini-series against an opponent. So we'll just lock this one away in the memory bank. Right now, Maguire can win the game for the Towers. But she won't just yet. Once again, Wetherill delaying our morning tea slightly. But, yeah, what a good partnership. It's been a tale of 2 third-wicket partnerships. In the first innings, we saw Finty Trussler and Tanguy putting on 96 for the 3rd wicket. This has been a brilliant partnership as well. Currently they put on 72 in just about 4.5 overs. It's the 3rd time lucky for Maguire to win the match. She will. Hits the point, and it is game over. So the Towers win the first battle of East and West. They come out best, and they win the game with 9 balls to spare.
Yeah, look, fantastic batting from Barnett especially, and a really good partnership between her and Maguire. And good win, first up for the Western Towers. As the players shake hands. And, well, if this is an example of what we're going to see this weekend, I can't wait for the next game.
We're only getting started, and yes, more history. I wonder when the MCC was established, I think sometime in the 18th century, one day they would be playing a football sides game of cricket. They probably didn't have football back then, but that's what's going to happen. We've got them in their first ever T10 match. Just some toss news. I can tell you that the Royals, their opponents, they've won the toss and they've elected to bowl. So MCC will have to bat first. And no, I think after the highlights, we might have the teams as well. I did find that for MCC, they do have a couple of players we've seen before on the network, but I just wanted to mention Ramya Imadi, who we saw playing for Norway recently in Portugal. So she would have some recent experience. In fact, here's the teams. You see Ramya Imadi in there. Amanda Polly will captain MCC, and Krista Delamere will be behind the stumps. So that game's coming up. We've got about 45 minutes before it starts. Royals, they look unchanged there. Looks like they will be hoping to go back to back. Let's have a look at the highlights here. And in the end, it looked like child's play, didn't it? This successful chase of 117.
Watch about child's play. Just some very, very good batting. And well, I was in a couple of early-ish wickets. Was the one caught on the boundary, and then well, Grace got that one past the keeper, and then she did pick up that wicket after being hit for 6.
It was a kind of a Barnett bash in the end, wasn't it? As she finished 64 with 5 big sixes, 6 fours. But it's not only the runs she scored, but how she scored the runs. Her decision-making was excellent. Okay, the occasional bit of luck, but you make your own luck, as they say in the classics. That was a rare moment to celebrate for the Royals, as Grace Wetherill was able to get through a national teammate, Amy Aikenhead, for 18. But there was trouble ahead, wasn't there, with this partnership just growing, and Maguire kind of grew in confidence as the innings went on as well. There was that opportunity that went down. It was a tough one, but the batting was brutal, wasn't it? The Barnett bash continued. That one was just too powerful for Greg at cover. That one went to the boundary. That was a bit of a teaser for the fielder, but I think the point was made. They said that was a top game for any European cricket series, men or women. Yeah. It was a contest that looked like it was going one way. It had some momentum shifts. It just had some quality cricket at the end of the day. And with 8 more matches to go, that was probably one of my favourites, that on drive, just kind of punt the high elbow. For Barnett, well, we've seen her do it in Malta on ECN. Now we've seen her do it in Jersey. An early contender for player of the tournament. Keep your eye on her. But still plenty of games to go before this one is decided. But what I can tell you here in match 1 is that the Towers, they chased down the 117 with 9 balls to spare. Thanks to Lucy Barnett from Isle of Man, guesting in this series. 5 sixes, 6 fours in her 64 of 25. And then Aikenhead 18. Maguire supporting role 15 not out. Merritt 7 also hit a 6 early, but a brilliant innings. And I suppose for the Royals, they'll be disappointed, but they can build on that. They will get to play MCC. They're probably better for the run. We'll say Baston and Wetherill able to pick up wickets. Some good signs in there. Tanguy had a bit of an off one in the second over. But when it comes down to it, they're going to have to pick up their game, and I'm sure they will, Danny.
I'm sure they will as well. And well, we've seen good quality cricket from both sides, and it's the bowling figures there. Holly Beatty, I think, probably the pick of the bowlers. And, economy-wise, so you see here the match summary. There's those 250s already in this tournament. Finty Truster and Lucy Barnett, both unbeaten, and again, a good scoring game.
Yeah, and I think what we learn out of that is if you get an opportunity to catch out, top order, key batter, you better take it, because otherwise, they're going to go on, they can hurt you in these conditions. And that's probably one thing I think we'll see improve over the course of the weekend. Finish out of here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. You can turn over if you like right now, because I know that we have that Greece versus Germany T20 IW, but we're back here in 40 minutes for match 2 as history will be made. MCC to make their T10 debut on ECN when we return for more ECS-W Liberation Series from Jersey.
say, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
No one is an island, but everyone likes to visit one. In Jersey, you're only ever 10 minutes from a beach, or a historical monument, or even this. And if that's not enough, our island doubles in size when the tide is out, so you get twice as much to enjoy. Jersey, where sea meets soul. Come and pay us a visit at jersey.com.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we roll into match 2 now on opening day of this ECS-W Liberation Series in Jersey. And we'll get to see the third team in the tournament now because MCC, the Marylebone Cricket Club, are here to play their first ever T10 match. So it's going to be great. Eastern Royals will be their opponents. Eastern Royals versus MCC in match 2. The two captains and Charles Croucher are ready for the coin toss.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome to the toss for match 2. Eastern Royals with the MCC to call. Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
We'd like to bowl first, please.
Eastern Royals have won the toss. They'd like to bowl.
So the toss has been won by Trinity Smith, who says we'll have a bowl. So a bit of a change for them because they did bat first. I've got to say that so far Finty Trussler has certainly shown us what she can do. She came with a reputation, but she's picked up the format so quickly. I love the way she used her feet. I love the way she looks behind the stumps as well. And so we'll get to see who with the bat. I suppose in the second innings, I'd be amazed if she isn't opening for the Royals. But for MCC, what a great opportunity to see them, a very traditional cricket club. They're basically the custodians of the game. And so to have them playing in this fast-paced, furious format, I think is a wonderful thing to also kind of see them come together as a team and to come here and see if they can make an impact immediately against a group of players that probably are a bit more experienced in this format. But it should be a fantastic game. Remember, each team plays 6 matches this weekend, and then the top of the tree will win our first ever ECS-W Liberation Series. Royals will be hoping to do a good job. Well, they've certainly done a good job at the toss. They've won the toss and sent in MCC. Danny Hudacek is standing by as we get ready for the start of match.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to everyone from wherever you're watching around the world to this European Cricket Series. It is a women's tournament here this weekend between 3 very good sides in the Eastern Royals, the Western Towers, and also the MCC, one of the premier teams in the world, and well, the most famous. So you see here the 2 lineups. It was a good toss to win, I think, for the Eastern Royals. They won the toss, elected to bowl. Let's see what the MCC have with the bat. The Royals went down in the previous game in a pretty close tussle, but Western Towers overpowered them in the end. I want to bounce back with a win. And the MCC, well, it's their first game in the tournament, and they're here to play as the umpires and the fielders come onto the field. MCC 60% favourites according to the supercomputer, who knows something that we don't because we haven't seen the MCC yet. We know a couple of the players, and I'm sure they'll definitely bring out some quality from England and from Norway as well, with Ramya Marty in the lineup for the MCC. So a glorious day for cricket. It's just a nice little cooling breeze and bright sunshine here in Jersey. We've been blessed with the weather so far in this in this week, with their men's tournament concluding yesterday, and some fine women's cricket already on show. Very impressed with both sides in the previous game. The Eastern Royals, though, as mentioned, will need to come back, or want to come back with a win against the MCC. Early wickets, possibly key. Of course, 2 players back in the power play, 3 over power play. Long on is very straight. And there's a cow corner as well. It's Tangi in front of us, and Grace Weatherall and around that cow corner area. First ball here from Holly Bately. And good ball first up. Bowled well in the previous game, did Beatty. Expected score 110. It's a pretty good scoring from both sides in the last game. And if it's an indication, 110, 120 is about par score. As Beatty comes in again, bowling to Robbins. It's tucked around the corner. Good effort by the fielder. That's going to be 4 runs. First runs off the bat. First runs for the MCC. It's Trinity Smith who couldn't quite cut that off. And 4 runs to Robbins. Emma Marsh is the batter at the non-striker's end. But neat looking stroke there. Just got a bit leg side. And did the bowler, Holly Beatty. Comes in again, bowling to Robbins. And just one put it onto the leg side for a single. We'll bring Emma Marsh on strike for the first time. Both teams in blue. It's been called no ball by the umpire. As you can see, the free hit. Front foot maybe. So it'll be free hit. First up for Emma Marsh. Let's see if she can dispatch this one. And she can't. Good bowling by Beatty. Been impressed with Holly Beatty so far this morning. Bowled at pretty good pace. See here, this one swinging in a bit and just moving away from the batter. Really good delivery. And it was pretty much spot on from Beatty. Comes in again. This one's hit back to the bowler. Chance for a run out. Oh, it's close. Underarmed it to the stumps. I think it would have been gone. Let's have a look from side on. And well, so 7 on the board. So here comes Beatty again. So another one on the board. It's been a good over here from Beatty. One ball to come. 8 on the board. They were very competitive in the last game. The Royals, good quality cricket coming from the girls from Jersey. Bit of a mixture of others from around as well. And so it's just bounced in front of the keeper. And that's the end of the over. And at the end of one, the MCC are 8 for no loss. Vinny's back in the tent.
Yeah, I'm back and I'm fascinated to see how this one goes. Emma Marsh is actually part of the MCC team we saw playing the Valletta Cup in Malta last year. But apart from that, it's a new-looking MCC squad. Of course, the T20I is well underway in Greece, and I have noticed that the first game is finished. Still a game to go there. With Nis doing a great job over there. Germany continuing their dominance against Greece. They won all 3 T10s yesterday. They won the first T20 by 105 runs. Anyway, we go with Olivia Baston here in in over number 2. MCC have a really interesting looking squad, as they always do. So MCC, it's basically, it's one of the oldest and most influential cricket clubs in the world, or you'd say probably the most influential, the most famous. Founded in 1787. That is pre-ECN era, by the way.
Just.
Oh, gone. That'll be a simple catch, really. Marsh had a big inducker from Olivia and just knocked it back to her. So a pretty handy early strike for Olivia Baston, and the score is 9 for 1.
Yeah, it was a simple catch, made it look very easy. Couldn't be much easier, but she didn't really celebrate. No tossing the ball up in the air. Let's have a look at this one. Just straight back to a simple catch. And well, that's one of the openers gone already.
Yeah, it just wasn't very clean contact, was it? Probably wanted to go back over the head, and I suppose an equal measure of joy and relief. You never want to drop such an easy catch, and Baston doesn't. Marsh out for just a single. It's 9 for 1. Yeah, and I suppose MCC, I mean, I know that cricket clubs come in all different shapes and sizes, but they're a membership-based club, but one of the things they do is these touring teams. So that's going to be through the offside, and that's going to be for, it says Lara Maritz comes out from Irish international. She's still quite young, actually, but you know, she has played at the highest level. That was a very classy way to start her innings.
Very nice shot. Picked the gap beautifully, and another full on the board.
So it's a membership-based club. I know that, I think how it works, they have all these members, and then these tours come up, and you just nominate, and then they say, okay, from who's available, who we get to play.
I know from experience that you can actually get a playing membership. This is a try at the stumps. Good effort. That would have been close. Good pick up and throw. Well run by Maritz, though. Let's have a look.
I think this would have been out, to be honest.
Difficult to tell. Umpire in the way.
Would have been out. She was still out, actually, when the ball had already gone past. But that was an opportunity to get Maritz, who started very brightly.
This is going to be called a wide. Looped up a little bit by Baston.
But tell us what you know.
So, from what I understand, I toured with the team called Nomads, and I know that there were a couple of MCC members in that touring squad. And they mentioned that you could become a touring member of the MCC without going through the rigmarole of going through the full membership, as long as you would do a certain number of tours. And but I declined the offer, even though I don't really know if it was offered to me.
But you know what? I think there's been a very definite effort for the MCC to modernise and keep up with the way the game is moving, and the game is becoming more international, I suppose, in the modern era, with more formats, with more interest, I suppose, from traditionally non-cricket playing countries.
It's hit firmly, 4 runs, blast through the fielder.
Marit's got power. She's a very, very good all-rounder. And this is a very tough one to deal with at mid-off. Truslow doesn't have the gloves in this game. I wonder if we'll see her leg spin. But it was an awkward bounce in front of her, wasn't it? About a metre. So you don't know whether to go down, up, or just kind of self-preserve. It was the end of the second over. It's 20 for 1 after 2. But yeah, that's something, you know, it's like one thing actually, I don't know if anyone's listening from the MCC, but for someone like myself that doesn't get to play for a regular cricket club, and I would like to play, but obviously with my schedule it's almost impossible. It's something I know that I'm maybe looking into later in the year. I
reckon you could play for Nomads. Nomads is a good touring. They've been around for 120 something years.
Well, do you think maybe a bidding war?
Bidding war could be. Also, Bucci, who's one of our blue crew, is a former member of Nomads. Yeah. So see a couple of dogs there.
Yeah.
They look like good pups.
Yeah, they look like they're having a nice weekend. And here's someone that's had a good start to the series, Grace Weatherall, coming on to bowl over number 3. The first one misses the mark. Change of keeper. I mentioned that Finty Trussler playing as a bat and potentially a bowler, I think, in this game. So she doesn't have the keeping gloves on. It's Tallulah Spry behind the stumps.
Yeah, I'm talking about Tallulah Spry. It's a very old name. Tallulah Bankhead was was a famous actress. Not a name you see very often, but I love the fact that older names are coming back into fashion. Grace is another one as well, which you wouldn't have seen a few years ago, but definitely a very old, an older name, but coming back into fashion. I like it a lot.
I think I had some of the young local kids in my intro yesterday, and the names were Charlotte, Will, George and Elizabeth.
Yes. Very royal.
But no, it's great. We've had such a great week here in Jersey. Wetherell's doing a good job here. She lost the first one wide of the mark, but Robbins is trying to cut this, but just gets beaten for pace and a bit of bounce maybe as well.
It's a bit too close to her to cut. She did move away from towards the leg side.
I think one thing's for sure, all three of these teams are very competitive with each other, and the standard is very high. MCC still slight favourites in this one, despite a bit of a mixed start. Robbins is in a funny place now. She's trying to be aggressive, and when you get to the third over, you kind of know, all right, now's the time. I've got to make my move. You're right. The regulations, 2 outfielders in the first 3 overs, and then after that, you're only allowed. You're allowed 5 outfielders. So it's the same. It reflects our men's regulations here in the T10 format, but it is different. Grace has only conceded 1 run so far.
That's been good, and that's a wide. So she's beaten Robbins. This one, good effort. Puts up a hand and stops the boundary. Well, they'll take an extra as well. That's a little bit sloppy.
But Isla Scott Dalglish, this would have been a card-carrying play of the day, even though we're only starting the second game. Look, she times the jump pretty well, and she is wiry. We'll give her that. It just didn't stick to the middle of the hand.
Unfortunate, but well, saved 2 runs in the end because they did take the overthrow.
Saved 3, gave 1 back. Like fishing.
It's a nice shot there, played by Robbins. That's the one she's been looking for, I think, all over. And this one, just forward of point, goes for 4 runs, moves on to 14.
Brilliant shot. I think she knows as well with Wetherell, a fair bit of pace on the ball, so she just kind of tries to make clean contact. You're not as worried about getting caught in this format. If it happens, it happens. I think you're just trying to hit the ball well. If it's your time, it's your time. That one went into the gap. Robbins strikes the boundary. Last ball, the power play coming up.
Another good ball there, but it got through the keeper. I'll take a bye. And a good over there from Grace Wetherell. And at the end of 3 into the power play, the MCC are 28 for 1.
It'll be interesting to see over the 6 games that each team plays how they maybe juggle their batting, their bowling order, and the keepers even, as we've already seen a change in that department for the Royals. But yeah, so far we've been entertained by a very, very high quality match 1, and obviously a pretty fun first 3 overs to watch as well. Wetherell goes for 7 in the over.
And because of the fact that the Royals and also the Towers are kind of they're drafted teams. They're just a mixture of players from around Jersey, and there's Guernsey, Isle of Man. Just like the men, I think they might be given the opportunity just to shine and to because we saw that with the 4 teams from Jersey earlier in the week, that everyone basically had either a bat or a bowl and a good contribution. As well, that comes on. Nice shot again. And very strong in that area. Looking for it every single
I think
time.
you got to look at making a heads-up change in the field here, because she's backing away and she's looking for that. And at least I wanted to change her tactic. So I think you'd have a deep backward point.
Sure.
And you'd bring up maybe the deep square leg or anybody.
What's happening now?
Even the long on. She doesn't really look to go down the ground at the moment. You might want to encourage her to play a different shot.
Well, it was Trinity Smith had a chat with the bowler, and they've done that. They've got that. It's a deep backward point.
Yeah. Come back to that in a second. There we go. That's in the same area, but yeah, I think sometimes you have these plans, but then I think you've got to react to what you see in real time. I will say she's had a mixed time, Robbins, in trying to hit the ball in that area. Sometimes she's hit it, sometimes she hasn't. But yeah, I think as a captain, it's challenging because you have to make these decisions really quickly.
Scott Dalglish, the bowler. That's the one. Leggy, chance for a run out, gone. Well, good piece of fielding from the keeper. She's walking, and she's on my bowling team.
Yeah, well, Robbins is going to have to go now. Marriott just kind of took off, and they're going to the third umpire, but I think I am Well, 103% confident this is out. Let's have a look. You see, slow to go. There was a little bit of hesitation, but yeah, that's one that I think you could have got a sketch artist to give you the run out picture there, and it would have been pretty accurate. So that'll be a bit of bad luck for Robbins, really, who's run out in the fourth over here. She will be out for 19. Well done to Tallulah Spry as well. She had to hit the target, and she did. And the score now 33 for 2.
Yeah, good piece of keeping. And very quick work as well. I had 3 stumps to aim at, but how often do you see those missed?
Yeah, true. A new batter will come in the number 4 position, and this is Garima Singh. Best chance to have a look at her this weekend.
The run rate about 9.5 and over. It's pretty good. It's good ball outside the off stump.
Yes, Scott Dalgleish is fun to watch. Has a spring in her step, gets the ball through nicely. Look, I think Marritz is a huge key, number 3 now. She hasn't faced too much, but when she's faced, she's hit the ball really hard. And you'd expect her to do well in the format if you look at her history. And like I said, she is still very young.
All these players seem very young, Vinny.
Yeah, compared to us, yes.
It's going to be called wide.
But Lara, born in South Africa, played for Ireland, and played internationally for Ireland between 2017 and 2021. And they have a throwback name. She plays for the Scorchers in Ireland. And of course, I'm from Perth originally, which I think is where the Scorchers name gets borrowed from in the Irish competition.
Is there any association between the two sides?
Well, you don't associate scorching hot days with Ireland, typically, but maybe the brand of cricket. I don't know if there's an official association, but in the Big Bash, they did make an effort to really differentiate between the Australian T20 competition and the traditional state setup there. Scorchers was a name that, like most names that it knew, at first you're kind of like, well, but then kind of get used to it.
Yeah, it does get pretty warm in Western Australia.
Turned around the corner this time by Garima Singh. She'll be off the mark with a single, and then they turned the whacker. Now that's the new Perth Stadium into the Furnace. It's renamed the Furnace. I'm going to feel the heat. Yeah, but Lara, it's great to see her out here playing her first T10 match.
It's no longer called a whacker. I've lost touch.
No, it is, but for the matches.
Yeah.
It's, well, they don't play there anymore.
I think Gabba's going to disappear. It's a lovely shot and blast through the fielder there. It's Nia Gregg, and again undecided whether to put a foot out, which she shouldn't do, or to get down. It was past her before she could before she realised the ball was to her. Nice shot there.
Really good shot, actually. Power from Marritz. And so that will be the end of the over. The score is 40 for 2 after 4 in an almost line ball contest. So a really good challenge for Eastern Royals. By the way, if they drop this one, they go 0-2. And obviously with just the top of the table winning, it seems a long way back from there when each team plays 6 matches. You play 3 matches against each of the other 2 teams over the 9-match series. Change bowling. Tanguy is going to get a chance. Kind of lost the plot a little bit in her second over. In fact, couldn't even complete her over because she bowled 3 high full tosses. But she's a good player. I expect her to come back well. She's going to bowl over number 5, so something a little bit different.
Comes in bowling to Singh, who just pushes that, and nice looking shot. And brings Marritz back on strike. I think it's the play for Garima Singh at the moment.
This will be an interesting matchup, I think, because it's kind of pace off the ball from Tanguy. Marritz has started very, very strongly. Keeper kind of hanging back a little bit. Now she's going to come up a little bit, Sprite.
And gone. Great catch.
That's out, isn't it?
That has to be out. That
Hey,
is.
everyone, I mean, that's a bit of an underwhelming reaction, but it's out.
Well,
I don't know if they thought it was a bump ball.
Definitely not a bump ball.
Definitely wasn't. As umpire just kind of raised his fingers. Yeah, of course it's out. So it was a big moment in the game. Marritz looked very, very strong early. But Tanguy, it just shows you how quickly a day can turn around. We'll check it here in the replay. Dances, hit, it's kind of sliced. It's actually off the back of the bat, I think. Have a look at it with the contact. Bounce. And that's why it confused everyone, because the way her bat was facing was like to hit it into the ground, but it hit the back of the bat, and it was taken by Maria De Rocca behind point in a kind of improvised gully position. But that's a big blow for the Royals, and Tanguy gets it. It's 41 for 2.
Absolutely, and Maris is hitting the ball so nicely.
Funny
Great
thing
catch.
was, Maria, I think, just assumed it was hit into the ground because the angle of the bat was so unusual.
It was definitely an appeal. That's why it was given out. This has just been turned around the corner.
Definitely appealed, but didn't expect too much out of it.
Yeah.
But
it was odd, wasn't it?
you live long enough, you see everything. We've already seen a 208 chase here. But yeah, the reason even though it wasn't even close to a bump ball, it probably bounced about 30 centimetres short of the bat.
Yep.
But it's because of the angle of the bat looked like she would hit it into the ground if she was to hit it with the front side. But it hit the back.
The new batter, by the way, is the captain for the MCC. It's Amanda Polly.
Yeah, it was great to see her at the toss as well, although they didn't win it, MCC. But, I think she's really looking forward to the opportunity to lead MCC. It must be a huge honour to lead an MCC side abroad.
Absolutely. I think it was a good toss to win, actually, for the Eastern Royals, because they're used to playing on this pitch, whereas I don't know how much experience the MCC have had playing on a synthetic pitch. As this has been turned around the corner, 4 runs. Full toss there from Tanguy. Just got that one slightly wrong. And Polly puts that away. Gets one at the middle of the bat. That'll do her good.
Yeah, she was disappointed with this one, Tanguy. She had issues with full tosses before. It's a funny one. That's probably coming down enough to not be a no ball, although they're going to have a look at it. Remember, the T10 regulations, if it's waist high or above, it will be called. And again, you could look at the flight of the ball, but I think they make the right call. They think probably hitting her just below the belt if she was standing at the crease. But still, not a great ball from Tanguy.
Got what it deserved, Vinny. It's played on the offside. Should just be a single.
I think with Bryce slightly back from the stumps, the batters feel comfortable running down and trying to get Tanguy either on the full or on the half volley. But in the end, it's a good over from Flo, who takes a 1 for 8 and removes the dangerous Lara Maritz. And at the end of 5, it's 48 for 3. Warm welcome to everyone in the chat as well. And you might be watching from England, of course. You might be watching from anywhere. Actually, got viewers all around the world, but particularly honoured to have MCC playing our kind of trademark ECN T10 format for the first time. It's an action-packed form of the game, and it tests you in different ways as a cricketer. So obviously the MCC team is quite a diverse team of experiences and backgrounds and careers in cricket, but I think they're going to enjoy the weekend a lot. We're going to enjoy watching them. Here's Finty Trussler, who is going to bowl in over number 6. First one's right on the money.
So she's a leggy, but she's taking medium pace
Yeah,
to
the thing is,
run up.
if you look at her release, it's quite interesting. She's got a kind of natural roll out the left of the hand. But I think for Finty, this is also an opportunity for her to try a few different things that she might not normally try. And that one's more or less a seam up Yorker. So she is, she's sending down the mediums.
So, moved away.
Yeah, it's a good ball. It's straight over the tram line. Remember, that blue line outside the off stump, that's the difference between a wide and not a wide. But to be a wide, it has to fully be outside the blue line when it passes the crease. This one's pretty much straight over it, you see, or at least get some of the lines. It's good call from the umpire.
Should be a hybrid, I think. Medium pace leg spinner.
This is more genuine pace we're getting from her at the moment, though. And I think she's just a very talented all-round cricketer.
Yeah, I think so.
And she's probably identified, okay, Polly's still fairly new to the crease. Let's just keep the ball away from her. Don't give her too much in her zone. I think she's pretty impressed with herself, Finty, as well, about how these are coming out.
Yeah, looking very handy cricketer. Hit a 50 in the first game. And, a little leading edge there.
I mean, it's 4 dots now in a row. 4 dots in a row, so a very, very tight over here. I mean, you'd probably rather have a maiden than like a 2 for 10 over, really, in this format. As the Jersey wind knocks over the fence, and
It's not that breezy, is it?
very good rescue effort. Probably have to do it again in 2 minutes. But anyway, 5 dots in a row. So Polly is basically stuck in quicksand at the moment, and Trussler, he's shut the scoring down in the 6th over.
It's been fantastic from Trussler.
I'm trying to think, did we have a maiden in the men's ECS? I'm not so sure we did, you know. Top of my head, I can't remember one. I know it was pretty chaotic. We might have missed it.
A couple of maiden balls along the way. I remember that. Maybe not in the last game. Nice shot down the ground. Well, she'll retain the strike.
Jinx the maiden, but if anything, you know, it puts Polly back on the rack. She just gets that single off the over. Trussler, she's obviously very satisfied with her efforts, and MCC have just kind of snuck behind the running now, haven't they? They're 49 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, the wicket in the previous over, that of Lara Maritz.
The Maritz wicket is huge.
It
and
is.
I said this earlier, we've seen some key catches missed of top order batters.
Yeah.
And when the moment of truth came for Maria De Rocca there, and again, Prey hasn't had too much to do this morning, but she had her moment, that opportunity to change the game, and she took it with both hands, literally. And it's a huge turning point. Anyway, here's Beatty coming back to bowl out in the 7th.
It's called a wide. But again, I've been very impressed with Holly Beatty's bowling. Went for 9 off her first, but it was pretty good.
It's pretty close. I think it just misses.
Yeah.
It's a good example of that whole ball outside the whole line.
Yep.
So it does get called wide, but if she brings it back kind of half a ball, that should be okay. 50's up, as you said. Beatty trying to break this partnership.
Hit down the ground pretty firmly, and it'll be picked up by Grace Weatherall.
Just this outfield's lightning fast, isn't it? Every day, I think, has been warmer that we've been here as well. And you even got the short sleeves on today.
I do, yeah. You've taken the big puffy jackets.
Spring has sprung here. Almost
So-
1 p.m. local.
It's very pleasant, I've got to say. It's been a really good tournament and a really pleasant time here in Jersey. Oh, good ball, gone straight through her. Great bowling by Beatty. That's the end of Garmina Singh.
Yeah, Garima, unfortunately
Garima's
for her, just gets a good one here, doesn't she?
Beauty.
And this is the length. If you can create this length, there's very little you can do with it as a bat. And just kind of yorks her, crashes into the middle stump. Have a look at it here. Bowler bustling in. That is a classical Yorker from Holly Beatty. And that's going to leave MCCW at 51 for 4.
Yeah, a bit of movement in the air, and Garima Singh just couldn't get behind it. But pretty good here. The Eastern Royals last couple of overs have not only tightened things up, but a couple of big wickets have fallen. So we'll see how deep they go, the MCC batting. With the bulk of the top order gone. 4 wickets down for 51.
Thing is, even if you're hitting that, where's it going? It's very hard to hit it to a boundary. You're probably just having to keep it out. So Meg Presley-Smith comes out number 6. They need a difference maker here, don't they, MCC?
Yeah, definitely do. That's another good ball.
Yeah, just completely shut the scoring down as well, haven't they? So that's, what's that, in the last 10 balls, we've had 1 wicket fall and only 3 runs. It's no coincidence that the shutdown has also coincided with the dismissal of Maritz.
Yeah, it's a big moment.
No time to settle, that's the thing, as a new batter.
So it just got past the bowler and we picked up nicely. That's a skipper out there, Trinity Smith.
So I think that's probably the biggest difference for MCC, who I know are all very, very good cricketers. They're very proficient cricketers. But normally you do have this kind of 6 balls to just kind of settle in. Be like, okay, cool, this is what I'm dealing with. Just doesn't exist here.
No.
Polly's batted herself into a bit of a hole, 8 off 10. And they need to find a boundary, find it pretty quickly. This game's slipping away. It's Beatty.
It's been just guided down the ground. Whoa. Well, they'll won't go on the misfield. There's a bit of a conversation between Grace Weatherall and Captain Trinity Smith after she let it go through her legs.
I think the conversation went something like, what are you doing? But the good news is they weren't really watching. They just assumed it was only one. It's always great when your mistakes don't cost you anything at all. Anyway.
Come back up with a smile as well.
Nice ball for Beatty.
It's a nice shot, just guided through the slip area. That's 4 runs. They needed that, the MCC.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I think with some of these pace bowlers, I think you might look at having the third back a bit more because they are bowling good lines of bowling outside off. You got a deep square leg, you got deep mid wicket. I don't think you need both. And poco de suerte there, Meg Presley-Smith. I suppose any bat's good bat. And it does break the run of no boundaries at the end of 7 overs. MCC 57 for 4. Let's have a quick look at our ECN calendar. And yeah, this is our primary tour. Tomorrow, unfortunately, I won't be here, but I will be watching because I'll already be on my way to Sweden where I'll be doing day 1 in Landskrona. And then after that, we're in Estonia, Romania. We will be in England, actually. So yeah, if you are watching from around the London area, we have a series in Hornchurch in the east of London on in the first week June, and then we'll be back in the west at the start of August at Rains Park. The Wimbledon Cricket Club hosts us for that one. And also there's a possibility we might have a northern series. So Northamptonshire, their ground is free during the 100, I think. So in the middle of August, we might be looking at doing another one. So if you haven't become acquainted with ECN yet, why don't you join our ECN family? And we just like to do cricket when we can, where we can, and spread the word of the game. In a way, it's always a nice kind of tie-in with MCC, who have been a real key organisation in promoting cricket, developing cricket. They were the custodians of the laws of the game for the vast majority of the game's history.
Yep.
I know overseas England touring teams used to kind of fall under the MCC banner.
Just push down the ground, just be single.
Got a bit of an identity crisis here now because with 6 wickets in hand, 3 overs to go, I think the time for pushing singles is probably over. I think you're going to have to play a few more aggressive shots. I think MCC realising the 10 overs actually passes you by so quickly.
Yeah. Certainly a couple of overs left after this. Again, really good delivery right in the block hole there from Baston.
And I also think the Eastern Royals are better for having already played a game.
Yeah.
They just seem they're a bit more settled. I know the game didn't go the way they wanted early, but they certainly had their bright spots.
There wasn't much in that game at all. It was just a very, very good innings in there by Lucy Barnett. Sorry. Just a quick question. You've seen the men's game here over this week. This is hit down the ground again, just for a single. How does it compare to what we saw in Hornchurch last year as far as the quality of the play?
It's a very good question. I would probably say we saw more depth in this series in Jersey. Partly was because in England, a lot of the first team players weren't available. There's still some good cricketers, absolutely. But I think we saw teams relying on certain players a bit more than we saw here. But they certainly were very, very comparable. Very, very comparable. I mean,
I can imagine the fielding being pretty much exactly the same. The fielding here was great.
If anything, this was a more challenging field to field on because I just think it was so quick on the bounce. There's a bit more forgiveness in the Rains Park turf. And also it was kind of weather affected at times. So it just felt slightly different. We didn't have any issues with rain except for the first day. We had a brief interruption. Just squeezed out again. Might be looking for 2 here. Not so sure they'll get it. They'll have to settle for 1. Well, now they might go 2. That's one way to show off your arm. That almost got thrown into the bowling club, but well backed up. So, as you know, when rain's a factor, we had more showers sweeping through the ground in England last year, and it just affects the ability for the fielders, considering how slippery the ball can get, how hard the ball's hit.
Yep.
But yeah, definitely one of the highest quality European cricket series we've ever had. This is into the gap. It's a long chase. It's an unsuccessful chase for the 2 outfielders. Presley-Smith just makes good contact here, doesn't she? And the outfield does the rest, 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a pretty good chase, but it was very straight and nice shot. So probably moves on to 11.
That will be the end of the over as well. So 66 for 4 after 8. I know I had a question from Chris in the chat. What will happen if they don't complete the overs in time? That's a 5-run penalty if the clock runs out before the 9th over is completed. So it's very simple actually. And that clock will be stopped or time will be added if there's anything relevant. So for example, every wicket, there's an automatic 60 seconds that's added because the batter has 60 seconds to come to the crease, and if there's something unexpected that's out of the fielding team's control, then the clock will be stopped or time will be added. So it's actually a very simple system, and I suppose the difference is it's because the time's managed in real time, we stay on time. It's not kind of just, let's talk about it afterwards. Here's Weatherall in over number 9.
It's been hit down the ground. It'll be Vindy Trussler to pick up the ball and just arm it back to the bowler.
Imagine Trussler opens again. I know there might be a time for experimentation, but I think with the Royals not winning the first game, they'd love to get her back out there. At the moment, 82 expected. So certainly a lot lower scoring than the 2 innings we've seen so far. But again, because when the key moment came, and I think the key moment for me was Marrett's, they took it.
Tell you what, though, I think the bowling's been of high standard.
Yeah, that's the other thing. They've got it right more often. And even when they've missed, they've kind of missed in good spots.
Yep.
So if you miss a little bit outside the offside tram line, then, you can make a slight adjustment. A lot of the time, the batters have kind of stayed quite leg side. That we haven't seen any kind of bold stance chases. Bearing in mind that line doesn't move on the offside. But the batters have seemed pretty happy to kind of stand kind of in regular positions and just kind of chase the ball with their hands. Weatherall has been good so far as well. Whoa. And a proper jigs job as Grace almost blows her own toe off with this one. And she does carry a slight finger injury into this. But we'll call the Guinness people. This could be the shortest ball we've ever seen.
That was not a great delivery, but you can see that the bounce is in her arsenal. Don't know if it was the greatest bouncer of the world,
She has a laugh about it. I suppose you can afford to. Probably wasn't attempted bouncer, but just overdid it.
I haven't seen, I've seen Grace a little bit this week and also today. I've never seen her without a smile on her face.
Grace is a real character. She almost gets cleaned up.
She appealed too.
I thought she was appealing, or she was counting that she still had 10 fingers, because this one flies in. And actually, it's actually closer than you think.
Oh.
It's not out, is it?
No, I don't think that's been referred. It's very close.
It was very close, actually.
This is going to be out. Another caught and bowled. And just missed time there by Presley Smith. And Grace Weatherall picks up her first wicket. Very good piece of bowling again. And there you go, big smile on her face. She gets congratulated by her captain.
Yeah, well, Grace, she's got every reason to smile. You're right. Presley Smith just tries to hit this down the ground. MCC, this will be a big learning innings for them, I'm sure, about who to bat where and how to go about it. That was a rolling cutter from Grace, who has bowled a bit of an unpredictable over, but predictably that simple catch is taken. It's her first wicket of this one, and MCC lose Presley Smith for 11. It's 70 for 5. Yeah, well, with the IPL being suspended, we're getting cricket news from everywhere, and this comes in from the Arabian Cricket League news, and thanks to John Higginbottom, who said that 2 batters from Spade's real estate team were both timed out. I'd like to know about that.
At the same time?
I always wondered, can you time out openers? Like, what if the openers didn't turn up? Is that just kind of 2 wickets?
It would be. It should be.
Maybe. Or like after a tea break or something. Krista Delamere is the new batter coming in, but doesn't have too much time to make an impact. 8 balls to go, becomes 7 as Weatherall just kind of hurries this one onto her.
Yeah, it's, well, Weatherall got 1 ball left of this spell. Been very good. And so she can pick up another one. Krista Delamere, the keeper for the MCC. And she'll look at, well, Polly, the skipper, is 13 off 16. She did hit a nice 4 down the ground as well. Big swing and a miss there from Delamere. And another really good ball. A good spell here from Weatherall. Yeah,
so Grace goes at less than run a ball on her 2 overs, 1 for 11. Very good figures. 70 for 5 after 9. MCC going to have to scrap here. Want kind of double digits here, but they're going to have to face Trussler, who only gave up a single run in that first over she bowled, and that was all to Polly, who will be facing up in the 10th.
Yep. Okay. So see here the bowling card. We've used 6 bowlers, so you can see there's a bit of depth there. 10 extras, but 70 for 5.
I think you already see now that Trussler is a better option, not with the gloves. I think, in the even in the field, she's a bit of a presence.
I think Tula Spry's doing a good job behind the stumps as well. So I don't know why she didn't get the first game.
I think, again, you try things, you learn.
Yeah.
In this, when you've got a new bunch of players coming together. Here we go, 10th overtime.
It's just been played quite daintily on the leg side. They look for two, and they're a little bit of hesitation. Gone. Well, I came back for the second one. It was worthwhile going for.
Yeah.
But a little bit of hesitation from Krista de Lamar, and that's just enough to make her fall short of her ground.
Yeah, I think it's worth taking on. I mean, I know it's unselfish stuff from Krista. I will say that. I mean, I think she knows that she had a couple of balls, wasn't able to do too much with it, so it's worth trying to get the captain back on strike. But it was a fairly short throw.
Have a look. She hesitates there.
I still think probably would have been out
I'd
anyway.
say so.
But it's just one of those ones. You hope the fielding team make a mistake. You've got the wickets to play with. Again, that's pretty good education to at least go for it, even though she does lose her wicket.
This is just past the bowler. Makes a good effort to get there. It's picked up by Weatherall again. Just a single.
Yeah, Lavender is the new batter, so she'll get an opportunity. Eastern Royals, just a kind of, it's almost like they're already kind of in the thick of it. They're in the swing of it, and MCC is still finding their feet again. First match of the format for most of their team. Lavender though gets a chance to be a hero. 4 to come.
It's a full toss, called a wide. Don't think they're looking at it as a no ball. So be bowled again, but just a little bit loose there.
Probably knee high is my guess. Down the leg side would have called it wide anyway. Let's have a look. Well, actually, I mean, she's not the tallest. She is slightly bent there with her stance.
Is it a batting stance though?
It's, yeah, but so it makes it hard to judge is what I'm saying.
I think it's being
I think
changed.
it's going to be called a no ball. Maybe if there's, and that's just because Trussler's fast. It would have hit her in the hip.
Yeah.
And so
It's a good decision, I think.
yeah. Remember in ECN, if it's waist or above, that's a classic waster. That probably you get away with. Anyway, either way, it was going to be a wide. Difference is it's a free hit, and it is hit. Weatherall should clean up. It's just a single. Lavender off the mark.
Tell you what, though, I've been impressed with the level of umpiring in, this week, and also this morning. It's been spot on, I think. Very few, even vaguely controversial decisions. The wides have been well called. It's and especially the pace of what the men's game was ridiculous.
Oh, this could be out anyway. It will be. Almost gets her fingers blown off. And I suppose Trussler doesn't get the wicket to her bowling figures, but she will be responsible for the dismissal at any rate. Good recovery there, just to kind of recover from the shock. And she will get the MCC skipper, who is run out here in the 10th over.
Very coolly done. She just picks it up and just straight away. And they hit the middle stump there. She's on my bowling team, I reckon, Vinny. Could be the lawn bowls actually next door that's been used for practice, because that was absolutely
Do you know the good
fine piece of underarm bowling.
The good thing about her there, she didn't have too much time to think about it. So when you have too much time, you start overthinking it. Now you got to run hard, and it goes straight to the fielder. So just a single. As Lavender will hand over, it will be Fiona Ray to get one opportunity to advance the score. MCC 75 plus whatever they get here.
It's been a good final over as well from Trussler. So see if Ray can get a boundary. But, there's a big gap outside off stump. There's a gully in, but no third.
All right, seatbelts on, last ball.
Oh, hits it to cover, and not having the best time with her hands there. The field up. Oh, that could be out. You know.
Did she kick the stumps? She doesn't think she's got it.
I don't know if there was an appeal. Let's have another look.
Well, the thing is, she doesn't think it's the ball that hit the stumps, but the stumps did go down. It's definitely worth a look. Let's have a look.
No. Well, hold on. She didn't have the ball. Where's the ball? What happened there? She
Okay,
hit it with a
She
hand.
didn't have the ball. She never caught the ball. I thought for
Yeah.
a second she caught it and momentarily had it, but see, she drops it there.
Mm.
So it will be 2. That's why you go for the 2. So they're going to finish on the slot machine, 77 for 7
Yeah.
off the 10 overs. And look, I will say this, it's the kind of rate, if they go at the rate they went before, that they could take all the points here, the Royals, 78 in 7, which is about 11 and over, would get them to that figure. But MCC, again, as we see with a lot of teams, find it quite tough going, just kind of with the tempo, which they weren't able to create.
Yep.
And they're all very good cricketers. You can see that just with the way that they go about it, and some of their striking down the ground. That was a simple caught and bowled one of a couple in the innings. But for me, that Marritt's dismissal, that potentially saves you 30, 40 runs, because she was looking very, very good. And so for me, Maria DeRocca, it's a good example of, sometimes you might not do too much on the field, but then you get your moment. This one was Scott Dalglish, who almost took an absolute hanger in that same position. But I think Royals, they're pretty confident considering how they went earlier. They will be able to chase this down, but I suppose it's the first chance to see MCC with the ball.
Yeah, look, early wickets, especially a big wicket of Finty Trussler, I think would be good for the MCC. This was the catch. Lovely catch there. The run out as well was well affected. It removed both Marritt's and earlier it was Emma Marsh who was run out.
Yeah, it was a funny old one, wasn't it? That was a classic Yorker, though, wasn't it? Just tilted back the middle stump. And the Royals, I think they were just able to capitalise on that wicket of Marritt's, with then really slowing things down for a couple of overs. I think Trussler obviously being able to bowl, and she bowled seam-up, bowled really well, didn't she? Grace Weatherall, she almost blew her big toe off with the bouncer, but later in the over she was able to take that caught and bowled, then had a bit of work to do in the field again. This is actually pretty intelligent from the MCC, who will have a lot of intelligent cricketers playing for them. You have the wickets to play with. You got to be unselfish. You don't bat for stats. You don't bat for your own personal ambitions, but you scramble and you at least make them run you out. Same with the last ball, where they went for a run that they really shouldn't have had, that second run, but they were able to complete it, and they finished on 77 for 7.
We'll see the scorecard in just a moment. And it was a good effort in the field, I think, from the Eastern Royals. It's the first game for the MCC. Here, Alice Robbins batted well. It was a run out for 19. Emma Marsh went caught and bowl by Baston. But runs for Lara Marritt, who I think missed out a little bit. She looked very, very good. The skipper, also Amanda Polly with 15, and Meg Presley-Smith with 11. So a few batters getting a start. 11 extras. 77 the score. 7 wickets down. 11
extra is not too bad. I think, if you can be around the kind of 1 extra per over, then it's acceptable, especially because as a bowler, often you are trying to draw the batter a bit wide, but hopefully you don't want to go too wide. Yeah, bowling-wise also, it was a pretty complete performance, wasn't it? I think the big difference maker was Trussler, who went 2 overs, none for 8. Did effect a run out in that last over. Wickets were shared around. Weatherall with 1 for 11 was also very economical, less than a run a ball for her. Tanguy bowled a lot better in her over, 1 for 8. And you saw Beatty and Baston chipping in with wickets as well. And even Isla Scott Dalglish doesn't take a wicket in her over. She impressed me with the kind of zip that she was bowling with. We'll take a break then, back in just a few minutes. It'll be 78 in 10 overs for the Royals to have their first win in the series. Or could they even do it in 7 and complete the 7s, taking 4 points out of the contest? Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. We'll take a break and see you shortly in Jersey for more ECS-W Liberation Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you as we get ready for the second half of match number 2. This is going to be a chase for the Royals now, trying to get their first win in the series against MCC. MCC batting first in this one, 77 for 7 off the 10 overs. And that means 78 for the win for the Royals. And of course, have the bonus point in play all weekend here in our ECN T10 cricket. There's 4 points on offer every game. Now, typically the winning team will get 3. The bowling team will have 1. But there is a way you can take the losing team's point away from them, and that's by thrashing them. And how do you do that? You have to chase it in 7 overs or less if you are the Royals here. And even the fielding team, if they can restrict the batting team to 70% or less, in this case 53 or less, then they could take all 4 points. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Beautiful day in Jersey, and it's beautiful to have this man next to me once again, Danny Huchek, as we'll about to see the Royals undertake the chase.
Thank you, Vinny, and looking forward to this. See what the MCC have. It's a familiar face in Ramya Mardi. We'll open the bowling. Trinity Smith at the non-striker's end. And I think it'll be Finty Trussler who'll take strike. Just going to confirm that with you, but Mardi is a Norwegian international.
Yeah, saw her not too long ago. So she is one of the few MCC players with history in the format. She played 5 matches. Anyway, here we go. Grace Weatherall started big early on. Let's see how she goes.
It's a nice shot down the ground. Good piece of fielding. And that was Amanda Polly, the skipper, knocked it to a person who was not there. And Marsh, who tried to cover the boundary.
Yeah, you can't blame Marsh. She thinks she's going to have a big chase here, but the deflection, it was actually very good fielding from Polly to get a hand on it in the first place, but it knocked into space, and they get 2, despite Trinity not realising straight away that the second was on. You can see Weatherall starting aggressively.
We're going to miss that time.
Grace has got a bit of a role here. When she was playing for Jersey in the ECS-W, she'd be more of a kind of middle order, kind of come out and swing. Now she's an opener, come out and swing, because you've got so much batting, obviously, below the openers. So they feel that Grace is a good hit over the top of the infield hitter. They want to get her out there in the power play.
If you can get off to a flyer as well. Oh, it's a nice shot. Player out there. Can't get there. Unlucky. That was Alice Robbins skirting the boundary.
Well, this would have been an amazing catch. She got quite close to it in the end. I think it's pretty close to being 6. Might have bounced just inside. Check it out. It's pretty well bowled by Amadi in the first place. It came down and, yeah, just inside the boundary. Couldn't really manufacture a dive there. Robbins and Weatherall. He's off to the races with her first boundary.
Comes Amadi again. This one's hit just over me, I hope. And it has been. Nice shot there from Grace, and 6 runs.
I mean, you can see straight away the different kind of approach that comes with experience of playing. And I don't know how many games Grace have played now, but probably kind of 15 games or something like that of the format. It's just this fear-free batting. It's okay. I'll accept whatever happens, but I'm gonna bat as if I'm already in.
Well, she's seen a week's worth of T10 action here with some of the biggest hitting we've ever seen and the highest scores we've ever seen. So I think she's learned a thing or two. As this is in the air, play coming under it, takes a catch, nice catch there, and short and sweet for Grace Weatherall, who goes for 12, wicket for Amadi. Nice catch there.
It's Meg Presley-Smith that takes the catch, and she had a lot of time to think about it, didn't she? But again, it's a productive innings from Weatherall. I know she'll be disappointed. And credit to Amadi as well, who's bowling stump to stump here. This was not such an easy catch. It looks easy on TV, but that was up a long time. But Grace goes 4-6, and time to take a seat after that. After 5 balls, it's 12 for 1. But that's the thing. 12 for 1 is so much better than even kind of 4 for none of 5 balls. You know, it's just when you're looking at the fact that they only need 78 here. And it will be Finty Trussler coming out at number 3, coming off a half century earlier in the day. Last ball, the first over.
Nice looking shot through the gap. Beautiful shot there by Finty Trussler. Used her feet well and just placed it through the covers for 4.
I've never been hit by a truck, but I think playing your first game in this format must feel a bit like that. Because, I mean, you look at that and you go, hey, well, we took a wicket first over. And then you look at the score and there's 16.
Yeah.
So I will say, though, you know, we haven't seen too much of the middle lower order or any of the Royals yet. So if the MCC can break this partnership and kind of get a few new players out there, maybe they've still got enough runs to play with. 6 matches since the Golden Ball. Of course, the Golden Ball is our tiebreaker on ECN when there is a tie. When's the last time? Well, about 24 hours ago, give or take, when we had a dramatic Golden Ball between the two teams on finals day. Spitfires ended up getting over the line against the Eastern Royals, funnily enough.
What an amazing finals day that was as
and
well.
even the fact the Golden Ball, where you need 2 to win, otherwise you lose. The second run, it was a photo finish. It was so close.
Could not have been any closer.
Daniel Lavender to bowl the second over, so they can take the pace off here straight away.
The keeper was keeping up to Amadi as well. It's been turned around the corner. Well, turned on the leg side. Just for a single.
Oh, maybe not. Another airmail throw. That's the other thing, because you're playing on a field that's more or less, let's say, on average, 25 to 30% smaller than a normal field. So as an outfielder, you're used to, okay, throwing from the outfielder, this is how far I throw it. But we've seen a couple of throws sail over the keeper so far.
I mean, it's like real cricket, but compressed. This is nicely hit. And going towards the boundary. That'll be 4 runs. Nice shot there. And Trussler. It's another boundary. This time on the leg side.
Don't get Trussler, you can kiss the game goodbye. You want to get it and probably get it before the end of the power play. And again, we called it earlier as well. The taking of chances, especially early, is crucial.
So, bit of a misfield there. That was Lara Maritz, who got friendly bounce. Might have been interesting if she'd gathered, because they did go for a quick single.
Pick up on a point you mentioned a second ago. And that's about it's just compressed. Everything's compressed. So it's stuff you would see in a slightly longer form game, including T20, which is double the length. So you just have to be ready for things to happen a lot quicker.
Well, that's gone, I think, and that's a big wicket. Smith goes, and a neat piece of work there by Krista de la Mare.
Yeah, Delamere's pretty good keeper. You can see that already, and I like the way she takes this. Kind of follows the line of the ball. Isn't distracted by the batter's position or the line of the ball. We'll check it out here. And it was quite a lot of bounce. We'll check it on the replay. But she did very, very well. Easy one for the standing umpire, the square leg umpire, who didn't need to go to the replay because he never even got back. Trinity stumped for 1. Lavender with a good comeback here. Early wickets are falling, but the runs are flowing as well. It's 23 for 2, and this will be Florence Tanguy to come out at number 4.
This will be a vital partnership, I think. 2 very good batters in for the Royals. This is just hit towards the boundary. Throw was pretty firm. That's Alice Robbins out there. The bowler didn't want to get behind that one.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Lavender's done a pretty good job here with one of the key batters. Trussler holds the cards at the moment.
It's hit down the ground. Got past the fielder, 4 runs. Made it into a full toss, and it's gone to the vacant bleachers there.
Yeah, I think a few people might have snuck inside for lunch at the moment, and which is probably where I'll be headed after this innings. But anyway, it'll be 28 for 2 after 2. Again, excellent footwork from Trussler. If you can get it on the full, it's fairly risk-free shot with value because the field is so fast and just placed it nicely. Her placement's been amazing actually so far. End of the second. It's 28 for 2. Quick look. And just, confirming the structure of the tournament. Each team will play 6 matches. There's 4 points on offer every match. Typically, it'll be 3 points for the winner, 1 point for the loser, like the first match. And you see the result there. But if you can win by a significant amount, either chasing in 70% of the time or restricting the opposition to 70% of your first inning score, then you can steal their point. You can win 4-0. And to be honest, I think there's a bit of a chance here because that's the pace they're going at the moment. the Royals. 28 for 2. I'm sure they'll update in a second. Meanwhile, let's have a look at Fiona Ray.
It's going to be called a wide.
I think it's a pretty harsh call, actually. I think for me, this looked like it might have gone over the line, which should be okay. But the umpire's got a slightly different perspective. And if it did swing a lot. So if they're not sure, it's a 50-50 call. If they're not sure, they probably will call it a wide. Plus, they get through for an extra.
Good movement, though. Good shape. And again, this one's a bit full. Should be called a no ball, I think. It's been put away for 4. And they'll have another look at it, or have a look at it. I think it has been called already. Actually, we'll
seem
we'll
like
check
whenever you see a genuine pull behind squares and sign, it's probably high. Check it out in the replay. Yeah, I think when you look at the one that was called in the first innings,
yeah.
I think it is.
It's a touch and go one for me, but it may be called. It'll be.
If you look at the one in the first innings, that's almost identical.
Yeah.
Then Tanguy got pinged actually. Now, Trussler it was, pardon me, that got pinged.
Yeah, it is.
Tanguy had her own issues. But remember here, if it's waist high, they call them in this format. And that looked, I mean, just even from front, don't look waist high, didn't it? Anyway, free hit coming up for Trussler.
And good ball. Squeezed it out. Oh, gets 4 runs out of it. Well, not what's needed at all by the MCC, defending a modest total.
To say the least. But we've seen outfielders get rushed all morning, haven't we? Now we're into the afternoon. But it just didn't slow down as much as she thought it would, Alice Robbins, and so that ends up being a little bit of a facepalm moment. 4 more runs to Trussler.
It's called a wide. Flashed at it from outside off stump. And the length is pretty good now from Ray, just that just getting it a little bit wayward.
I mean, Ray somehow went for 12 runs off her first ball, but she looks a good bowler, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does.
Still early, very, very early in the tournament for her.
This one's just maybe a leg by. That'll bring Tanguy back on strike. So 41 for 2. Still in the power play. So let's have a look. 37 needed in 46 balls.
Yeah, 37 off 28 for all 4 points as well.
That's his head down the ground. That'll help. Another 4 runs. Good shot. And the MCC struggling in the first game. Just with the different factors. One of those factors being these 2 batters. 2 of those factors, I should say. That's more like it. As we have a man on the bleachers with a beer. Good to see.
You're looking longingly
I
at
am.
that.
I am.
It's a perfect day for it, actually, isn't it?
It is beer weather today in Jersey. Sure, there was quite a bit of it consumed last night. This is wide again.
I'm surprised there were any left on the island, actually, after Liberation Day yesterday. I think it was heavily celebrated. But, yeah, nice opportunity for Tanguy to kind of get to work here as well. Thought she batted very well early in the day, 27 not out.
This one's, I think he hit a foot and then bounced up maybe into the helmet.
It was heading down the leg side, but yeah, I think I will just give her a check. The head protocols here. It's more just a kind of secondary blow up in the grill. It's a good reason as well. We have the head protocol and and helmets are compulsory at all times when batting in ECN cricket. ECN T10 cricket.
It should have been compulsory for some of the fielders we had during the week. I saw someone try to catch up with their face yesterday. And it's a nice shot, cut just behind point, 4 runs.
End of the power play can't come quick enough for MCC. Just need to protect these boundaries. And yeah, the 50 comes up with the ball to go in the 3rd. Nice shot by Tanguy. Obviously didn't knock around too much, but just a bit of width, and she goes with it, hits the gap, and still a ball to go in the 3rd. Yeah, we had Adam Hayward basically take the ball in the face yesterday. So he's got a few new nicknames last night.
Yeah,
and he was enjoying the Liberation Day festivities. One of his nicknames is Cheekbone.
Yeah,
and really, they're also trying out Socket.
Socket. I think chops would be a good one, but why socket?
Because they reckon he fielded it with his eye socket. Or very close to. It's the end of the third over here. Ray, unfortunately for her, goes magical, which is a 20-plus over in the third. And the score 51 for 2. And you can see even for the 4 points now, the Royals only need 27 off 24.
Looking pretty good for it. And after a loss in the previous game against the Western Towers, looking very good for a win. And you're right, Vinny, maybe the 4 points. Look at this, 16, 12 and 23. And none of the overs for the MCC went above 12.
It's almost like, you know, they're playing chess, you're playing Twister. It's just two teams that have had different experiences in, I suppose, yeah, completely different experience levels in the format. MCC, they'll definitely learn a lot from this.
Sure.
And I think, you know, based on what I saw earlier, I think Marritt's, and I don't want to over Marritt's the hype, but I think she's got to open. I think she's got to get up there, open, try and, you know, get her into the entire power play, and then I suppose you put batters in form up the top as well. Now, it's too early to say who those are going to be, but and I think the biggest thing I would say, not just MCC but any team playing for the first time, is just don't be afraid to get out.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you have to bat crazy, but you'd rather be out first ball than make like a 2 off 6 in this format.
That's very true. Is this hit in the air, and the fielder will cut it off. Almost got fooled by the bounce. Come back for 2. Hold on. I think it's going to go. There's an appeal.
That's
this
out.
This is pretty close.
I'm sure this is out. Tanguy looked like she was running up Mount Everest here on the second run. They're going to go to the replay, but I'm just eyeballing this, and I think here she doesn't get a good swing in, and yeah.
That's out.
The umpire didn't make the greatest position. I think he just assumed it might be 4.
Well, let's have a look. And, well,
this might be a real lucky break for Tanguy if the umpire's blocking the
I think you can see the bails on the ground.
I think you can see it's out clearly
bails.
there.
Yeah, the bail. Oh, don't know. No, umpire.
Okay, is there enough evidence to give this?
No. You can't give it.
Well,
I mean, you can assume the stumps have been broken.
yeah.
Oh, well, there's the bail. Hold on, there's the bail there.
And she's still not in. Or
She's still not in.
Has she passed the line yet?
What? No, look, there's the bail.
Yeah, I think you got to give that out.
Yep.
It's such a weird one, and probably that. Yeah.
That's the bail there, just next to the umpire's elbow.
But see, she's already almost made a ground there, and then she jumps up. So the thing is, this is about 7 technical things at once. I think
It's outside my pay grade.
It's kind of like it's so many weird things at once. If she
Yeah.
gets away with this, she needs to buy a lottery ticket.
Isn't it like a bat bouncing?
That's what I mean. So once she's in, even though she lifts her bat, but I think there's no doubt for me it's out. I think the right decision's made. Again, you can discuss the process of how she got there, but we saw it live as well. And to be honest, she wasn't even close to getting her bat down when the bails got taken. Anyway, so it's going to be 1 and done. So I guess the boundary stop saves some runs, but then results in the wicket as well. But even if you just look at this at a fairly normal speed, you can tell that she's nowhere close to getting the bat down when the stumps are taken. Because look, see, it's before the push. So Tanguy probably learns a lesson there. I don't think she ran 100%, and it cost her a wicket, and a bit of a lucky break for MCC. 52 becomes 53 for 3.
Well, Trussler's still there, going at 3 a ball. And if they can get her, then they can put a bit of pressure on some of the other batting for the Royals. It'll be Sophie Lawrence to bowl.
Yeah, she's bowling 4th over. End of the power play came at the end of 3, of course.
She's hit over the top. Nice shot there. 4 runs. Just 1 bounce over the rope.
Well, I tell you who's unbothered is Trussler, who just says, all right, She's going to keep on trucking, and this is a brilliant bit of footwork. Once again, it's going to push the mid off back to the boundary. Just a classical swing of the bat from Finty.
Yeah, she's a class act. And, well,
the other thing I should just mention with the run out is if it's inconclusive, it normally goes back to the umpire's on-field decision.
True.
So we don't actually know what that on-field decision is.
Yeah. Oh, gone. Big wicket. Trussler misses that one. And again, really good work there from the keeper, Krista de Lamar.
And Lawrence, very clever bowling. Is there a twist here?
Could be.
You can see just senses that Finty's coming down the track, and you can sense that she wanted to because that's what's worked for her so far. So she bowled a little bit wider and gets her kind of playing away from her body. And a regulation stumping for Krista de Lamar as Trussler walks away for the first time. 26 of just 10 deliveries faced. It's 57 for 4. And this is, geez, they'd love another 20 runs to play with here. MCC, they don't have them. That's well not to encroach either there, the keeper.
There's still plenty to go in this game. There's a lot of overs left. There's no problem with that as far as, but they've lost 4 wickets. It's a modest total in 78. We've seen
some things, haven't we? But this is a bit of a steadier, isn't it? Because it's the new batter that comes out, Isla Scott Dalgleish, batting for the first time in the series. Just gets one that's outside her hip, and she just turns it nicely away. Good contact, fast outfield. That's a confidence booster.
Yeah, nice shot. Just got a little bit leg side there, the bowler. But Lawrence, that one with Finty, you're right, she did push it through a little bit, but it turned as well away from the bat.
That was the thing. Yeah, you got to bowl good balls to get good players out. Last ball of the over.
Oh. Well, it's got Dalgleish. Didn't know too much about that one, just had a bit of a swing at it.
Bounced over the stumps, actually. Bounced straight over off stump. That'll be the end of 4, 61 for 4. Off 4. But here's the thing, because of that, because the aggression in the power play, I mean, look at Weatherall. I mean, her innings was actually pretty important, 12 off 5. She's got them off to a good start. Imagine if they needed kind of even another 12.
Yeah.
And you 30 off 3 overs with new batters there. They'd be feeling the pinch a lot more. But MCC is going to fight here. They've got, what is it? It's 7. Okay, for the win, it's 17 off 36. But even to keep their point, 17 off 18 becomes a lot more realistic.
It's still less than a run a bowl, but
but it's also, you know, the collapse could be on here.
Exactly.
Especially when you've got players that haven't batted in the series so far. We saw it happen in the opening day of the men's series, where we saw the Spitfires actually lost 5 for -2 at one point because there was a 5-run penalty. And remember, you have 60 seconds to get to the crease. Luckily, we haven't seen any of that so far. Here's Maria DeRocca. Took a good catch earlier to get the hard-hitting Lara Maritz. Now Maritz going to get some revenge bowling at her in over number 5.
Good pace there. And let's hit DeRocca. And let's have a look at this one.
Actually, I think
went through. We hit the keeper's gloves.
De La Mare's going to have to probably go back about 3 metres, I think, from where she was there, because she's way too close.
She's standing up.
She's in a kind of middle position, not really standing up, but not really back.
Yeah.
So it's you kind of got to choose one or the other. See where she is, probably at 3 metres back. Should be about 6 or 7 at least.
Oh, it's going to be just dropping in front of the. Oh, that's not a great piece of fielding there. That's Garama seeing. She let it drop in front of her. Could have gone for the catch. Ended up, took a left turn at Albuquerque. And let's have a look at this one. Just spun away from her.
See, the irony being, even if you go forward and you drop the catch, you've stopped the boundary.
Yeah.
But by letting it bounce, it was an awkward distance in front of her, and so it's going to run away for 4. I mean, it's good pace once again from Maritz.
Tell you what, very impressed with Maritz. That's
there's no chance this is going to be 6 because it bounced in front of her. I don't know if that's what they're checking, or maybe there's just a technical issue.
Let's have a look. Well, it bounced twice before it went over the boundary.
It can't be that. But anyway.
Yeah, very impressed with Maritz, both with the ball and with the bat. And this one is too quick for Scott Dalgleish.
Again, You know, you asked me earlier, as a keeper, where do you decide where to stand? And I said, to be honest, it's a guess, but then you need to adjust. Now, and I'm talking about if you're keeping back. If you're up to the stumps, you're always in the same position, no matter how fast it is. That one's almost hit her in the head because she's just way too close. And if there's an edge there, that's the ball that's not edged. If one is edged, then it's going to be even tougher. So,
well, from where we're looking at it, it looks like she's just behind the stumps because we can't really tell the distance. But looking back, she's at the edge of the pitch.
About 3 metres back. She needs to be about 8, honestly. Anyway, you learn from it and you make the adjustments again. That was a good take. But even if there's an edge there, it's going to be tough. And that's all still on the way up when it's going to it. The other thing with this MCC side, again, they come together and they haven't played together too much or at all. So this is where, you know, you're keeping to an international bowler in Lara Maritz. And we've already seen that Delamere's a very good keeper. She's very good up to the stumps, but it's a different thing when you've got this kind of pace coming at you. Good over this one from Lara.
And gone. Little edge. Well, there you go, Vinny. She's standing right in the just perfect position.
Yeah, you'd say, you know, it's the perfect storm, really, because it's only the smallest of touches, and it's probably the first ball that kept down a little bit. And so, like I said, I still think she's a little bit close, but she will be able to take the catch. And when it comes down to it, that's the most important thing. You can see that she does stay down very well there, actually. So it's again, a very good piece of wicket-keeping from a very talented player in Krista Delamere. And Daraka, I'm pretty sure she hit a 4 in there, but maybe it was the bye that gave her the strike, but it will be the 5th wicket down, 66 for 5. Daraka actually, I think she ended up didn't get a run off her own bat. Dalglish was the one that got that 4. Here's Greg, and you can see here, I mean, there's a bit of a white knuckle ride to the end here. That's the end of the over, 66 for 5, but they still need 12. And if you could precipitate an even bigger collapse, then maybe there's a miracle win for MCC on the cards. Coming up tonight, more cricket coming from Belgium. And we have the final night of the qualifying stage there. Royal Bristol's taking on Hassel there at 12 Stars Stadium in Hofstade. And you can tune into that 4:45 p.m. GMT, which is 6:45 in Central Europe, and 10:15 in India. Let me just say one more thing. Delamere, if she is going to keep that close for me normally, I'd just say, just keep up then. You might get a stumping.
Absolutely.
You have about the same reaction time. It's not going to be easy, though, against pace and balance. All right, here we go.
Gone.
6-1 down. Is there a bit of a super twist on the cards here? And that's Isla Scott Dalglish, who had 2 4s while she was out there, but now she goes and strap in, because what looked like an easy 4-pointer is just turning into a little bit of a nightmare for the Royals. The score is 66 for 6.
Let's have a look at this, and beautiful bowling there from Sophie Lawrence. Takes that off stump. And, 6 for 66 is the number of the so-called beast.
Yeah, but you know what? We had 77 for 7. Now we've got 66 for 6. So there's too many triples here. It's making me think there's something on the cards as Houghton gets an opportunity. And there's got to be a few nerves around here for these lower order batters coming in. Here's Lawrence.
Good delivery. Tell you what, though, I've been impressed with the MCC bowling.
I mean, Lawrence, we knew to keep our eyes on her. She's a very talented spinner. Again, I love the loop. A little bit of turn. It's only the bounce, actually, that takes it over the stumps.
Just been fended off.
I think he's got 12 off 10 for the bonus point, but I think now, considering the last 5 minutes, they'd be happy just to take a win out of this. So 12 off 9 for the bonus point, but 12 off 27 for the win.
And again, just played in the air. They'll didn't look for one, luckily, because it's Maritz who picks up the ball. That would have been another run out.
Yeah, I like the field position in here as well. Kind of fairly tight at cover. I mean, you know that the batters are going to be nervous coming out of this situation, so you don't want to let them get an easy single.
It was a short mid-wicket as well. And just defends that one again, Houghton. Neither batter has scored yet.
They're combined 0 off 5, aren't they? This is where I think, with Lawrence, you just kind of eat it. You say, all right, we'll play you off. You can't bowl again after this. But she's on a wicket maiden here, Sophie Lawrence.
And, just played on the leg side and no run.
Brilliant over. And we actually haven't had a run in 9 balls now. They've lost 2 for none in 9 balls. And something about opening day in the Liberation Series, we've seen a couple of innings grind to a halt, haven't we? End of 6, 66 for 6. That's not a great sign if you're superstitious. And now, okay, still, they could get 4 points here if they get 12 runs off this over, but you've got Marritz coming on. I can't see the 12 runs coming unless, maybe a couple of edges fly away. They've got the third in place. I like that field position. But a real good challenge, it's a pressure-packed finish coming up.
Marritz comes in and just defended again. And she's bowling pretty quick.
Yeah, so again, you're a bit worried about getting out here because obviously Marritz is a premier kind of bowler, and even if you weren't to get a run this over, you're still in the game. I mean, 12 runs off 3 overs, but with the 2 kind of form bowlers bowled out.
Oh, it's got through. They'll take 1. I think it's just gone straight past the batter. That'll be a bye.
I think it has gone for a bite. I don't think there was anything on it. It has been called. So again, it's rapid. It does well to get a hand on it. At least saves 3 runs. But runs have been hard to come by.
I'll get off the dreaded number.
It's straight through the legs, actually.
Yeah.
So the keeper doesn't get a look at that at all. Again, it's just, I know she's got that caught behind us. But, I mean, that's the ball still on the way up.
Oh, gone. Straight through her. Lovely Yorker. And that's another wicket down. 67 for 7.
I'm just going to say it, but we had a golden ball yesterday. Is there a chance that we could have a low-scoring tie, a double walking stick 77-77 tie? I mean, this is a blistering Yorker. We've seen a couple of good ones this morning, but you could just see the class of Marritz. Knocks that off stump out of the ground, beats the defence of Kelly Houghton, who has to walk back for a duck. 67 for 7.
She offered the full face, but it was just too good. Have a look at this one. And full face of the bat, maybe a bit late on it.
It's a good ball, though.
It's
a very good ball. Hey,
just missed a lot of batters.
I've got no idea. Win, lose or draw, all 3 are on the table now.
Yep.
And the funny thing is, what do they need? 11 off 3. You could add just 6 here and you can still get 4 points, potentially. The Stump's just needing a little bit of a TLC after they got absolutely uprooted there. It's Beatty comes out. She's a good bowler herself. Again, I think you can, with 7 down, you can just block these 3. You've still got time to win the game. You don't have to deal with Marritz after this over.
Oh, well, that's gone as well. Full toss, takes off stump. And this has turned around in the last couple of overs, hasn't it, Vinny?
Sometimes you can read it in the tea leaves. I just thought if they could pick up a couple of wickets, you got batters coming out here facing very, very difficult bowling and batting for the first time in the series. And Beatty just beaten for pace here. It's a genuine full toss, really. Attempted Yorker from Marritz, who's on a hat-trick. Let's check it out in the replay.
I think they're checking for the no ball, but I don't think it is.
This will show it. If it goes past the trousers.
Oh, that's pretty close, you know.
Have to look at it again on the replay. It's I think it's actually just okay.
Oh, I don't know.
But look, there when it goes past the line,
I think it's right.
When it goes past the line, it's below, so it's going to be out.
Standing up a little bit, so it is out. But because it is at batting stance, right, Vinny?
Well, no, it's standing at the crease.
Standing at the crease.
Standing at the crease. And actually, when the ball gets missed, you can actually see exactly where, like, you can actually see when it goes over the line where it is. So it definitely was closer than I think we thought. There were a few sideways looks. You'll see this one here. When it goes past the line, I don't know if we can freeze it. When it goes past the line, you'll be able to see that it's below the waist. So
we did have a discussion about this earlier in the week, I think, about with an umpire saying that you're there to defend your stumps.
That's your shot. See that shot? It's just below the waist. So good call from the umpires. Baston is going to come out batting 10. Maritz is on a hat trick. She's got 3 for 4. The stumps once again have been disturbed, and it takes about 5 minutes to set them up.
You think she'll bowl a wide, Vinny?
That is your specialty, but I don't think so. I think she's going to be zeroing on the stumps, and they're potentially 2 balls away from winning this game, MCC. A famous first match for them in the format.
Oh, that's out. Gone, hat trick. Well, Maritz has torn this this batting lineup apart. 9 down now, and a hat trick for Lara Maritz.
Wow, what a sensational hat trick ball! You could see Baston. It cleared the front leg, but left the back leg behind, and it hit her right in front of middle stump, and the bottom has fallen out of this innings. And what a great moment. I know she's done a lot in the game, Lara Maritz, but she has an ECN hat trick in her first ever match, and as far as LBW decisions go, they don't get a lot easier than that. And they're huge underdogs now. But still, the game's not. If you survive this, you've got your last pair at the crease. You've got 3 overs to make 11. But you're walking on the tightrope without a safety net now. MCC, they've been waiting on 235 years or something. Could this be 4 and 4?
It's going to be. Oh, thought it was going to be directly at the pegs. It pretty much was. Well kept out though by the batter.
Oh, it's 4 and 4 bowling at the 11 to win the game, but she's bowled out. We haven't had a run off the bat, I think, in 16 balls now.
It was, yeah, you're right.
We had a bye in that over, and that was it. So it's basically a triple wicket maiden to the bowler, and the score 67 for 9 off 7. Now, who's going to get the next one? And you can't just block out 3 overs either. You need to find a way to get basically, on average, about 4 and over out of the last 3 without getting out.
Yep.
Coming up, match 3 and starting in about 25 minutes, but we still got to finish on here with Western Towers to play MCC for the first time. MCC just need to find some runs from somewhere. I'm sure they'll organise themselves in that period, in that facet of the game. But yeah, the news from the toss: Western Towers winning the toss, electing to bat. So I actually think MCC benefit from chasing and knowing how many they need to chase and how quickly. Anyway, they go back on field now. Marsh. Come on.
Oh, chance for a run out.
Oh,
would have been gone.
that was for the game. They decided, okay, let's not muck around. Let's go direct hit. Bowler was never going to be able to really stop that. And wow, what a game this is turning out to be. 10 runs to win. Real test match feel, actually, to this game, even though it's T10.
Hit just over the top. Another chance for a run out. Oh,
I love it.
She copped it in the face, I think.
Oh, I hope not. That's a brilliant bit of running, though. Spry coming out and just putting it all on the line. She hurled herself creasewards. I think Marsh does eat it. She's not the first, won't be the last this weekend. Hopefully she's all right. All right, 9 to win now. What a thriller.
This is going to be called a no ball and a free hit.
That's one, if you could reach that, you hit it, because there's no ball once it bounces. Okay, but you still can be run out off a free hit. Remember that. Everybody very, very tense, no matter who you're supporting here. 8 of 16 for the win. They're down to the last wicket. Free hit here.
And it's going to be another no ball.
So I told you, it's a different game. Now you've got the 2 strike bowlers out of the picture. Don't see many 9 down wins. This could be one. Anything could happen here.
It's going to be a wide. Oh.
Maybe they're checking this off the pitch. It's definitely something. Otherwise, it would be caught if she'd hit it. They're just checking maybe the height. I mean, it can't be a height. Does that bounce on the pitch or just outside? It's like, it's almost a half and halfer. So if it's a no ball, then it will be a free hit. It looks more like a no ball than not.
It'll still be a free hit.
Yes, yeah, that's true.
So
yeah, that's true. So actually, it doesn't really matter. It's still a free hit. You're right, Danny. Good observation there. They're just trying to get it right for the scorebook. So wide's called.
Big over this.
6 off 6. They could win it with a Maximo.
Well, could do. I think they'll like to poke around and try to get it anywhere they can.
Well, the thing is, she's querying it, but the truth is, it doesn't really matter if it's wide or a no ball here, because it's still a free hit. So just just have that immunity. But again, don't want to run yourself out. Free crack at the game, though.
It's been hit to cover, no run.
This is the importance of backing up as well for Spry. She needs to be kind of stealing a couple of meters, ethically, and you're looking to run.
True. Don't think it was on that delivery, though.
Don't think so, but something you need to be aware of.
Just off the edge of the toe of the bat.
That was just on the pitch as well.
Yeah.
This is a real nail biter. This is the beauty of ECN cricket. It's so unpredictable. I think it just did bounce on the pitch, but only just. Every ball could be the last. That's a scary thing.
Could be. And hit pretty well on the leg side. And a little bit of a misfield. Didn't really cost anything. I don't think it would have been a run out.
73. This is proper kind of, I don't know, Alan Border, Jeff Thompson batting in the Ashes. Chris Tavares knocking it up. Miller taking the catch. If you're old enough to remember that.
I remember that. I remember exactly where I was too.
All right, so, well, I was a baby, but I've only seen the replay. That's the end of the over. Marsh only goes for 6 in the over. Felt like it was a rough ride for her, but they need 5 to win. There's 2 overs left. Yeah, you don't have to be over-aggressive as a batter here. You'd hope that someone comes on, gives you a couple of wides or no balls. But, it's a bit like the game last night. I've done over 5,000 matches. I've never quite seen a game like this. There's so many ways that games can go. But this is like, it has more of a test match feel. They've got time.
Yeah.
But yeah, wickets reduce the rate, and you've seen it, and both worms looking kind of similar. Okay, so Lavender's going to come back on now. She has bowled in the game and bowled pretty well. Bowled the second over. She'd go for 12, but it was a different game back then. I don't think she'll give you a lot of extras. Okay, so 5 to win. Here's the 9th over.
Oh, it's just hit nicely. It's going towards the boundary. Cut off well.
What a stop. What a stop. She almost had her face running, sliding on the ground because she needed to have the hand. Diana Orris has got a great picture of that. But I love the effort here. Very, very good piece of fielding from Meg Presley-Smith. She's been a gun in the field. Took a very good catch earlier. Need 3. How many did they run there? Was only 1?
I think it was 2.
They ran 2. Yeah, thought so.
Well, Greg facing Spry at the non-strikers.
And if that was a boundary, it would have tied the scores.
Let's bring another fielder onto the leg side. I think it's a good move.
I just heard that Nia, who hit that too, it's her mum watching right next to us. So I can feel, I've got the tension. Everyone's got the tension. But Nia could be a hero here. 3 to win. In the air.
Gone. That's it. Big win for the MCC. Came from nowhere to win by 2 runs.
Oh, what an amazing game. And MCC with one for the ages, and I bet in their 238 years, they've never quite had a game like that. Their first ever T10 game, and they hold on in a thriller. Looked like they weren't going to get anything out of the game at one point, but the bottom fell out of the Royals, and then that rally with the 10th wicket. It was a brave partnership between Greg and Spry, wasn't it? But the catch was offered, it was taken. And the final score, 77 to 75. Again, a game really unlike we've ever seen before. And that's the beauty of ECN. We had a real high-scoring thriller yesterday in the final of the Men's Liberation Series. This is more of a low-scoring arm wrestle, but a collapse of epic proportions. And at one point there, they lost, They lost 5 wickets for 2 runs in a 2-over period.
Yep.
And it's just too much pressure in the end for the lower order, and MCC win by 2 runs.
That was a great spell of bowling by Alara Murritz and also Sophie Lawrence that just tore apart the batting for the Royals. See here, we'll see the MCC back again in the next game. It's starting in a little while against the Western Towers. This should be another really good game. Very evenly matched sides, Vinny.
Yeah, and again, I think MCC, they will probably look at making some adjustments in their approach, but also kind of who they send out when. For Western Towers, though, I mean, they would just watch that one with the popcorn and enjoy it because 2 teams went at each other there. They've been relaxing. They've been having their lunch. And Barnett I think you got to throw her up the top. The form she was in, she looked so good. Some great contests coming up. Looking forward to seeing Barnett facing up to Lara Maritz, for example. But let's have a look at this, because early on, we weren't just talking about winning in 10. We're talking about winning in 7 for the Royals before things took a turn.
Well, they could have done it. It's just they lost a few big wickets. This is a neat catch taken to dismiss the opener. But, well, it was good batting originally by Trussler. And, you know, they were really up there. Scoring well. That was a really good piece of work there. That's Trinity Smith that had to go, and see the runs were still flowing. They're almost to the total, and you think if Finty Trussler could have stayed there a little bit longer, and they would have easily got there. There's another one hit down the ground, but it wasn't to be in the end. Some good stroke making. And again, some good fielding.
Yeah,
this was
when it gets so close. I mean, this was a bit of a controversial one, but I think to me it was pretty clear that she was out. And the umpire on field, what I'm hearing is he gave it out on field, and then this is the ultimate turning point, wasn't it? And it was an excellent bit of bowling by Sophie Lawrence to get Trussler for 26, just playing away from the body. Then even though we saw Delamere had a bit of a handful keeping to Lara Maritz, but she took the one that counted, didn't she? But then the wickets just started to tumble. Again, for Royals, that's a learning experience as well. I mean, obviously, a very pressurised situation there for the new batters to come out. And then it was un, dos, tres, a hat-trick here. That was the second one, and the third one was an LBW.
Yeah, it was an easy decision for the umpire. Good piece of bowling, just bowling at the sticks, and quick was Lara Maritz. And she's a very good player, both with the bat and the ball. And that was, well, it wasn't, when I'd say it's the start of the downfall of the Royals.
The other thing is that's our first ever Liberation Series hat-trick, because I don't think we got one during the week. So that's something for the history books. And then it was a wild ride to the end, wasn't it? With 9 wickets down, every ball could have been the last. They eked out 6 in the 8th over, but then come the 9th, we saw a ball that almost tied the scores. I mean, let's give credit. Meg Presley-Smith, you know, put it all on the line to save 2 runs. And those 2 runs end up being the difference, 77 to 75. Still be probably wiping the grass out of her teeth, but that's what this game's all about. A disappointment for the home fans, but yeah, MCC very happy, I'm sure, to have a win. A game that looked lost. Trussler with 26, the top scorer, 12 to Weatherall early, and Tanguy with 10 before she was run out by a very short space of, you know, perhaps 6 inches or something like that. Bowling-wise, Maritz 4 for 4, including a triple wicket maiden, and you had Lawrence in there 2 for 10, including a double wicket maiden, 2 wickets to Lavender, including the winning wicket. And Marty with the other one. There was a run out in there as well, and a real low-scoring nail-biter sees MCC get up 77 to 75.
Yeah, I like how they kept Maritz back, and she took 4 for 4. But good bowling also from Sophie Lawrence, and also Danielle Lavender, who took the final wicket. Took a bit of stick early on from the batting of Finty Trussler, but came back well and got that final wicket.
Yeah, so we'll take a break back in just about 15 minutes' time, as the 2 teams that haven't met yet will in match 3. It'll be MCC to be chasing this time against the Western Towns. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Danny Huchek. We'll take a break. Everyone cool off, calm down. See you shortly for more European Cricket Network action. You're watching the ECS Jersey Liberation Series.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
No one is an island, but everyone likes to visit one. In Jersey, you're only ever 10 minutes from a beach, or a historical monument, or even this. And if that's not enough, our island doubles in size when the tide is out, so you get twice as much to enjoy. Jersey, where sea meets soul. Come and pay us a visit at jersey.com.
Hello and welcome back. What a beautiful spring day we have here in Jersey. A super Saturday of action on ECN, and it continues here with more Liberation Series action heading into match 3 now. The two teams that haven't played yet in the series, Western Towers taking on MCC in the third match. Let's see what happens at the coin toss with the Sheriff Charles Croucher and the two captains.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome to the toss for match 3. Western Towers versus the MCC. They'll call.
Heads, please.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
We'll have a bat first, please.
Western Towers have won the toss. They'll bat.
Chloe Grecian, the national team skipper, has won the toss and elected to bat in this one. A vote of confidence in her bats, and particularly Lucy Barnett was absolutely smoking hot earlier on with a 60. The Isle of Man, the all-rounder from Isle of Man, I should say, doing a great job setting up a win for the Towers in their first game. MCC, though, obviously, it's a bit of a learning curve for them, but I think they won't mind batting second because they'll at least know how to pace their innings and what they need to do. That was probably something in the first innings that perhaps they weren't quite sure how to pace it. I think that will help them as well as they head into their second matches. Of course, MCC playing back-to-back through the lunch session. Let's get ready for the first ball then. Danny Hudacek is standing by. And Danny, let's get ready for match 3 to get underway. The Towers hoping to go 2 for 2. Over to you in the commentary box. The Towers electing to bat first after winning the toss.
Thanks, Vinny. And you see the two teams undefeated so far. And a good win out of nowhere really for the MCC against the Eastern Royals in the previous game. And Western Towers, of course, beating the Royals in the first game. All very tight contests. And between 2-3 very, very good sides. Here's the Western Towers that won the toss, elected to bat. Western Towers, well, I don't know about this one, 75%. It's a bit shady, I think, from the supercomputer. We'll have to see what happens in this game. They'll want to see the back of a few of these batters, though, especially Lucy Barnett, who scored a nice 50 in the first game. Be Annalise Merritt at the non-strikers end. Looks like it might be Sophie Lawrence opening with a bit of spin. So MCC just pulled it out of nowhere with a great display of bowling by Lara Merritt, taking those 4 wickets. And also Sophie Lawrence has got the ball now. The leg spinner taking a couple of vital wickets along the way as well. Just about ready for a start. Two fielders bat, one at deep square leg, one at cow corner. And here we go. Just poked out to point for a single. Pretty comfortable one there for Aikenhead. We got a start in the last game. Didn't really go on with it. One on the board for the Western Towers. Field changing slightly for Merritt. There's fielder straight down the ground, pretty much just slightly on the onside. It's Emma Marsh. In. Oh, well, played across it. The batter. I'll just get the one. I think it's going to be a bye called. Couldn't have been too far away from those stumps. Let's have another look at this. And just turned, went through everyone. But played right across the line, did Merritt. So he's hit back to the bowler. Sharp chance. And put down. Oh, would have been a good catch if he could have hung on to it. Let's have another look at this. This will be a good angle. Had plenty of flight. Came back quickly. Got a hand to it. Stings the fingers. But couldn't hang on. Very late reaction from Lawrence. Comes in again. And turned around the corner. That'll be 4 runs as the fielder runs into the umpire. Square leg getting very tied up to the man in black. Gets a warning. And she'll stay on the boundary. That's a nice shot. First boundary. See that? Whoop. Wasn't much in it. Nice little crowd gathering here in Granville. Lawrence comes in again. And charges. Could be gone. First wicket. And didn't get all of it. Merritt hit the boundary just before. Charged down the wicket. With that one, trying to get some early runs in the power play. Couldn't lift it over the infield. And Emma Marsh takes a pretty simple catch. First wicket down. Let's have a look again. Uses the feet well. Just slices across it slightly. And straight to the fielder. It'll bring Lucy Barnett out to the middle. She batted beautifully in the previous game. And well, she's the star of this lineup with the bat for the Western Towers. You think that to mount a good score, she'll have to get quite a few of the runs. Well, a bit of confusion as to who to go in and who to go out as far as the fielders go. Here's the it's going to be a fair delivery. It's fairly wide outside off stump, and then of a successful over. It was a good one there from Lawrence. She takes 1 for 6, and the score is 7 for 1 after 1 over. So early wicket. So you see here, this is the European Cricket Championship for women. 3 divisions this year: the emerging division, the challenger division, and the premier division. You see Jersey down the bottom of the premier division. It's going to be a tough task against England, Scotland, Ireland, and the Netherlands 11s. But you can see the quality that is here in Jersey. Challenger division also going to be a very, very competitive one. Actually, all 3. With, I think very few blowouts this year. With, very evenly matched squads. And that's a shorter ball there for Marritt's first up. Good start for her. She changed the game. They kept her back quite a bit in the previous game, bowling her right in the front line. Here, the 2 bowlers that changed the game for the MCC were Marriott and also Lawrence. And it was pretty quick. Shorter ball comes in again, and that one's outside off stump. Well, we'll take a bye. Keeper couldn't handle it. Krista Delamere. Oh, sorry, Delamar. And she's standing back a little bit. Got that off the glove and then into the shoulder. She kept pretty well in the last game, but I think Vinny mentioned that she was probably standing a little bit too close to the stumps and a bit of a non-space. Marriott comes in again. And tucked around the corner, 4 runs. Nice shot there from Barnett. Just turns on it. A little bit straight from the bowler. And this is a good contest between 2 very good cricketers. So look at this one. Just about hip height. Just followed the ball. And 4 comfortable runs there for Barnett. Let's see how Marriott can come back. Comes in. And tucks it around the corner again. Just be a single. It was Presley Smith who did the fielding. She's there at square leg. And I think a couple of balls left of this Murrett's over. It's been a good one. Picked up 5 runs from it. Have to really watch carefully. Murrett's did take 4 for 4 in the previous game. Comes in again. Bowling to Aikenhead. And tucked around the corner. Lovely shot from Aikenhead. And it's 4 runs. Again, similar to the one that Barnett got. It's just off the hip. Didn't try to overhit it, just turned on it. Let's have a look at this one. And open the face of the bat. Very nice shot there from Aikenhead. And just a little bit short and straight there from Murrett's. $17 for 1. Last ball of the second. And short again, cut, 4 runs, lovely shot again from Aikenhead to the opposite side of the ground. And, well, ends up being a pricey little over for Murrett's, 13 from it. And the spearhead for the MCC bowling lineup has, I think, just bowled a little bit short. She got her wickets by pitching the ball up in the previous game, including a hat trick, 2 bowls and 1 LBW. As you see here, the standings, the Eastern Royals have played 2 games, have lost both, have picked up points in both those games, and not much between any of these 3 sides. A win for the Western Towers and for the MCC. As we see Danielle Lavender come in. This one's been tucked around the corner. Have to hurry. And it's gone through the keeper. Well, they've been aiming for the base of the stumps, and Krista Delamere not getting behind it. Let's have another look. Just bouncing. Oh, it's quite wide as well. Not a great. Oh, I missed that one. I was still watching the replay. Lovely shot there. Barnett hits that one over cover for 6. In fact, it was Aikenhead. My apologies. Looked very much like a Lucy Barnett strike. And Aikenhead is starting to mount a serious little innings here. 16 off 7. We're still in the power play, so safe shot going over the top. Lavender will come in again. And this one's just wide of the fielder there in the gully. Going towards the boundary. Another 4 runs. Good batting from Aikenhead. Moves on to 20. Score is 32. Lavender. Wasn't too much wrong with the ball. Just well played by the batter. So 32 on the board. They have lost a wicket. These 2 looking pretty good at the moment. And this is hit just again over the top of the fielder. Player coming around, won't get there. 4 runs. Another good shot from Aikenhead, hitting to all parts of the ground. Well, no wagon wheel has 4 spokes that I can think of. And they're all in different directions. Good play from Aikenhead. Let's have a look from side on. It's a good looking cricket shot. Lavender has have to have a bit of a think about this one. It's going to be called a wide. Missed out maybe a little bit there, Aikenhead. There is a player on the 45, quite square, and also a square leg just behind the umpire. So it's just poked out to the fielder on the boundary on the offside, just for a single. 1 ball remaining. Be Lucy Barnett to face it. Good over here for the Western Towers. Ends up to the dot ball, 17 from the over. And at the end of the power play, end of 3 overs, the Western Towers are 38 for 1. Good start for them, even though they have lost that wicket. Let's see who they go to. I think they'll hold back both Lawrence and Maritz. In fact, they will. And Vinny is back after lunch.
I am, and thank you for cutting your lunch short to start this game. And I see you managed to finish it. It was delicious as well.
Great.
Big thanks to everyone here. They've got the cafe restaurant here / bar known as The Boundary, which is a very, very apt name. Also has been a bit of a boundary fence a couple of times, hasn't it? The building.
Not wrong.
Anyway, Nor Talib into the side for this game. Gets a chance in over number 4. And the first one is pulled away. And it's hit very, very hard. It'll be 4 runs as Aikenhead is sticking around a little bit longer this time as she moves up to 29.
She missed out on the first game. And well, you can see her quality. And she's hitting to all different parts, Vinny. And it's really good to see. That one just dropped a little bit short by the bowler, Nor Talib. Let's see if she can pitch one up. But Aikenhead. This is a better delivery, but put away over the top of that fielder on 45, and another 4 runs. Just got a really 360-degree game, has Aikenhead.
Yeah, it's a brilliant player. And you can see here, I suppose she gets something that is a bit off. It's just good shot selection there. They're backing ourselves to get it over the field of lavender in the circle at 45.
Well, 46 the score. Going at almost 14 and over. I think there's something in the water in Jersey for big hitting batters. Comes in again. This is in the air. Going all the way back. 6 runs. That one, nothing the fielders could do about. It was in the gap as well. And this is 50 up.
Yeah, 50 up and just 3.5 overs as well. Now, MCC do have the ability to ramp it up when it is time for them to bat. I suppose the advantage for them in this game is they know how many they need and they can pace their innings. That's often one of the tough things when you're first playing the format is how to pace an innings. And this one is going to sneak away from the keeper as well. That'll be the dreaded Minimo. 5 runs. It's a tough one for Delamere down the leg side. She'd like to be pretty close even when she's back. You can see it's kind of a meter. Doesn't get a good look at that at all. Gets caught up in the batter's body when it goes like that. So Talib will have to wear the 5 runs. But yeah, when you haven't played much of the format and you're batting, sometimes you go over aggressive, sometimes you go under aggressive. Probably was a bit under aggressive in the first game. As this will be handled. Well, comes up firing here. They have to work very hard for the run, but they do get there. Aikenhead moves to 40. But yeah, knowing, okay, if you need, at the moment it's saying 143, then at least you can bat like you need that. Treat every over like it's the last one, and you get 14 or else. Whereas there was a bit of a natural playing yourself in a bit the first time we saw MCC batting. That's hit very hard as well. That won't be an easy stop. In fact, it won't be stopped. Heads into the adrenaline zone. Barnett, well, it's not often she's been playing second fiddle today. At the moment, I suppose she is. But she's having a very, very good day. The Isle of Man all-rounder.
Yeah, look, it's a great start here for the Western Towers, isn't it, Vinny? It's very aggressive, but not just playing the ball on the merits, really. It's just been a bit short here from Talib, and hitting to all parts. You see Barnett on 10, and Amy Aikenhead 40 off 14. Comes in again, ducked around the corner this time. Should just be 1.
Well, it's almost put into the own net, isn't it? From Presley Smith, who's already shown she's a brilliant fielder, but I don't know if that'll be in the highlights reel. Almost kind of kicks it into the bowls club, but anyway, it will be the end. See the other fielder there saying, "Hey, what's wrong? You got trust issues." And it will be 2. It's the end of the 4th over, and it's 64 for 1.
A great start here for the Western Towers, and again. Well, we saw the last game, the Eastern Royals went down, and with that collapse. But they're 3 very evenly matched sides on evidence so far. As we get a new bowler, so I think it's a wise move, holding back both Maritz and also Sophie Lawrence. But how long are they going to wait to bring them back? This is Emadi, the bowler. In Norwegian International, and it's gone past the keeper. Let's check if it's going to be called a wide. In fact, it's just a bye.
Just sneaks inside the line. So Marty, she bowled really well with the new ball earlier, I thought. She just had that little bit of shape, stump to stump. Did pick up a wicket. She's got lovely action. You see, she's kind of she's a semi-slinger, I'd say. It's not the full kind of 45 degrees, but she's definitely a little bit angular in her release. This one's dragged down and it's played through the offside. Beautiful shot by Barnett. And her stroke making choices have been very, very good today. You can see this is one that should be hit through the offside. She does. She had a pretty even split of her leg side versus offside scoring. But she has certainly made an immediate impact on this series.
She absolutely has, and in both games she's played. Aikenhead missed out a bit on the last game, but is proving her worth up the top of the innings, or top of the order as well. 69 for 1 now, not quite at the halfway mark, going at about 16 and over. So this is looking daunting for the MCC.
Yeah, but they were backs to the wall earlier, weren't they? They were able to break the key partnerships and then kind of roll through the bottom half. They'll be hoping they can do something similar again. Right now, these two are going great guns. Imadi with the comeback ball. And it's going to just be taken by the keeper. It does go wide of the mark. 4 wide. Quick hello to everyone in the chat. And hello to Thomas Martinez. Buenas tardes. Thomas, ¿cómo estás? I've been working on my Spanish, as a lot of people know, although probably won't be back in Spain now until September, when we'll be back for the Euros of Cricket.
How's your check going?
My check is limited. Yeah, but yeah, I've been trying to pick up a bit here and there. This is going to be played away, but the fine leg's back on the boundary. A bit of a fumble. They get away with it. The issue I've got with check is when things get explained to me, I become more confused.
Yeah.
It's just one of those languages that's quite different.
There are very few free words as well. Like in Spanish, you can kind of get around it.
Free words is a good way to put it. Yeah.
I did have a friend who
cognates.
He kept on every time he did something silly, which is pretty often for this guy. Come back to it. As this is hit, not too far away from the fielder. He kept on saying, "Oh, muy embarazo, which in Spanish means something slightly different to embarrassed.
Embarazado or embarazada, which sounds like embarrassed, but actually means pregnant.
Yep.
Which is a pretty good one. There's some other ones. There's some that have a little bit of a, let's just say, vulgar meaning that you wouldn't necessarily know if you were to just kind of make some guesses. But anyway, obviously we work in so many different countries, over 20 countries a year, and we've come across lots of different languages. One thing about being here is a little bit strange. I'll tell you in a minute.
Okay. Oh, I didn't get up that one.
That one does stay down. That is where the fact that she's quite close there, Krista, means that she's able to handle it a little bit more easily. The one that does rise is quite difficult. Yeah, no, the fact that English is the first language here, apart from the England series, this is the only other time where someone will come out and say good morning, and I'm like, oh, yeah, English is very good. And then I realise, yeah, they do speak English here, although there is a native language to Jersey. We talked about it a bit earlier in the week.
Yeah.
That one will be another wide. Almost gets away from the keeper.
Yeah, Gervais, I think it is. And it's basically Norman French.
Gervais. I remember my pronunciation wasn't great earlier in the week.
Gervais.
Yeah.
Gervais, yeah.
Gervais. Right. And of course, it has that French influence as well, slightly. Obviously, only about 15 miles, or 22 kilometres off the French coastline. Last ball of the 5th over here from Imadi. And it will be a bit of a toe. Back to her, does the fielding, so not the worst over really. There were 8 and a bye that came off it, and at the end of 5 overs, it's 73 for 1.
Yeah, fantastic start here for the Towers, and Marty, pretty good over though. Just the 8 coming from it. 41 for Aikenhead, 17 for Barnett, and look, I've had a great time. I don't know about you, Vinny, but I think you've had a great time as well here.
Honestly, people keep saying, and it's great. They're great hosts here because they keep asking me, "Are you having a great time? We hope you're having a great time." And I said it yesterday during the trophy. We've been made to feel so welcome here. Yeah. And there's some amazing cricket grounds. There's amazing scenery around. A fascinating history as well. Obviously, coming for Liberation Week, if you want to call it that. It's been pretty special. And we'd love to come back. Here right now, Sophie Lawrence is going to come back. Bowled pretty early, but 1 for 6. Have to hustle through for a single.
I think it's the right time to bring her back, though.
Yeah, I think so. You still be hopeful here. If you break this partnership, you might be able to keep it to around about 100. This is good fielding, but also good running. I think one thing towards the end with the Royals, again, with the slightly less experienced batters, they kind of were quite hesitant to run and to at least, look to run. So, we talk a lot about backing up, getting those 2 or 3 metres after the ball's released at the non-strikers end just makes it more likely that you're going to get there. This is a beautiful shot, though, from Barnett. And once again, that high elbow. And she has the beautiful follow-through straight over the umpire's hat, 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot. And no real chance for the bowler. And just nice little sidestep there from the umpire.
Yeah, the full face of the bat. She's played some exquisite shots in that region. Now gets one a bit shorter and tries to find the gap.
Whoa.
Fielder is going to field it, but it's the shoulder more than anything. It's Lavender down there being kept busy.
Good fielding though, got the body right behind it.
It's actually a good example, of this field. It can kind of shoot on you very quickly. Doesn't really seem to slow down that quickly when it's along the ground. Excellent work by Lawrence. That's it very hard. Fielder is going to drop it against a real stinger. Alice Robbins has been given a bit of a tough initiation down there. Aikenhead gives a life, but is put down on 42.
That was absolutely hammered. That one off the bat. And it did go straight to the fielder. She didn't have time to react, really. It kind of hit her before.
Credit to Alice there when she gets behind it. And it's one of those ones that it's easy for it to bounce out when it's hit that hard. This is also hit hard, and this time Robbins will have to watch it fly over the rope. Maximo! Barnett takes over. The dreaded double click now. 2 batters going all guns blazing as Lawrence finds that she hits a bit of a speed hump here in the 6th over.
Yeah, look, Lawrence is a very good bowler. I saw that in the previous game, and in this first over of hers where she took that wicket, taking a bit of stick in this one. 1 ball left of her spell, 86 on the board. And I'm not sure what's going on. I think Alice Robbins has come off.
I think that catch she might have taken at the end of the finger, so I think she might have to go off, get a few running repairs. I hope she's all right. Got to be brave to field in this format. Ball's getting hit so hard. The outfielders have less time to react.
Glad I'm not playing in this. It'll be fun, sort of.
That's going to be over cover, so just kind of toying with the field at the moment. Barnett having a day out here, a super Saturday for her, as that will be another 4 runs. So the end of the over, 17 coming off that over. And, we see you have ups and downs within, an hour. So Lawrence was on fire. Now she's kind of lit on fire in the 6th. And she finishes 1 for 23. The score is 90 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, good batting again from the Towers. And they're looking good for this tournament at the moment. Again, not too much between the sides, but this partnership is really taking the game away from the MCC. I expect to score 146. Going 15 and over. It's good in any format. And
we haven't really seen an innings be put away kind of all the way through the 10 overs and actually see that 140, 150. We've seen probably innings slow down towards the end, if anything, with often a couple of wickets lost or sometimes a lot of wickets lost. So Aikenhead and Barnett, we're hoping they can sustain this to the finish, but they're going to have a tough gig here against Marritz coming back to bowl the 7th over.
Just down leg side, they'll take an extra one as well. It'll be a wide. And Marritz, I think, bowled a bit too short in that first over. Got clipped a couple of times around the corner. And as I mentioned before, she got her wickets by bowling at the stumps. Maybe not to the quality of batter as of Aikenhead and Barnett, who are both in.
That's true, but the same principle applies, I think. Do want to look full. She does look full here, but overdoes it. And maybe thinking of 2 here, but I think they're happy with 1. It's always a funny one because you've got to pretend you're looking for 2, but when you know the next ball is potentially a free hit, but I don't think this is quite high enough to be a no ball.
Don't think so.
Again, wearing the trousers pretty high. Maybe a micro strategy adjustment. Just let them hang a little bit lower. Get that waist a bit lower. You get the no ball call. Meanwhile, this is in the air. Marritt's going to go after it herself. It'll only be a single.
Yeah, with the shirt also of the Western Towers, there's a little bit of a black band on the bottom of it.
You're right. And it has, yeah, the black on the sides of the shirt. You're right. It's something that it's not so easy to see where the waist is. Of course, technology is used in EC and T10 cricket, just for some of these line calls and some of these judgment calls as well. Beautiful work. Uses the pace of Marritz against her there as Barnett just turns it away. It's almost like the faster they come, the faster they're disappearing at the moment. Beautiful glance away to the leg side boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot. She's very strong through that area, but she's shown that she can hit the ball in all parts of the ground.
And of course, Barnett was playing for Isle of Man last year in the Valletta Cup against MCC, although there's only I think 1 or 2 players that are in common for MCC in this tournament. But yeah, it's a great challenge for Lucy, I think. You know, different format, but the format really allows her to shine. Good comeback from Marritz though. Barnett's got an interesting setup. She doesn't really tap the bat. She has a very high, almost like in the European game, Max O'Dowd has this kind of almost this baseball-like back lift. It's not even a back lift, it just kind of starts high. You see here, and then she kind of then, if anything, gets a bit higher. But it's all about how the bat comes down. Everything before that's kind of dressing. You just got to find a routine that's comfortable. Obviously with her, it keeps her very, very still, keeps her head still. But she doesn't really tap the bat. Gets a good look at the bowler, has a little peek back at her bat as well before. Now she's going to lift it up and out of the ground. Maximo! Barnett into the 40s. And what's an Adelaide Crows jumping down there? I bet that's a Firth down there. But Lucy is flying on 43. Yeah, she's got a few interesting quirks, Lucy, now that I'm watching her live. One of them is that she kind of peeks at her bat as the bowler's running in. So yeah, she's got a few idiosyncrasies, but I mean, the end result is she looks very confident all round the wicket. She's 43 now. Marritz, last ball for her. Again, a bit of a reality check. Now she's going to get a little bit funkalicious here. Kind of puts off the keeper, though. I don't think there was any bat in this. It'll be a bye to finish the over. 100 comes up as well during the 7th. The score is 105 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, look, going back to Barrett's high bat, you see a lot of soft ballers do that because it's kind of a natural thing for soft ballers. But Barrett doesn't look like she's got a softball background necessarily.
No, I wouldn't think so. But look, in the end, I think she's been well coached.
Yeah.
I think that she has certain things that come naturally to her, and they're not harming her. If anything, she feels more confident. She's got a kind of a pretty good at the crease routine. Yeah, she's absolutely bossed her 2 innings so far. Just to mention as well that there's cricket in Greece today as well with Germany touring Corfu at the moment, and it will continue tomorrow. It's a 4-match series in the T20s. Of course, we saw the 3 T10s yesterday. But back to the action now. Looks like we're going to have Fiona Ray bowling. She bowled with some good swing in the first game. Right now she's bowling the 8th. First one's hit very hard, sets a bit of a task. Actually hits the 30-metre circle marker, which slowed it down a bit, but not enough to give the fielder a play on it. And that'll be 4 runs again. This shot is not an easy shot, but she seems so good at staying balanced, even though she gets a bit front on. What's the disc fly? And it's going to be 4 runs. Barnett's overtaken Aikenhead now. She's 47, searching for a 2nd consecutive half-century to start the series.
And she gets it over the top. Lovely shot over the top of cover. That's 50 for Lucy Barnett. Another one.
Yeah, even the way she brings it up, it's a classy shot against a pretty good bowler in Fiona Ray. And yeah, cover was kind of on the right line there, Imadi, but it was always heading over her head. I also like she's kind of going with the perceived movement of Ray. Just kind of turns the bat slightly, goes a bit inside out. And so Barnett's all a day's work for Lucy at the moment, 51 off 22. They've still got cover up in the circle, so she might look in that area again. Also mid-off some. So that's pretty dangerous against someone like Ray. Oh, yeah, going to put this one down. It was belted. Seen a couple of very hard hit balls in the innings, but Ray would have loved a little bit of luck and maybe for that to stick.
Yeah, that was, well, we'll get a good view of it here. Hit firmly back.
Just didn't have time to react, really. It didn't have time to get the hands together. Just kind of grasps at it. Fiona gets to deal with Lucy Barnett again. It's a fraction short. Another opportunity. No, it's not. It just pitches short of the fielder out there. Presley Smith. And that's going to run into the crow zone. That's the Vegemite kid, Rick Firth, who was doing that fielding around that exact spot yesterday. This time it's not so bad with the sun.
He didn't use his butt this time, though. He used his hands. Shows he's a decent fielder out there over the boundary.
He's got his hands full at the moment out there. So Barnett, 55. Now this is into the gap as well. It's a great effort down there from Maritz, who lunges at it, but this outfield is winning more battles than it's losing at the moment, and the result, 4 carreras más.
Yeah, another good shot. Hit pretty firmly, but really it was the placement that did it. Just away from Maritz, and also it was Emma Marsh who's on the boundary. So there's a very, very good innings between these two. Really good partnership, Vinny.
Yeah, and I said they'd want this to sustain the distance. At the moment, it's looking like it. They'll plug that hole at deep mid-wicket. They've got a 4-5 field at the moment, but to a bowler that normally would be pretty confident of keeping it outside off. So last ball, the 8th, and this one is outside off, and it's a rare miss from Barnett. So 16 off the over, and after 8 overs, it's 121 for 1.
Yeah, very good batting, and they're going to have to bat very, very well, the MCC, to get anywhere to the total. However many they get in the last couple of last 2 overs here, as we see, well, something gone amiss with the scoring. I think they might have a little bit of a break.
Hopefully they sort that out pretty shortly. I'm sure they will. But yeah, it's been a frenetic pace so far. And I was speaking to Grace when she was in the commentary during the week. Yesterday was actually. She said, "What's a good score?" She said, "Kind of 140, 150." I thought, man, it's a very good score. I know you can win games with less. I mean, they won with 77 in the last game, MCC. But, yeah, I think anything plays here. Even this score, this isn't safe. I think MCC will be better for the run with the bat. Anyway, it's going to be start of the 9th over. And it's Emma Marsh, who had a pretty interesting T10 initiation, having to bowl, trying to take the last wicket in the last game, got out of it, only conceded 6 in the over. This is in the air, won't carry though, down to Maritz. He's just fielding in front of us. Looks a little bit sore actually. We saw her hurl herself to her right, trying to stop a 4 in the last over. One thing about Marsh though, loves to use the flight, loves to get it up above the eye line, gives it a bit of a twist out of the fingers. That's hit hard, but they've just plugged this gap, and the problem is it's still going to disappear to the boundary. 4 runs. Again, they're just hitting the ball so hard. That's Imadi out there, but it jumped on her, had to go one-handedly, burst through that hand, and another boundary to the Western Towers.
Yeah, it's, again, just good batting, but absolutely smashed towards that boundary. Imadi did pretty well.
I like that with Marsh, as long as she gets it right, is forcing the batters to make all the pace though. If she bowls a bad ball, you've just got so much time to smash it. But if she gets it right, especially with 2 batters that are in, I kind of like the theory of completely changing the pace. It's a lot of pressure.
She's definitely pulling the pin. That's again a nice shot away from the fielder, 4 runs.
Yeah, and Aikenhead moves to 49 now. The other thing is these two are very light in their feet. And you can see Aikenhead gets down, and the most important thing here is she keeps her shape with this shot. So it'd be easy to overswing here and maybe, you know, to wildly try and swing the leg and swing and miss. But Aikenhead, she remained very composed there. Moves to 49, so she's on the verge of her first half century of the weekend.
Yeah, it's, well, it's Marsh again. And this one's over the top. 6 runs, brings up a 50 with a beautiful straight hit. Uses her feet well to Marsh.
Yeah, it's a very good shot as well to bring it up. Just backing herself, had to get it over the infield, and it went over the outfield as well. So a 22-ball half century for Amy Aikenhead, who's enjoying the Saturday afternoon sun. And Marsh, well, she gets one more chance to break this partnership. This one, I don't think is going to do it. It's going to be called a no ball for off the pitch. So it's always tough. I mean, bowling the 9th, we often say it all happens in the 9th. One thing that won't happen for Marsh is She won't be taking a wicket. Although I think that's okay. It's not no ball, or is it?
Yeah, it's called a no ball.
Because it bounces off the pitch. So the second bounce is after the line. So it's not a no ball for that. But if it bounces off the pitch before the stumps, which it does, that's off the pitch, the second bounce. So I actually think it's no ball. I don't know about how they got there.
I think it was called a no ball off from the... Oh, no, he's corrected it. It's called a wide. Well, interesting. Called a wide.
She gets away. It should have been no ball.
Yeah.
Bounced off pitch.
It was
second
originally
bounce.
called a no ball, and they overturned it. Well, that's going to be wide. So...
I suppose. I don't even like the no ball off the rule. Not there. See, the second ball was off the pitch. So, but anyway, getting really technical here. Let's have a look. And remember, it's still a free hit anyway. No. Oh, that will be out. So, yeah, she gets a wicket. So much for my theory that she won't take a wicket. Again, if that went to the Supreme Court, then probably wouldn't be a wicket. But it is here, and Aikenhead will fall 55, 140 for 2.
Yeah, it's a rare poor shot. Got under it and just scooped it to the cover field. It takes a pretty simple catch. But you're right, Vinny. If it were no ball, it would still be a free hit after that wide. And but I think she'll be pretty happy with her innings, Amy Aikenhead. See here, the bowling figures are, apart from Imadi, who went for 8, who'll no doubt take the final over. It's been actually not taking the final over. Looks like it'll be Fiona Ray, but very good batting. 140 up and going about 15 and a half and over. You'd expect them to get around the 150 mark to end up, especially with Lucy Barnett still out there and facing.
Yeah, so 10th overtime. Fiona gets a second over. That's already a pretty imposing total. 150 plus on the cards. Now this is in the air. So someone's going to reach this, but it won't be an easy catch. It goes straight through the hands. And now they're going to come back for 2. Again, that's enterprising running. It was good effort out there. Emma Marsh has been in the action last couple of minutes. But I think you're going to see that the Towers are going to try and hit every ball over the ropes here. They're not going to run out of wickets.
It's pretty well run by Mia Maguire at the non-strikers end. She turned and ran back very quickly.
Unselfish. She's willing to run herself out as well. As this is another opportunity, and it's Marsh again. She's a ball magnet. This time she will take it. Oh, looks like she's run a marathon out there at deep mid-wicket. She ran in, she ran out, she ran to the side, and she finally is able to pouch Lucy Barnett for 66. Fiona Ray probably deserves a wicket as well for her efforts and the score. 142 for 3.
She's been in the wars a little bit, hasn't she, Marsh? And I can see the relief on her face. Well, not on her face, but in spirit at least, the reveal.
She had no energy left to celebrate there, Marsh. she'd like done the cricket version of the hokey pokey. She ran in, she ran out, she ran to the side. But that was an excellent catch. Slightly blustery conditions here. But what a good innings from Barnett. I mean, really setting up a big score. 66 off 30 balls, 2 sixes and 11 fours. It's not just the runs she's scoring, it's how she's scoring them. Though.
Well, Fran Bullpip, the new batter, facing the first delivery. 4 left in the innings.
That's not too bad to see someone else with the bat. And Fran gets her opportunity here. And makes good contact first up. Again, guess who? That's Marsh. Might be treated for leather poisoning at the Jersey Hospital tonight at the moment, but she does well to keep it to 1. Mia Maguire will get to face up for the first time.
Pesky left-hander as well. Had to change the field around.
She batted well earlier.
She did.
As well. A previous high score. The only time she batted, I think, last year was when she scored 5 not out at the Cartermore Oval in the Euros of cricket.
She was, I wouldn't say poking it around. She was giving Lucy Barnett the strike most of the time. Now we're slightly different situation with only 3 deliveries left. She'll have to have a bit of a go at this.
She did play a couple of nice aggressive shots as well. Right now she's going to use the pace, and that's going to run away for 4. Again, smart shot. Wasn't a great ball from Fiona. Had to deal with that pesky left-hander, as you said. Maguire off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. You're right. She did hit one straight down the ground, actually, for a boundary in the previous game. And looking in good touch is Mia Maguire. So couple of balls left. Around about 150 mark, Vinny.
Yeah, looks like it. But see, at least MCC know what they need to do.
True.
I mean, I'm not beating around the bush. I'm opening with Marrett. I'm going to say give us a big power play, bat to 10, make a big score. We'll bat around to get you home. Again, they've got other batters I think that can do a good job, but obviously they're still finding their feet, I suppose. And the big difference in between this format and even T20 is you don't really have those half a dozen balls to settle yourself. You've got to take risks almost from ball one. Maguire gets one that's slightly shorter, turns it away for a single.
Yeah, well played. Brings Bullpit back on strike for the final delivery. And handy score on the board. Highest so far in this this series.
So still 11% chance for MCC. We're at a 1 in 9.
I'm not writing him off.
I'm definitely
After the last game.
Definitely not. Well, we saw 208 chase yesterday.
Yeah, true.
So
True.
this will be around about the 150 mark. Brad Bullpit to face the last ball from Fiona Ray. 148 plus this for the Towers. Well, 148 becomes 149, or does it? Throw whistles in. They will get through for the single. So Bullpit with a couple of singles in that last over. Ray finishes 1 for 25. And the Western Towers, after electing to bat here in the third match of the series, finish on 149. Makes a nice even 150 target for MCC if they're going to go 2 for 2. One of these teams, of course, will have their second win of the series.
That's a really good innings there from the Towers. And it was the two batsmen, almost got away with it throughout this weekend. Two batters in Amy Aikenhead and Lucy Barnett who scored the bulk of the runs and were pretty flawless throughout their innings, apart from their right at the end when they lost their wickets. But what it's done is it's set the MCC a very, very big target.
Yeah, well, so good. Have a look back, and there were a few spicy ones, weren't there, in this innings? And yeah, Barnett, again, showing her consistency, but it was Amy Aikenhead that broke out as well with a half century. So just, yeah, some of the tall towers clicking, aren't they, in this series already. Merritt, though, she was an early casualty caught by Marsh off the bowling of Sophie Lawrence.
Yeah, you mentioned tall towers. I like that. That's a little analogy. And see, it was all parts of the ground there from both these batters, especially Amy Aikenhead. And she missed out a little bit in the first game. This time she showed exactly what she can do. Very dangerous batter, as is Lucy Barnett. And the MCC bowlers didn't really know where to bowl to either of these players. It's again straight down the ground. Lovely shot there. Difficult shot is the on drive. But well, that one went down. Alice Robbins, I think she went off after that one. Chased a 6, but had work done on her finger. Hope she's okay. As you can see here, good piece of fielding from a young crow. And that one again straight down the ground, but very, very good batting. That was the 50 up for Barnett. But, kept on hitting. Again, just all parts of the ground, both these batters. Was the another one lifted over the top for 6. That brought up the 50 for Aikenhead. She didn't last too much longer. This one straight to cover. A bit of a controversial one in a sense. But Barnett didn't last too much longer either. Nice catch taken out there on the boundary by Emma Marsh. And then a few more runs right at the end in the final over from Mia Maguire and also Fran Bullpit. Just to top it up, neat 150 needed for the MCC. Not hard to calculate how many they need an over. They need 15 and over. Bit of scoreboard pressure put on the MCC lineup by the Western Towers. As you can see here, Aikenhead 55. And Elise Merritt missed out just with 4 off 3, but Lucy Barnett, what a partnership between Aikenhead and Barnett. She ended up on 66, 17 extras, and said little late contributions from Maguire and Bullpit. 143 for 3, and it's a pretty daunting total. It's not the smallest ground in the world. It's not the biggest. 45-metre boundaries, and the MCC. Well, let's welcome to T10 cricket. They did get a win in the previous game. Their bowling figures, Noor Talib going for quite a few wickets for Sophie Lawrence, Fiona Ray and Emma Marsh. And one of the start with the ball normally, won the previous game at Lara Marriott, so took 4 for 4, went for 27 off her 2. I'm sure she'll be back with the bat. She's definitely the star performer for the MCC with the bat, and but struggled a bit with the ball. Just bowled first over a little bit too short. So this is the European Cricket Series for women. It's a Liberation Series here from Jersey. It's match 3, and it was Liberation Day yesterday, and it continues this Liberation Series with 2 days of excellent women's cricket. Let's see here, 149 for 3, and highlighted by the innings of Barnett and Aikenhead, who hit 66 and 55 respectively. So 150 needed in 60 balls, 15 and over, and we'll be back in a few minutes time to see whether the MCC can get up to that 150 mark for more points on the board, or whether Western Towers can get their second win in a row today on Saturday. So back shortly.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
And welcome back to everyone to Jersey for this European cricket series for women. It's two good sides fighting it out here. And a big score put on by the Western Towers. 149, 150 needed for the MCC for victory here in this game. And let's see how they approach this. Looks like they're going to be opening with Lara Moritz, which I think Vinny called for. Good idea. Yeah, definitely the most destructive of the batters for the MCC, and an Irish international. Has been for a few years, so good experience, and well, definitely the Western Towers like to see the back of her very quickly. And it's Ramya Imadi will open with her. She'll be at the non-strikers end. Let's see who they open with. The Western Towers. Well, the red hat and the sunglasses come off. Looks like it'll be the skipper, Chloe Greachin, to start off. And it will be two players back. There's Annalise Merritt right in front of us, protecting the equipment and us in the commentary tent. Looks like could be Charlotte Jenner on the boundary at about a cow corner. So starting with a bit of spin. Keep her up with the helmet on, of course, for safety reasons. Interesting. Starting for spin. Good move though. See if they can get an early wicket. His left arm around the wicket. And gone first ball, I think. Well, maybe not. There's not too much of a reaction from the keeper. Let's have a look. I think she might be back. Just, I think. Let's have, oh, hold on. That is going to be out, I think. Let's have a look. Sliding the foot back. And, well, I wonder if we can freeze that just before. Because the bails are already well off there. We need to go back a few frames. So there, the bail's gone. Nothing behind the line. I think that's going to be out. Let's wait for the decision from the third umpire. But pretty clear for me. And that's huge. And that's gone. Well, great start for the Western Towers. And that's the danger batsman. Lara Moritz, who's out. First ball. Good piece of bowling from Greacham. Good tactics by the Western Towers as well. And that's a big blow for the MCC. With their star Irish international gone. Neat piece of work there from the keeper. Very quick work from Mia Maguire, who's been impressive with the gloves and with the bat so far in this series. And, well, not too much celebration there from the Western Towers. And good quick work, not much in it. See, she slid back. The umpire had a good look at it. As you can see, Benny Sando in the background, getting amongst the kids. This is in the air, could be gone again. 2 and 2. What a start here for the Western Towers. And it's Presley Smith who'll have to go for another golden duck. And well, Greachin's on a hat trick. We've only had 2 balls so far in this innings. Wow, what's going on? Great performance so far from the Western Towers, and it's got the MCC side really in all sorts of problems. On a hat trick, it will be the keeper, Krista de la Mea, will be facing the hat-trick ball, and Greachin, Chloe Greachin, the captain, leading by example. Hat-trick ball. Comes in. and tosses it up. Just hit back to the bowler for no run. So number 2 at the moment. The score, no run for 2, I should say. Grecham's taken 2 for none. Comes in again. And that's a nice shot. Player out there though. Oh, went straight through her. Unfortunate. She attacked it. Did Charlotte Jenner, just didn't get down to it. And it'll be the first boundary. As the skipper looks around. Coming again. It's hit pretty firmly. And this one, bit leg side, another 4. Good shot from De Lamar. Marty's at the other end. Hasn't faced a delivery yet. 8 for 2. Good over from Grechan. And, well, 2 batters gone early, especially the big wicket of Lara Merritt's. So she finishes this over Grechan on a little inside edge, and well, I thought the keeper might have been able to reach that. Didn't in the end. Just a dodgy inside edge for another single for De Lamar. And into an excellent over there from Grechan. Very significant in this in the context of this game. And after 1, the score is 9 for 2. And the supercomputer is heavily weighted towards a Western Towers win. 7 matches since the Golden Ball. There's a long way to go before we get to that in this game. But, that was a very, very tight Golden Ball, tightest we've ever had here on the network. And ended up getting the Spitfires into the final, which they scored 207. Chased down by the Commanders. Amazing, amazing game. Gone! Well, straight through De Lamar is Merritt with a very good delivery. We'll have another good look at it on the replay, but MCC in trouble now. If they weren't after the first ball and the second. This is the first ball of the second over, and just shaping in, takes the off stump. Nice bowling. De Lamar just giving herself a bit too much room. And now the MCC are 9 for 3. Well, new batter coming in. It'll be Fiona Ray. And tell you what, Western Towers have come to play. And Marty, still a spectator at the other end. Still hasn't faced a ball. And that run rate creeping up to about 16 and over. So 105 needed just for the point for the MCC. They need a couple of good partnerships here. But the bowling from the Western Towers has been superb so far. So just waiting on for the umpire to fix the stumps. Just about ready to continue. The sun goes away briefly. Merritt to continue. And this one just wafted at by the batter. That's Ray. Another good delivery there from Merritt. He's quite tall. Gets quite a bit of bounce. Good bowling there. Comes in again. And well, got through the keeper. It's going towards the boundary. And it'll be stopped. They'll just take one by. Merritt bowling well. Still nothing off the bat off Merritt's bowling. 10 the score. And Marty will finally get to face one. After seeing the carnage at the other end. So Merritt come in tallest of the bowlers for this side. Another good delivery. Spot on line by Merritt. Very good bowling. And Marty just not able to get a bat on it. It probably runs down towards third. That's, well, plugging it now to a point. Has to move around to a very wide, fly slip area. This has just been poked down on the leg side. Good anticipation by the keeper. Cuts it off, and again, no run. So one more ball for a maiden, a wicket maiden from Merritt. It's been very, very good bowling so far from the Towers MCC in all sorts of problems. And again, another good ball. And a wicket maiden there for Annalise Merritt. Good bowling. This one just creeping inside that tram line. So, back in the tent after entertaining some small children.
Yeah, and let's just say we had a couple of Adam Hayward-style fielding moments in the short 5 minutes I was down there. Great to see so many youngsters around there as well. I did tell them to keep an eye on the game, though, and not get too carried away. But, yeah, what about a start here for the Towers, hoping to go 2-0. And Maguire, very quick hands. I didn't see the replay. I actually had a good view live. Seemed just out, but must have still been very tight.
She did. She slid her foot back very quickly, but just really good work from the keeper.
On the line, not quite back on the line.
It was just behind the line.
Yeah.
So maybe cop the front edge of the line, but definitely nothing behind it.
Yeah, wow. And yeah, we talked about the importance of kind of converting your opportunities in the power play against those dangerous top order hitters. And Marriott just looked a cut above, didn't she, earlier? She'll get another opportunity here on opening day a little bit later. But right now, we're watching Chloe Greachin, who got that big wicket first up. But now there's a bit of fight back. Fiona Ray gets an opportunity and gets off the mark with a very nice punch through point.
Yeah, very nice shot. And I'm going to say, impressed by Greachin's bowling. That first one was a beauty to get past the bat of Marriott's, but this one, really nice shot. Just waited on it.
See how she actually went back and just kind of stay on the crease. She used the crease, gave her a little bit more time to see it, and then she hit it very well. Similar kind of shot. And it's going to get away for 4. Well, that's the only thing so far. A couple of ground fielding blunders for the Towers. And it's going to result in another boundary.
Yeah, it's again a couple of probably 6 runs could have been saved in the field. This one bobbling a little bit. Pretty good outfield though. Can't really make any case for the outfield being rough. It's beautiful out there. This one's just been hit down the ground on the leg side just for a single.
That's where Chloe's got it, and she's smart. She'll at least, if she gets another crack at Ray, she might not because she's off strike now, but to try and drag her forwards. You've already seen she's good at, and she kind of does make that adjustment to the other player, Marty, who we did see playing for Norway fairly recently in T10 and T20 international cricket in Portugal. She's off the mark. Yeah, but she gets one chance. So this is one you're not letting her play this from the crease. You want to tempt her to come forward and do something different. Last ball for Chloe. She does, see? She does try and pitch it up, although credit to Ray. She just kind of turns around the corner. She'll keep the strike. She's on 10. They've got to get moving here, MCC, even to take the point, as you said, Danny. But that's the end of 3 and the score 21 for 3.
Yeah, well, good start. 150 looks a long way away, doesn't it, Vinny?
150 for me, I think, is off the table. But if you're thinking tournament-based, which I know MCC probably aren't often doing, the way they play their cricket and where they play the cricket, but I think you'd be thrilled to get to the 105 or whatever it is to keep the point. That's going to take a lot of good batting. It's Towers. Yeah, there's always something they can work on. I think a couple of the ground balls getting through won't be too happy, but the fact that we have seen a very good catch taken by Aikenhead to get Presley Smith first ball. The quick hands from Maguire to stump Marriott's by a small margin. They've taken their chances so far. Here's Lucy Barnett, who's going to bowl over number 4. Lucy from Isle of Man, having a brilliant day so far. I'm thoroughly entertained by this series. Okay, we have seen plenty of aggressive hitting, but we've also seen maybe a bit more of a balance between bat and ball, I think, compared to what we saw in the men's series. So we've seen a few more runs of the bowlers being in charge of the game. Yes, it's been gripping stuff. It'll nudge away this time for Amadi. We'll get out the way.
There's just a brutality about the about the men's tournament. Just anything that was slightly askew was just absolutely hammered by batsmen. This is a bit more subtle, a bit more three-dimensional, going to all parts of the ground.
Yeah, this format can be many different things. I think that's pulled away again. Aggressive fielding from Charlotte Jenner out there, cuts it off and keeps it to a single. Yeah, that's the beauty. I mean, against men's and women's cricket, we've had high-scoring thrillers, we've had low-scoring thrillers, we've had average-scoring thrillers. But the thing is, it's a pressure kind of game, and sometimes it's who holds their nerve under the pressure at certain key moments. It's a nice shot as well from Imadi, who, you know, at least they're trying to turn the strike along. You can see they already need kind of out past 19 and over for the point, more like 20 and over. So I think consolidate here. You still need 80. So you need 80 off, what's that, 80 off 38. More or less about 13 and over to get the point.
It's going to be tough for them, but starting to build a little partnership here, these two. Barnett rolls around the wicket. Come down here to Merritt. I'll just pick it up and would have tossed it in.
Big question will be, you know, who can hit the boundaries for MCC to make them competitive. I think in these games where teams don't completely fold. And I also think you look at kind of what Barnett's bowling here. She's not going to give you too many just rank hit me balls or too many extras. In the end, she only goes for 6 in the over. And they score 27 for 3 after 4. We can see the equation for a point is 13 and over from here. So, yeah, that's kind of an open question. I think probably two of those boundary hitters they would have hoped went for golden ducks in this this game in Murritz and Meg Presley-Smith. But that's also part and parcel of the format, is sometimes the batting just completely goes wrong. And even the best teams we've seen have been bowled out sometimes for really low scores because you do have to be quite aggressive. But I still think that even if you lose early wickets, I think being aggressive is probably the best strategy. This is a pretty good first ball. Catherine Perry, who I think should be relieved to get that one on the straight and narrow, because she had some few issues with wides in her first over of the tournament. It's a good ball. But yeah, even if you are 2-3 down, still play your shots. Don't just settle for 2 or 3 and over that you're pushing.
It's good to see that Mia Maguire's up at the stumps as well.
Yeah, Mia is, I suppose she's quite experienced for someone so young behind the stumps. But she's got really good instincts there. I mean, you saw that from her stumping first ball. And got very good catching technique. A little chip back. They want to run here, but this should be an easy run out. I think it's going to be out anyway. We'll check it on the replay, but you can see there, that's the pressure building up. And Imadi is just kind of feeling the pinch, and I think they've got a third umpire, but just eyeballing this, I don't think that Fiona has made it. Oh, we could have another. Oh, no way. Well, Gemma Ware's into the side, and she is blocking the camera, and we're going to have to go to another camera because I don't see any bails flying yet.
Didn't slide the bat though, but let's have a look.
This you might even be able to tell from here. Oh, and now from that angle, I think that's still out. I don't think she's got the bat down yet.
You can't tell because her leg's in the way of the bat.
But see, the bat's between the legs there. This would be an amazing one if you got away with this. It's almost like.
Oh, hold on. Here we go. And that's where the bat's not down. That's out.
It's going to be given out. Honestly. It's been an amazing day for things blocking the camera in key situations. It's almost like robbing a bank in broad daylight and just walking out in a technicality. But anyway, it will be run out in the end. It wasn't the best rollback throw. But Maguire was able to do the job just in time. So Ray run out for 13 and MCC at 27 for 4.
Great work from two circles to capture that footage that finally wasn't blocked by something. So great work by them. Look at this again. And really good work there. Throw was wide, but again, good work by Maguire. So Perry to continue, bowling to Imadi, who's on 4. Lavin in the new batter.
There we go. Good hands once again from Maguire.
She's been, I like the way Maguire goes about what she does. And that foot down that time. So she's very impressive with the gloves, but also handy batter. Just waited on that. Not out. I'm sure, says the third umpire, if they referred it.
I think they're pretty happy that the foot stayed down. Seemed to, at least.
Could be on our way to another maiden, actually. A couple of balls left in this one. Nicely played. Another chance for a run out. Be home this time.
Yeah.
Marty's pretty quick.
And even, you know, Barnett's over in the previous one. 6 singles, so when the rate required for a point was already up to a ball. Every time you can just keep it to 1, then you're getting into a more impenetrable position in the game. Last ball of a very good over from Perry. And it's going to get past the fielder. And that's Fran Bullpit there. Just wasn't able to make the stop. And so we'll go to the boundary. A bit of a pressure reliever, but still plenty of pressure being applied. Perry with a much better over than the first one we saw from her earlier today. None for 5, and probably should have been less. It's 32 for 4 after 5 overs.
Yeah, I mean, MCC, it's hard to see them getting anything from this game. They escaped, I think, in the previous game against the Royals somewhat with some excellent bowling, but this run chase started disastrously with 2 wickets off the first 2 balls. Looks like it will be Bullpit to bowl.
Yeah, well, maybe that could happen. She probably knows she's bowling the next over. She's probably already thinking about, okay, what am I going to do? What are my tactics? With the situation? And the ball gets hit to you. But Fran, you saw her coming out to bat towards the end of the innings. Gets a chance with the ball now.
That's a good start.
And the other thing is, you know, in this situation, when you're so far on top, it's a great chance to bowl a couple of bowlers that you may just want to have a look at. It may not be your kind of your regular bowlers.
Well, she did get one in the first innings. I think she bowled, was it the last one?
Yeah.
And bowled pretty well. So I was impressed with what I saw from her. It again, and another good delivery. Just be a single to Jenna.
MCC are just thinking this. They've never actually lost a game on ECN. They won their 4 T20 matches in the Valletta Cup last year, and they somehow won that first game. Not quite sure how, but it does look like they're heading down to a loss here. Again, for them, they'll be 1-1.
Yeah, it'll be a big loss though. Another point for, or an extra point for the Towers probably.
And with the Eastern Royals, okay, they've played 2 games. They've got this game off, and they played the last 2. But you know, they could easily turn the tables and be 2-2 by the end of the day, and this series could be wide open.
Of course, there are no finals. This is just tucked around the corner, but there's a player there, and chance for throws just a little bit wide.
Yeah, but you're right. With no finals, obviously the points become even more important because points is what's going to decide who wins and who doesn't. So the other thing is, if you can take a 4-pointer, you are taking a point away from one of your opponents.
True.
So it's kind of like a 2-point swing. Well bowled. I like this from Bullpit. It's pretty simple, but it's fairly repeatable what she's doing. She gets some nice kind of natural right to left swing, some out swing.
It's there's no pace on it, but put in the right areas. She gone a little bit down leg side. The previous one was tucked around the corner, but just for a single. But it's putting it just in the right areas. Only 2 from the over so far. 1 ball remaining.
They've shut things down, haven't they?
A little delay.
Look, there's something going on here. Grace Weatherall has a lot to answer for because she knocked that off stump, and it's never been the same since. She's been having the wobbles, you know, because we don't have the stumps on a base here. They are knocked into the ground, but I think they've had a pretty difficult week, the stumps. We're on to day 6 now, and they've been removed a few times.
I like the fact that they're in the ground rather than on the base.
A Bit of a drag down here from Bullpit, but she'll get away with it. Just a single for Lavender, who moves to 3, and she'll retain the strike at the end of 6 overs. It's 35 for 4.
Yeah, look, good performance here from Western Towers. And I mean, I still don't think there's too much between any of these sides. It's a bit of a blip for the MCC. It was 2 very, very good innings that got them up to that 149 mark.
Well, the negative is for MCC, that's 2 games where their batting hasn't really been up to the mark. And there's certain reasons that might be. Marrett's going first ball obviously hurts them a lot, and likewise with Meg Presley-Smith. So, again, it can happen. They're still very much in it. There'll be a win and a loss. It's only the first time they'll play the Western Towers as well. But certainly for the big difference with the Western Towers, their batting has clicked. In each of the innings they've played so far, and they've had multiple players looking in form. I mean, obviously we talked a lot about Lucy Barnett and what she's done so far, but I think watching Annalise as well, Amy Aikenhead, I should say, in this innings. Annalise, I think she's another one that could fire before too long. But anyway, let's get on with the game with Claire Jennings getting the ball in over number 7.
It's a pretty good ball first up, just pushed a point for a single.
Yeah, it starts with the ball, doesn't it? And again, last weekend we were commentating in Prague with quite less experienced bowlers, even though they're picking up experience quickly. But you can just see here the bowlers, even the less recognised bowlers, are still confident in being able to get the ball in a decent spot. This is in the air and taken. It will be a wicket for Claire Jennings, as Imadi will fall for 9. And right now, the Towers are putting on a bit of a show. It's 36 for 5 MCC.
Yeah, it was a neat catch taken there. That sort of fly slip area.
Yeah, Catherine Perry's had a very good fielding innings. I thought she bowled very well. This time she had a bit of work to do here. She had to pick it up. It was dropping on her pretty quickly, but she takes it in 2 hands without too many dramas at all. As the Norwegian heads back, Imadi gone, and it's 36 for 5.
Alice Roberts is out there, so obviously her finger injury's okay. They've been able to reattach it. And so we're facing the bowling of Jennings.
I'm happy to see Alice out there because she did take that nasty blow trying to catch a bullet out there at team wicket. You've got to be very brave in that part of the field. Let's see if she can get a few runs late in this game. The first one is dragged down from Jennings. It'll be wide and have to be bowled again.
Yeah. Rare bad delivery there from Jennings. And quite clearly a wide. Good take by the keeper. So
watching some of the Greek series at the same time. We get multi-screen at the moment from ECN.
Germany still winning that series. Oh, good take.
Yeah, very good take from Mia. It's a good ball from Jennings in the first place. It's a testing line. Germany 153, taking on Greece with 35 in the 8th over. So Greece rate required's gone up to around about 9.5 and over to win. So it's looking like a long way home for them. Still 10 wickets in hand though.
Comes Jennings again. Nice.
Well hit. And it'll be just a single though. So Robbins, nice to see her off the mark.
Yeah, it'll be Lavender back on strike. I quite like the bowling of Daniel Lavender. He's quite tall. On his left arm around the wicket as well. With the bat, it's 4 off 7. Jennings bowling to a couple of balls left of this one.
Bit of a drag down again, but missed out. Something he's going to have to set up those stumps again. But yeah, Maguire, she's just got a very natural hand-eye athlete. Oh, is this out? Jeez. No, maybe.
Oh, close.
I think that's. Oh, don't know if you can get that. It's much closer than I realised live. This is where, you know, if you go on impact with the stumps, it's out. But I don't think the bail is down quick enough. There's one frame just about there. I don't think you can give that out, but it certainly was a photo finish, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Quick work once again from Mia Maguire. Maybe you catch the third umpire in a good mood, and maybe they'll give that, but I don't think so.
Yeah, it's too close for me. The other one, I think the first one was a very good decision. That was pretty close as well, but that one, benefit of the doubt maybe, but good work again from behind the stumps. No real appeal from
I don't think she
Maguire.
even thought it was out. But she was right, I suppose. Last ball to 7th. Oh, that one could be a no ball, you know.
It has been called.
Yeah, called on the field. So and 4. So Lavender will double her score. Bit of bench fielding required out there. That'll be the end of the 7th over. The score is 42 for 5.
One ball left in it.
Or not, yeah. No, I think that's the over.
No,
Oh,
it's,
yeah?
it's a
No,
no
you're
ball
right.
in it.
Okay, sorry, you're right.
Lunch has caught up
Let
with
me
you.
go 43 for 5 and last ball the over. Let's settle for that.
Okay.
Let's just all agree that I'm wrong, but in a different way.
Lunch was pretty good today.
Lunch was excellent, actually.
Noodles and the beef sort of wasn't really sweet and sour because there's no sour in it. Beef sweet. This is
Goodness, a free hit, but it's not cashed in. It'll be the end of 7. 43 for 5 at the end of 7. Yeah, but you're right. It was a brilliant lunch. Kind of beef stir fry, wasn't it? With green beans?
Yeah.
Snow peas, wasn't it? Actually.
mange
So-
tout, I think.
That was delicious.
As we see here, this is the next game. It's going to be a replay of the first game between the Eastern Royals and the Western Towers. And the Royals, well, they'll need a win because they've gone down twice, fighting both times. But Western Towers looking good. A couple of players coming in, Daisy Fisher and Kate Folane, and also Hannah Rigby and Grace Stott coming in
Gracie
for
Stott.
the Royals.
Classic East-West rematch coming up. And that game will start in about 35 minutes time as we start the 8th over. It's going to start well for MCC. That one was dragged down a little bit and it was hit very well. It was like a tennis shot straight over the bowler's head. 4 carreras, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. And just gave herself a bit of space there. Did Alice Robbins.
Fred Bulpit getting a second over here. Just a fraction short. Well put away by Robbins.
Come in again. Just pushed a point just for a single.
Push and run job that time. So Western Towers, they've made a very strong start. It's actually a very Eastern Royals start from the men's. If you remember that they had such a great start, but they just fell away towards the end of the tournament. The Towers will be hoping they can keep this kind of form up. Sweep shot this time. And this is a bit of a difference as well with the running. You can see there that Robbins, it looks pretty assured when she's out there. She backs up well, she calls, she's confident, she knows she's going to the danger end and she's confident she can make it. And that just takes so much pressure off her partner as well.
Absolutely. They're well coached. Oh, this is not a great delivery. Gets away with it though.
Yeah, there's been a couple of these drag downs that haven't really had consequences. But I think if you bowl that to certain other batters, it might be disappearing up the hill. But 50's up for MCC at least. Bullpit would love a wicket. And this one is uppish, but it's hit very well into the gap. Lavender with a classical drive through cover point. 4 carreras, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. And well, just in the area where she wanted it. Just pitched up a little bit. And very nice looking shot.
A shoelace issue. Not trusting it to anyone. Sometimes when I was keeping, people would ask me to tie shoelaces, and then I would show them my fingers, and they'd be like, "Actually, it's fine." Not necessarily the most easy job, especially when you're wearing 2 sets of gloves. But anyway, all good. One day we'll go to Velcro. Last ball, the 8th.
I used to have Velcro shoes when I was playing cricket, and the Velcro didn't stay on. It just kept on falling off. I ended up just feeling in socks.
No, you don't. Yeah, that seems very uncomfortable.
It was, but it was, I mean, I literally could not move 2 paces without the shoes falling off.
But anyway, the shoes are on now. That's good news. And there's 2 overs to go in this one. MCC 55 for 5. 50 off 12. That's even to salvage a point out of the game. Actually need 95 for the victory. So they won't be doing that. But MCC, we know that they'll feature it a little bit later on. They can have a mouth-watering matchup. A rematch against the Eastern Royals, who they defeated by 2 runs in match 2.
What would you do if you're the MCC? Would you bat first, try to put a score on like this, but not actually have two quick wickets, or would you chase? Or it doesn't matter?
I think they'd prefer to bat first. Royals, I think. Look, there's advantages to chasing because you know what you have to do,
Sure.
but that also there's this kind of scoreboard pressure, and you saw it actually in match 2 when. But it also depends who's batting and how far down the order you are. It's, yeah, there's a lot of variables, put it that way. Jennings searching for a second wicket. Just a nice looking shot. It's a long chase actually. It's a very good stop. Excellent stop from Aikenhead. Just kind of swiped at it. Actually almost results in a run out. Towers, looks like they're having a bit of fun out there. It's easy to have fun when you've been winning. They have been winning today.
Yeah, very impressed with Aikenhead. That's a nice stop. Just getting down, pushing it back in.
Then almost kind of unwittingly tackled Annalise Merritt, who was coming out just to help. Lavender 16. It's a beautiful shot as well, isn't it? Just one thing here, and I like the fact that Aikenhead's attacking the ball, but probably with these field dimensions, we've seen a couple of times that they've over-attacked and the ball's gotten past. I mean, they're never getting 2 here. That's the difference between fielding this position on a 45-metre boundary versus a 65-metre boundary. So I think that's just one you can just prop, make sure you make the stop. Maybe she's even looking for a run out, who knows? The ultra attacking. Excellent bowling again.
Well, that's the question.
Well, if this is a stumping, it's an outstanding piece of work because it's between the batter and the stump, and I think it's been given. Well, Mia Maguire, she is some sort of talent with the gloves. Let's watch it. Yeah, the overbalance. Does the foot get back? Almost, but not. It's out. It is out. It's a good call as well. I think it was made on the field. But Mia Maguire is a real whiz with the stump, with the gloves. And that's a class stumping to get Alice Robbins for 7. Her bowler will appreciate it as well. Jennings with a second wicket, and MCC are 58 for 6 in the night.
Yeah, fantastic work there from Mia Maguire. And Vinny, you had it right before when she said she's just a good all-round athlete. And they might have clipped a bit of pad as well.
Well, I mean, you can see, maybe we can look back at the first angle. And the key is you need to put everything else out of your mind. The stumps, the ball, except the ball. Ball's important.
Have a look. I think it clipped the leg.
Maybe it did, yeah. A slight touch. But you got to just pretend it's you and the ball out there. And she's very good at tracking the line of the ball and not letting anything distract her. And it's quick, but it's not a rushed stumping.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant piece of work. 9 balls to go. New batter comes out there. And we'll get off the mark straight away with a single. So MCC going to fight hard. New batter out there, by the way, is Noor Talib, who comes into the side for this game.
I mean, the first thing she did in this game was take the stumping and got Moritz's wicket. And as a batting team, you see that and you think, well, we know we can't leave our crease. And it's just something that's it just plays in your mind as a batter that you can't use your feet effectively if you know that if you miss the ball, you're going to be out.
You know, in another game, Mia Maguire might be my player of the match just for her keeping.
Yep.
And even in this one, she'd have a case because that worked for Maritz. But I suppose the issue here, you had 2 half centuries in the first inning. They'd probably go to one of them. But yeah, don't underestimate the power of a good keeper. All right, that's in the air. I don't think that's going to carry down to Merritt. Just be a single. We've had some tense finishes. This one, there's not so much tension. I think we all know which way it's going. The 4 points will be going to the Western Towers. MCC 62 for 6 after 9.
Yeah, well, another good performance here from the Towers. And we'll see them next game. And there'll be a slight element of revenge, I think, for the Eastern Royals. Well, we'll see. See if they've had a chat about it. But the Towers are looking very good today.
This is Perry coming back to bowl the 10th. How about Merritt? 1 over, 1 maiden, 1 for none. Won't be required. Win this game anyway. I'm sure we'll see her again pretty shortly. Here we go with the 10th over. Bit of a flat batter first up. That one will beat the fielder. So 4 runs. It's a little thing with Aikenhead again. She's outfielding her positions a bit more like it's on a bigger field. She's a little bit off the boundary, But I think on this field, you want to be staying as far back as you can.
Yeah.
Because a couple of times I think she could have used the extra metre or two, but take nothing away from the shot. It was well struck.
Very well struck. We've got two good fielders down the ground in Aikenhead and also Merritt. Oh, is that number again, Vinny?
Yeah, it's 66 for 6. That's strange things happening. That one doesn't really leave the square, just correcting with Lavender being the batter stumped by Maguire off Jennings in the previous over. So it was almost a strange kind of a stumping where it's hit. But the batter was pretty alert to stay in the crease. Perry would love a wicket here, I'm sure. Again, you can see, I was just talking about positioning early with MCC keeper Krista Delamere, and I said, you're better off, you're either up or you're back. There's no real in between.
Yeah.
And you can see with Maguire, she's actually getting it before it dips or before it jumps too much by being at the stumps, compared to if she was a couple of metres back. Perry gets pulled away here. Merritt should clean up just a single. So that's a little thing. In a sense, it's you have a fraction less time to react when you're up, but yeah, the ball can do less before it arrives. So it kind of counters a little bit. But you experiment, and certain bowlers you might be more comfortable in different positions. 2 to come in this one. Wow, that's a good shot. It's going, and it's dropped. Well, again, we talked about positioning a moment ago. Could be run out anyway, it won't be. It gets past the bowler, but yeah, Aikenhead's been very busy. But again, she just get caught running in a little bit, when if she just stayed put on the rope, it's an easier catch. So she's actually wheeling back by the time she's attempting it. Does stop the boundary though. And get back for 2. Thought for a second that might go all the way for 6. Talib will face the last ball of match 3. And she will be gone. So Perry does get a wicket in the end. Had one drop the ball before. Talib falls and MCC fall to their first loss on the European Cricket Network with a final total of 69 for 7. And the final margin is going to be quite significant. 80 runs between these two teams. All 4 points heading to the Western Towers.
Fine effort here from the Western Towers, and both with the ball and with the bat earlier on. And especially with the ball here, with 2 wickets off the first 2 balls, it was the skipper, Chloe Greachin, who took those. And they were big wickets, those of Marritz and also Presley Smith. I'll see the highlights in just a moment. As you see the Western Towers coming together and congratulating the batters, but also each other. And I think saying hi to the umpires.
The umpires, they were kept busy, weren't they, in that game as well. But we'll have a look what's coming your way. MCC will have a break in the next game because it will be the East-West battle again in this ECS-W Liberation Series. With the news from the toss that the Royals have won it, Finty Trussell will be captaining the side in match number 4. Expect her to open the batting, and I think she actually bowled really well, so I think they keep her as a bowler in that game. A couple of changes there for the Royals, as you can see as well. I don't see Trinity Smith in that lineup, so she'll be sitting this one out. And yeah, just natural rotations. I hope there's nothing wrong with Trinity. Towers, though, they'll be hoping to go 3 for 3, and if they do that, that means they would have had an even more perfect start. But that was a huge moment early. Very first ball with Marritz being stumped by a small margin. That was a nice catch by Aikenhead, who was able to get Presley Smith first ball. So a couple of golden ducks in the top 3. Meant it was always going to be tough. That was a nice ball by Annalise Merritt as well to bowl Krista Delamere. But yeah, it's basically the first round complete now. They're kind of 3 rounds of 3, and so far the Towers have been the best team, the only team to win both the games. Absolutely.
And look, it's interesting throughout this. See the run out here. Now we saw a lot of quality throughout this week with the men's game. It was brutal hitting. It was big scores and fantastic games. We're seeing a very different kind of quality here, but it is real quality from all these 3 sides, and it's just a pleasure to see. So just over the head of Bullpit, but again the MCC after those 2 early wickets were always just going to struggle to get the pace.
It was almost delicate, that stumping, wasn't it? But yeah, you could kind of see.
I've never seen a keeper celebrate less.
Yeah, I mean, but Mia just seems naturally quite reserved, but also she kind of expects it.
Yeah.
Same as when she was batting, she expects cracking shots. It's just kind of like, yeah, you know, it's what I do. And why not? And when you're that good, you can. As MCC will finish 69 for 7. Look, pretty telling. There wasn't a single six in that innings.
No.
And if you don't hit sixes in this format, then it's going to be really tough to win matches. Alice Robbins with 16 not out ended up being the top scorer, 15-11 before she was stumped. 1 and 2 stumpings in the innings. 13 for Fiona Ray. And bowling-wise, well, pretty good all-round effort. Merritt with a wicket made, and that was it. Didn't bowl again. 1 for none, her figures. 2 wickets to Greece, including the key figure of Marritts, who was asked to open, which I think was the right move, but obviously Lara getting out first ball got them off to the worst possible start. Perry chipped in with a wicket late, and before that Jennings with 2 for 15. We will take a break. Back in around about 20 minutes, take you into match 4, and still 2 matches to go on opening day. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. We'll take a break. See you shortly in Jersey for more ECS-W Liberation Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
No one is an island, but everyone likes to visit one. In Jersey, you're only ever 10 minutes from a beach, or a historical monument, or even this. And if that's not enough, our island doubles in size when the tide is out. So you get twice as much to enjoy. Jersey, where sea meets soul. Come and pay us a visit at jersey.com.
Hello and welcome back. We're still 2 matches to go on opening day. I've got some of the juniors around here and they've been very good so far. And we're just doing a little bit of training as well, and no one is letting the side down. As you can see, that was definitely going to be an easy catch. But now it's time for match number 4. It's East versus West. Watch out for that one as we'll go to the toss with Charles Croucher and the 2 captains.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome to the toss for match 4. Eastern Royals with the Western Towers to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
We're going to bat first, please.
Eastern Royals have won the toss. They're going to bat.
So the Eastern Royals have won the toss and they've elected to bat first, or at least won't be on the chase, and a dramatic loss actually in the last game. But I suppose, you know, it's a chance for them to get things back on track. But if they lose this one, that's a very tough place to be 0-3, and then the best you can do is 3-3, probably not winning the week, although a few things could still happen. Are you guys ready for a new game? You having a time so far today? Yeah. We've done the little catches, time for the big ones. 1, 2, 3, go. All right, time for match 4 to get underway with the Eastern Royals winning the toss and electing to bat.
Thanks, Vinny. Good to see you having fun with the kids as well here in Jersey. We're here for the European Cricket Series for women. It's the 2 local teams back again. A rematch of the first game of the day between the Eastern Royals and the Western Towers. Should be a really good game again. A few ins, Hannah Rigby and Grace Stott coming in for the Eastern Royals, and also Kate Verlaine and also Daisy Fisher for the Western Towers. Should be a really good game. It is, as you saw, the Eastern Royals won the toss, elected to bat. Western Towers will chase again, as they did in the first game. But, well, look for Fitty Trussler at the top to get some runs. She missed out a little bit in the last game, but I think she's pretty vital to this Eastern Royals batting lineup. 32% for the Eastern Royals, and well, supercomputer starting to warm up, and 68% there for the Western Towers. And who's to argue with it at the moment? The Towers looking hot today, both with the bat and the ball. We have 2 batters coming out. It will be Fitty Trussler and also Grace Weatherall. She'll face the first delivery, and coming out maybe is a bit of a pinch hitter. Both these batters, if they get going, can be pretty destructive. And it'll be Annalise Merritt to open up. She's pretty unlucky probably not to get a second over after taking well, having a wicket maiden in the previous game against the MCC. But there's quite a bit of cricket to come over this these 2 days. Each team will play each other 3 times. We're just about ready for a start. And here we go. A rematch of the first game of the day. And nice shot there by Grace. That's 4 runs into the that adrenaline area, the adrenaline zone. And quite a few people in now. You can see Rick Firth there with 1 beer in one hand. He's just about to finish, and a fresh one in the other. He's enjoying it here. His son's out here kicking a footy around. As there it comes in again. And this is a dodgy edge over the top of the keeper. Another 4 runs. What is composed with that shot. But got the result. And in this format, doesn't really matter how you get them, as long as you get them. Nothing the keeper could do then. A good start here for the Royals. The Towers come back with merit. And slower ball, good, very well bowled. And of course, all those players know each other very well. It's an acknowledgement there by Grace Weatherall. Comes in again. And bit short, hooked for 6. Up on the top of the hill. Lovely shot there from Grace. She looks in the mood. Moves on to 14, the score. As does Weatherall. Of course, it's pretty safe to hit over the top at the moment because of the power play. But well, power play doesn't matter how many players you have out towards the boundary if it goes 10 metres over. Merritt, have to pitch it up. Does, maybe a bit too much. Good take by the keeper. I'm going to check for the height of the no ball. Let's have a look. And well, looks pretty high. That is a no ball for me. Well, when it passes her hip, I think it's a no ball, but it's dropping. It's been called. There it comes in. It's a free hit. Weatherall, what's she going to do with it? Slow ball and hits it over the top. 6 runs. Well, Grace Weatherall. Big round of applause from around the ground, and fully capitalises on that free hit. Weatherall again just missed it. Not quite as high that time. Still a pretty juicy full toss. Comes in for the final ball of the first. Too short. 6 runs. I think that's gone up the top of the hill. And that's a great first over for the Royals. Bit of a disaster for the undefeated Western Towers with, well, how different it is in 2 different games. Merritt had a wicket maiden in the last time she bowled here. Just got 27 whacked off her bowling by Grace Weatherall. Great start for the Royals. So here's the bowler that did the damage in the previous game early up with 2 wickets off the first 2 balls of the innings. It's Chloe Greecham, as we see here. Greece and Germany is happening tomorrow again. I think it's pretty much over for the day there. Nice series out in Corfu. This one's played nicely to Jenna out in the deep. We'll bring Weatherall back. He's 26 already off 7. Greecham, clever bowler, comes in and big swing and a miss, and maybe a little bit of bat on that, not gathered by the keeper, Miriam Maguire. Let's have another look at this one. And yeah, maybe just a little bit of a deflection. Yeah, you can see that. Much chance for the keeper. Oh, it's in the air. Player coming around. Won't get there. Oh, Merritt. She's fired in at the stumps as well. Still thinking about the first over, I think. Just fell in between 2 players. It's high in the air. But gets away with that one, does Grace. This one could be a full toss as well. Merritt gets to go through her legs, not having the best of times in this game, Merritt. We'll just check, I think, the no ball. Let's have a look at this one. And well, it's pretty high, but it was dropping. I think at the crease it would be fine. A hard one to call. I don't think it'll be given. In fact, it won't. This one well fielded there by Greecham. Trussler is on 5 off 3, but Weatherall 27 off 9. 33 the score. And that's a lovely shot. 6 runs. Used her feet well, did that Finty Trussler. And Greecham, well, she got a stumping in the previous game. On the first ball, that was Lara Moritz really put MCC behind the 8 ball first up. But Finty, on that occasion, used her feet well and smashed it down the ground. 39 off the first 2. So a great start here for the Royals, who need a win. They lost their first 2. Second one, actually, they were in the game for both of them. Just fell apart against the MCC. Where they looked certain for a victory. They even looked pretty good on for a 4-pointer against the MCC until it was Lara Moritz and Sophie Lawrence came on and tore apart their batting. It was a hat-trick as well for Moritz. Ended up with 4 for 4. See here, Lucy Barnett comes into the attack. And good ball first up. Weatherall just hits that one into the covers for a single. Brings Trussler back on strike. So it's the last over of the power play. Yes. Not sure what's going on there. Just a single again, this time to square leg. So Trussler's on 12, Weatherall 28. Your encouragement all around the ground. There's a good little crowd coming in. Quite a few at the clubhouse as well. Just dug out. Janet will pick it up. Just a single. Been a good over from Barnett so far. Bowling to Trussler. It's beating the bat. Good bowling. Nice take again by the keeper. It's been impressive. Mia Maguire. Let's have a look at this one. And just got past the bat and also just crept past the outside. Well, about to say the off stump, but didn't have a chance to say it as this was smashed into the hill by Trussler this time. Full toss there from Barnett. Rare bad ball from her. And have a look height-wise. I think it's okay. It is, no problem. But still a poor delivery. Comes in again. Hit hard. Hit for 6. That's a nice shot. Just over the tallest fielder on the ground in Annalise Merritt. But again, just down on one knee. Glorious shot. And another 6 runs. Well, the skipper's going to put herself on for another one. Chloe Greechin, just on the hope that they can make a breakthrough. 27 off the first, then 27 each off the next 2. So, or 27 off the next 2. So 54 the score at the power play. It's a very good one for the Eastern Royals. Here comes Greechin. Bowling to Weatherall. Bit full and beautifully struck up on the hill again by Grace Weatherall. What a shot that was. And, well, there's a couple there who were watching the cricket pretty intently. Nice and relaxed. They went very close to them. Saved by the small lad in red. Actually, there's quite a few of them fielding around that boundary. And she goes again. This one will be 4. A nice piece of fielding. Well, there's a few of them out there. And they're keenly watching for the ball to come to them. And there's quite a few of them going out there at the moment. Nice shot again. This one, just the 4. Greechin needs this wicket. And won't get it. It's another 6. This one's bigger. Right into the adrenaline zone. And the kids race after it. There'll be a mini Firth to pick it up. So this is more like it from the Eastern Royals. And Grace Weatherall is absolutely smashing the ball all over the ground, 70 up. Weatherall, 45. Just pushes that one into the covers, just for a single. Trustlop back on strike is going pretty well herself, 24 off 8. Running around at the same pace. It's 19.5 and over at the moment. This one's along the ground, down to Merritt, just for a single. Gretchen, she brought herself on to try to get this wicket. Hasn't worked. Not yet. She has one more chance, one more opportunity. Bowling to Grace Weatherall, who just prods it down past the bowler for a single. And well played. So, end of another good over there for the Royals. At the end of 4, score is 73 for no loss. And for being firm favourites, Western Towers, supercomputer, now says 58% to the Eastern Royals after that bright start. Let's see who comes on. So see here, that first over was huge, and then it's evened out a little bit, still going at just over 18 and over. It's very good going from the Royals. As you can see, it's a very tight competition between these three sides. Lucy Bunnett, come on again. Just to see if she can get a wicket. And swing and a miss there from Weatherall. Having a bit of a think about it. Good ball from Bunnett. Comes in again. And hit beautifully. That's a 50. Hit up on the hill. Kids gather it and throw it back. And very good innings then for Grace Weatherall. Still plenty of time to go on with it as well. 53 off 18. Score is 79. Big round of applause there from her teammates. So, Weatherall, she went pretty early in the last game. Again, trying to hit the ball hard. A bit more gathered in this innings. Hitting it very cleanly. This one's just along the ground to Merritt, just for a single. And a bit shocked, I think, the Western Towers. I know the quality of these players, though. And quite a few of them are teammates for Jersey or teammates in Jersey. Either and both, the national side or for club teams. And well, this one's just bounced off the keeper. And a bit of a lack of awareness there for the first time from Mia Maguire. Just bounced off and they scampered through for one. Must be a bye. Now comes around the wicket, bowling to Weatherall. And it's big leggy. And it goes down to the boundary before too easy for Weatherall, who's seeing it like a beach ball. Moves on to 58. One ball left of the 5th. And looking like a pretty big score. Last ball of a spell. And hit onto a pad by Weatherall. And that'll just be a dot ball to end up the over. 85 on the board after 5. Great start for the Royals. So, Vinny, hope you like what you've seen in the first half of this innings.
I've got sore eyes just from watching the ball fly out of the ground. And cricket's such a funny game, and it has a way of kind of bringing you back to equilibrium, and it's kind of worked for both these two teams. And obviously the Western Towers have had a brilliant day, but they've absolutely kind of pasted in that 5 overs. And the Royals, who couldn't even chase 77 in the last game, they've already made that many in the first half of the innings.
Yeah.
So I think that one of the skills that you practice here was more mental skills than anything.
Sure.
Which is just kind of keeping calm. There's still plenty of time left in this game for both sides. So still 15 overs to go potentially. You're just going to see if you can turn the corner right now if you're the Towers as Jenna comes on. But it's going to be more of the same. Gee, the spectators, they've all been part of a slightly enlarged adrenaline zone in the last few overs, haven't they? That one up the hill, maximal 6 runs.
Well, they're definitely being made to feel like they're a part of the game, because it's being launched at them at the moment.
The kids are having real-world fielding practice. I mean, they're sitting there waiting just like every other fielder. They're expecting it to come at the moment. Got 3 deep mid-wickets.
This is over the top of the fielder and can't stop it there. That's a good attempt. Amy Aikenhead.
Aikenhead's a brilliant fielder. But I think she'll learn a lot when she looks back and sees her positioning on some of these. That she's just got to sometimes manage her aggression to come and meet the ball a little bit. There wasn't too much wrong with that one, to be fair. Just traversing around the boundary.
Oh, it's going to be a no ball. Well, it's called a wide. I think it's going to be called a no ball.
I think that's a no-eat. I've got to say, they'll have a look at this, and I'm pretty sure this is a comfortable above the waist.
Yes.
It's a funny one. Maybe it's not. That's when it passes the line, right? It's very technical.
Okay.
And she never touched it, so it's actually it's a good call by the umpire, I think.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
I don't think that hit her either. If it hit her, then it's maybe a bit different. It changes the trajectory of the ball. But I think that's just going to be a wide.
Yeah, from here it looked like a no ball, but
that's
definitely
the thing,
a wide.
though. I mean, we
call.
assume that when it passes her is when it passes the crease, but it's slightly different, you can see. So it won't be a free hit. Trussler on 35.
So again, nice shot. And doesn't go. Oh, it does get past the fielder. That's naughty. That's Claire Jennings down there. It's another 4 to the total.
You know, it's a long day of cricket. I think we know that more than anyone else. And there's a few tired towels out there at the moment. I think it's never great when you feel like you're bowling to two batters. Seems like they're batting with dynamite at the moment. They just need a turning point, don't they? Let's see if Charlotte Jenner can provide it. 100's up in the 100 partnership.
This one's going towards a boundary, and another 4 runs to split the field. And another piece of fielding by the lad in red. What's his name, Vinny?
I know I can narrow it down to about 6, but I won't try and be specific. But I will say that I think that we might have to give him a ball or 2 at the end of the day. I know I said that yesterday. It was a great bit of fielding. It was one hand, one bounce. I think it was Rufus yesterday.
This one uses the feet well, hits it hard, and
great effort. Honestly, there's no chance she was going to over-attack that. And she might have to count the fingers after that. Aikenhead, credit to her, she gave it a crack. But it was just a straight blast. Look how she turns this into something that's very drivable. You cannot strike the ball better than that, right off the middle and 4 more.
I think it cracked her arm. I don't think it hit her hand, did it? Maybe she's rubbing it.
She's very brave there. To field down the ground, you gotta sometimes put your personal safety at risk.
Glad it didn't come towards us. This one's coming towards us, but not quite as quickly.
That's one that I'm glad didn't go to the kids at that velocity, because don't want to see anyone get hurt at the moment. Some bowling figures getting hurt because Jenna goes for 24 in the over, 109 without loss after 6.
I did see one of the kids have a bit of a cry before.
So what happened? That's young Digby. He chased his ball under the camera tower, but of course there's a whole bunch of horizontal poles. I know sometimes you talk about the umpire clothesline. He got the camera tower clothesline and unfortunately hit the deck. But he's all right. He passed the concussion test.
Good.
I believe he may have had an ice cream. What if
everything.
the concussion test finished with an ice cream? That's something I could get into.
Definitely fix everything.
But 109 for that after 6. Is Merritt coming back?
Well, there were jam donuts on the coffee stand earlier.
Well, see, I missed tea because I found that there was an Australian rules football getting kicked around. So I got into that.
There might still be some around. Depends if the production crew got there or not, because they tend to hoard.
Probably shouldn't be getting into the donuts. I've been pretty good lately. Trussler on 48 here. Good communication. That's what experienced players do. It's very quick and looked for a run. Her first 2 steps said, oh, she's coming, but then quick no and a loud no, and that gave Weatherall the opportunity to turn around safely.
Very good cricket.
Basics.
There it comes in again. This one's just muscled on to the onside just for a single. Good fielding by Jenna.
Really good fielding, actually. It's excellent technique. It's nice to have a ground that you can slide on. I know some of the grounds around Europe, you try that and probably looking for a new pair of trousers, but it's a beautiful surface here in Grainville.
Comes in again, and good ball. I like the way that Merritt just digs it in sometimes, and the natural bounce she gets from a height just deceives the batters.
She's come back well here. I mean, it can't be easy. But again, the more games that all these players play, the better they get at handling the emotional ups and downs of the format. But, she'd love to get some revenge on Grace here. Who's on 58.
Interesting to see who they bowl for the last 3 overs, though. So this one goes down the ground just for another single. Trussell's on 49, just off 18 as well. Looking for that landmark. I'm not going to mention. It's
You
such
can't
a
jinx
weird
her.
thing.
She's definitely bringing up her 50. Probably this ball.
Vinny. She has. That's 4 runs.
I never looked like playing well shot before that. Just seeing if I still got it. But I'll tell you who does still have it. It's Finty Trussler. Captaining the side in this game. She brings up her 50 and brings it up off 19 balls. Her second of the day.
Yeah, look, fantastic batting from this pair. And 116 at the moment. Well, it was the opposite in the last game when the Western Towers against the MCC. It was 2 players who both hit 50s, and they being power.
I don't know if she slipped or if that was deliberate, but it was kind of like a little fake charge, and I actually thought one of her feet kind of slid risky business style, but Merritt will go for 34 in her 2. See, yeah, no, maybe she's just getting a little bit inventive, but Merritt with a good second over there. And that tells me a lot about Annalise, that she was able to calm herself there and come back with a pretty good over. So let's have a look ahead to where we're heading next. And yeah, unfortunately, I do have to leave tomorrow. It's quite a not I won't say difficult. It's quite a long journey to Sweden from here. Got to go through London, which I'm looking forward to doing tomorrow. But I'll be keeping an eye on it, and 4 more matches tomorrow to conclude this series. Still up for grabs. So Sweden will have a 5-day, bit like this, 5-day men's series, 2-day women's series.
This one's going to be 6 again, and just away from the spectators.
At least, they are watching. And the good news is a bit of cloud around just means you're not looking straight into the sun at this time of day. So you're more likely to be able to save yourself.
So, Vinny, I know you enjoy a beer at the end of the day.
Sometimes.
Now, living in Prague, beers are pretty cheap and they're very good. We've come to Jersey and the clubhouse prices are pretty good. Right?
Correct.
What do you think the beer price is going to be like in Sweden?
I actually know. It's actually it's the beer test. I use it. I know the economists will use different metrics.
The McDonald's index?
The simple pint of
Big
beer
Mac
test.
index, isn't it? Big Mac index.
That is one of them.
Yeah, yeah.
This is Mallet bowling here in the 8th.
You know that Iceland used to win that all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Until they got rid of the McDonald's.
Is that right? So, I don't know if that caused the collapse of the Icelandic banking system some time ago. The most I've paid for a beer in Europe, I think, it's a tie between near the Swedish Central Station in Stockholm, and also an airport in Switzerland. But when you're thirsty,
airport in Switzerland. Well,
and that was about 18 euros, which is probably about 17 pounds, give or take, maybe 16 pounds. Probably the crazy. I must have been rolling it at the time because I think I went back for a second one at Zurich Airport. But I remember thinking, as I handed over the money, I thought, at least it'll make a good story. In Prague, probably it's about, let's say, 3 or 4 euros. 3 pounds is probably about normal price for a beer in Prague, sometimes less.
You used to be able to drink all night for that sort of money.
Geez, that could be 4 as well, All right, we'll get through Grecian down there. Gives it a good old college try. And it gets under it. And Trussler is continuing to build. Royals seem like they've got a bit of revenge on their mind here. But you wouldn't believe this Royals side haven't won a game yet the way they're playing right now. These two are making the most of the opportunity.
They've been in winning positions in both games, I think. That they got a reasonable score on the board. Well, what we thought was a reasonable score. Of 117, but I know when you had a chat to Grace earlier in the week that she said that about 140 was par. I think you scoffed at it. Well,
yeah, I wasn't scoffing. I just thought I don't think the par will be that high.
Yeah,
it certainly is a good score. But I think the difference is Grace has been a fraction more selective. I think with the batting falling away a couple of times, she said, look, I'm not necessarily going to go at absolutely everything. Even the way she would take the one at the end of an over if it's not really there to hit. But when it has been there to hit, it has been hit. And with this one, Wetherell will go to 70. So she's been very good at anything, even slightly short. Hasn't really looked like mishitting one. And that is another boundary to the score of Grace Wetherell.
It's a good example. She just waited on that one and got into position and hit it to the boundary. And you're right, she's been very selective. And it's a good example. Well, 2 and a bit overs to go. Both these batters are doing very, very well. 134. Expect to score 164. And could we call it wide?
Again, good intelligence there. So, all right, I could probably reach this, but I know I'm confident it's wide. So I'm going to make Mallet come and bowl to me.
You could tell she was tempted, very tempted. Yeah. And then
there wasn't value there.
No.
That's smart.
Good restraint.
It's the beauty of the format is where you get multiple chances each day.
Yeah.
Pretty rare in cricket.
And again.
Yeah. And Mallet's kind of tempting her, saying, hey, go on, hit one of these. Trying to get her to go fishing. Say, come on. Go on, have a little nibble. That's pretty close, actually. It's almost over the line, but umpire wasn't sure about it, so called it a wide.
Oh, I think it's a good call.
Does it sound like the bowler in you, Danny?
Well.
Last ball of the over.
I am pretty fed. Oh, this is going. Oh, this is going to the fielder. No, it's not. 6 runs. Just sneaks over the boundary. Didn't get all of it. Got enough of it.
Yeah, what a fantastic shot. So, against a classic case of kind of who's running the game here. And she forced Mallet to bowl again and then again and finally got the one she wanted. It was short, got put over the rope. Wetherell is 76 and the score 142 without loss after 8.
Do you think she's an outside chance, Vinny?
I wasn't even going to go there because I don't want to be the...
Well, now you
Grace
don't want to
jinx it. Grace is going to do some more commentary and I don't want to be on the hook for the jinx.
Well,
but let me just say she's batting very well.
You didn't say that earlier when she was just about to hit a 50. Was that?
I was more confident that Finty was unjinxable, but that almost jinxed her as well. So I'm zipping it. I'm surprised I've got my microphone on. But anyway, this looks like Catherine Perry, who's going to bowl over number 9. I mean, there's only 12 balls left total. And she's on 76. So, I mean, if she was to face all of them, that's 24 off 12. She probably won't face all of them. Right, no, she's not going to face this one. It's Trussler on strike.
Oh, that's going to be out. Good catch. That's Amy Aikenhead. Good fielder down the ground. And well judged that time. Got right behind it. That's the end of a very good innings there. And first wicket down. 142 on the board, though.
Excellent catch by Aikenhead. And again, she doesn't over-attack this. I think she kind of sets her feet. She knows she's going to take a bit of an impact. You always are off the bat of Trussler. You see that she just makes a fairly stable stance, kind of a wide stance, and then she did have to make a bit of an adjustment towards the end, but she was prepared for it. I think that was the difference. Finty with another good innings, 58 off 23 with 4 Maximo 7 fours, striking it over 2.5 a ball. But she's the first wicket to fall in match 4, 142 for 1. Well done to Perry. He asks the right kind of question there. You're always better trying to draw them forward into an error rather than just giving them something short to hit up on the hill.
Comes Perry again. Bompton, his batter. Well, just clip that on to the leg side for a single and bring Wetherell back on strike. Let's have a look. She'll just try to score as many as she can. Whether she gets to that magical figure, we don't know. It'd be great to see 100 on the network by a local here in Jersey. Well, we have seen a couple this week. Actually, I think there was 2 yesterday in the men's finals day.
2. But yeah, Grace. Well, put it this way, she's 4 hits away. She's really shown the power she's got. She's telling us how much she liked the gym. Looks like it's all paying off for her. Bowling fast, batting fast here on opening day.
Oh, it's just chipped over the bowler. Mishit it slightly off the toe of the bat.
Well, if she does it from here, it'll be a scene. There's only 8 balls left. She's not facing this. At most, she's facing 7. But, yeah, I don't think... Okay, it would be nice, but I think the most important thing is she set up a very, very healthy total. And also, there's going to be a battle for even, to get a point out of this. They already need over 100 to keep their point.
Yeah. So it's hit straight. And Merritt will pick it up. They're all back on strike for the last ball of this this 9th over. 145 on the board. Let's see what she can do. Been a good over from Perry though, taking 1 for 3. Exactly what they needed.
Yeah, exactly what they needed. Maybe the start of a turnaround. Last ball of her over, it won't be. And pretty good block down the leg side once again by the, I won't say loudmouth, Mia Maguire, but she lets her skills do the talking behind the stumps.
It's a good piece of keeping actually. Just
Very
getting her
good.
body behind it.
Anticipation. She's the package.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's short and just dab down. Well, she retained the strike. It's
yeah, I mean, that's the
probably
shot of
good.
someone that wants to strike. She wants at least a shot at it, Grace, and she's earned it, really. She's
Yeah.
78 heading into the last over, and the Royals are smoking them in this one. 147 for 1. Having said that, Perry with a brilliant over in the 9th, shutting things down, taking 1 for 5 and removing Finty Trussler from the equation.
Absolutely. Yeah, fantastic. And it will be Charlotte Jenner to bowl the final one. She went for 24 of her last one. So hopefully she can drag it back. Otherwise, Chloe does have a chance of getting this this 100. I'm going to say it.
It's a funny one. I mean, I don't even... It's so rare you get a chance to play ECN cricket and to have a shot at 100. I'd actually consider not running on one first ball. Just seeing if you can maybe do it in boundaries. But anyway, here's Jenna to finish things off.
There's one. Or is
Oh,
it?
what
What a
a-
catch.
Oh, what a catch. Barnett has just taken that just inside the rope. And I thought Sked was going to blow her over the rope. So Grace won't get the 100. It looks like this was 6 for all money off the bat. But Lucy just fairly unassuming there, takes it and ends it. What's been a brilliant innings from Weatherall of 78. And it'll be Jenna that'll be pretty thankful as well, as Barnett robs the Maximo. Grace, well, she'll be happy, but she'll be unhappy at the same time. I think when the dust settles, she'll be very proud of her efforts there. She's out for 78. It's 147 for 2.
That's one of the most casual catches I think I've ever seen. Look
This
at Grace here.
It's great. What we're talking about. Funny thing is there, if Barnett had to move even like 2 meters,
Yep.
it's a completely different catch. You're kind of throwing a hand and hoping, but the fact she was able to just kind of be stable made all the difference.
This is another good delivery here from Jenna. Just another dot ball.
The way they're batting, you wouldn't count them out of a big chase. I mean,
Yeah.
we're already talking probably the biggest chase in a women's game on ECN. But the way that their orders firing, who's to say?
Should be a wide. It will be. It's been a good over here from.
would've
They
been
could
out, I
run
think.
one.
Did that? She's missed from point blank. McGuire normally is up, but maybe it's out of her range because about 2 meters away and missed the chance.
That might have been out.
It
You
would
know,
have
if
been
it hit-
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, DeRocca giving the opportunity here. 4 balls to go.
So again, very well bowled. Just hit the cover, just for a single. Tangi back on strike. So almost 150 up. Well, to be fair, that's what the Towers scored against MCC.
Yeah. Not prepared to rule it out.
No, not at all. This is a dodgy outside edge going towards the boundary, and it'll get there. 4 runs for Tangi. And well, it's been a really good over here from Jenna. A little bit unlucky with that one. 153 now the score with those 2 wickets that went down, the 2 set batters. Tangi and LaRocca just scratching around for whatever they can get at this
Could
stage.
be important runs. I mean, it gets exponentially tougher the higher you go over 150 for a
Mm.
successful chase.
Swing and a miss. Well, been a really good over from Jenna. 1 ball left of this over. One ball left of this this innings, and still a very even game for me.
Yeah, definitely. That last ball. Oh, I've jinxed it again. My jinxing powers have just changed now. I'm jinxing more bowlers than bats. But yeah, 154. Tangi, well, she'd love to send one over the ropes here. Are we going to get a flow Maximo to finish us off?
I like that.
First half, match 4. Well, I've done my bit. Now she has to do hers. Last ball again.
Nope, but we'll get maybe a boundary out of it.
Yeah, it was more low from Flow, wasn't it? Little scratcher down the bottom of the bat, but they'll take them however they can get them. And the Royals, hard to believe they don't have a win, but what they do have here in match 4 is 158 for 2, so the highest score of the day so far. And with that, I might just do some quick calculations. I mean, they'd love to get the 4-pointer, considering that they're 0-2. But yeah, if they can keep the Towers to 110 or less, they could take all 4. Having said that, I mean, the Towers have multiple players in form and even more potential, big run scorers like Annalise Merritt at the top. So, look, we'll see. At the moment, kind of all possibilities are on the table in match 4, and that's always a great place to be.
Absolutely. Look, this is such a delight again. I mean, we saw the men's tournament. That was pretty amazing. But this is great cricket from the women here in Jersey. And well, it was the one we went behind, but generally they went over the rope from Grace Witherall. Batted beautifully, a lot of power, and brought up her 50 pretty quickly. That one got the kids running, and well, also Finty Trussler did her part. As you see, something going on there, and then just kept on hitting over the boundary. Beautiful hitting by these two. A fantastic partnership. It's got the Eastern Royals to a very, very good position in this game. Last couple of overs brought them back a little bit, but really, it's a story of this innings is the innings of innings of Grace Witherall and also Finty Trussler at the top, and perfect in this format. Went hard from the first ball, and both get 50s as well, and well deserved. So the Western Towers, as you can see here, that's Trussler acknowledging her 50, and kept on going with it. Did Grace Witherall. It's an outside chance of 100. We did jinx her a little bit maybe, but don't tell her that. She waited well on that one. But it was a good intelligent innings, I think, from Witherall. She picked the right ball to hit and consistently hit it over the boundary. Trussler as well. Well, that was a good catch there from Aikenhead. And she went. And then this one, casual catch, the most casual catch you'll ever see there from Lucy Barnett. Just standing there and just taking it. This is the last delivery. And just a little edgy one down to the boundary. So very, very good score. We're on the board from the Eastern Royals. They've set themselves up with an excellent chance of getting their first win of the tournament against the so far undefeated Western Towers, but not much between any of the three sides we've seen here. As we'll see the scorecard, 78 at the top for Grace Witherall, and Finty Trussler, the captain, on 58. Tangy with a nice little 10 contribution. 11 extras, not too bad. 158 the score, 159 to win for the Western Towers. Look at the bowling figures. Some will be okay, some won't. Let's see here. Merritt went for 34. Wickets for Charlotte Jenner, who I think bowled very, very well in her second over and picked up a big wicket, as did Catherine Perry at the end. Just 1 for 5. So 2 good overs right at the end to just stem the flow of runs for the Western Towers by the Eastern Royals. Well, looking forward to the second innings of this game. It's going to be a good run chase if they're to get it. 159 needed at just under 16 and over. And Western Towers are very capable, especially with Lucy Barnett and also Amy Aikenhead in the side. And we'll be back in a few minutes' time to see whether the Western Towers can get that 159 they need, or whether the Eastern Royals can manage to get their first win on the board. See you here, back here very, very soon.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Well, hi to everyone and welcome back here to Jersey for this European Cricket Series for women. It's a game between the two Jersey sides in the competition, Eastern Royals and Western Towers. And there was a win earlier on in the first game of the series for the Western Towers after a pretty good score was posted by the Royals. But they've posted a much higher score this time, 158, so 159 to win for the Towers, who, well, they hit exactly that total against the MCC in the previous game. And well, here's the equation. If the Eastern Royals restrict the Towers down to 110 or less, then they'll get 4 points. And if Towers can get the total in 7 overs or less, then they'll get a bonus point. I don't think bonus points are necessarily part of the equation here, unless there are some early breakthroughs for the Eastern Royals. Of course, the Towers picked up 4 points against the MCC in the game previously to this. And it will be Holly Beatty to bowl the first ball, and it's been hit away nicely on the leg side. That'll be 4 runs. Nice shot by the in-form Lucy Barnett. That familiar high back lift. See that? Just gets it over the square leg fielder. That's Olivia Baston you just saw. But some good fielders on the boundary. Both on the leg side. Beatty comes in again. And just over the fielder. Not much he could do. Couldn't quite reach it. may have got a fingertip to it. That's Olivia Baston again. Let's have a look at this one. And it just came in at the last moment. Nice shot, just over the fielder. And good fielding from the crowd. Again, we've got a few people around. Good to see Rick Firth there with his family. He gave us some Vegemite earlier in the week. And it's the same area. Well, 3 times this has gone to that square leg region, and Grace Weatherall has come up and is having a chat to Holly Beatty. Don't know what they're discussing. Probably just don't bowl it there to her. That's probably what I would be saying to her. There is a fielder on the boundary now. They've pushed back Olivia Baston, and it's Flo Tangi who's come off the boundary at long on. Comes in again, and same area. Well, didn't go for the catch. Did Baston. Held back and cut off the boundary. Probably an opportunity, but it was one of those ones. It's whether you attack it or not. Decided just to defend it. Cut it down to a single. Good start here for the Towers. And bring Aikenhead on strike. And tucked around the corner, just be a single. Just a couple of wins there for Beatty after being hit for 3 consecutive boundaries. So 14 on the board. Last ball of the first. Barnett's on 13. Aikenhead on 1. Remember, 159 at the target. And 111 to secure a point. The Royals would like these 2 wickets as quickly as possible. And this is in the air. Going to be a difficult one. It's going to fall in between 2 fielders. And again, just a teasing one. Unlucky maybe for Beatty, who finished up the over pretty well. And at the end of the first, the score is 15 for no loss. Well, just didn't quite get enough of it. It's been 8 matches since the golden ball. This would be a fantastic golden ball, wouldn't it? At 159. And that would be also some great batting from the Western Towers. They're capable. We saw them in the, as I said, the previous game against the MCC. Get that total. As it will be Olivia Baston, who has been targeted in the field, I think, by these 2 batters who'll come in with the ball. This one's down leg side, called a wide. It's Lucy Barnett who's facing. And she started off the innings exactly how she wanted to, getting it pretty much off the middle of the bat for most of it. Comes in again. And mishit slightly. Chance for a run out. Didn't pick it up though, Holly Beatty. She got a pretty good bounce, but maybe took her eyes off the ball. There wasn't opportunities for a run out. Would have been a direct hit because Barnett's pretty quick. Bring Aikenhead back on strike. And this is in the air. Grace under it. Takes a catch. First wicket down. Aikenhead's gone for 1. And laid the trap. They've hit quite a few in that area. And they've got gun fielder out there in Grace Weatherall, who's definitely putting a hand up for player of the match with her 70. And that catch. Hasn't got a smile on the face. She's a bit too serious at the moment, is Grace. And that's a big wicket. So Amy Aikenhead will have to depart. Bring another good batter out though. Is Annalise Merritt, who's again big hitter of the ball. Missed out a bit today so far. So look at this one. We'll get a good look at it. Well judged. Got under it and takes a comfortable catch, chest height. Very well judged. Good technique as well. So, Baston gets a wicket. Comes in, bowling to Merritt. And hit firmly through the field. That's 4 runs. Nice shot. Out through the offside this time. Good contest between two very good sides. Let's have a look at the second one again. It was outside off stump. But, really well played. Score's now 21 for 1. Okay, this one's been dragged onto the leg side. Work to do. Can't get down. Grace, she's a bit disappointed. But it was a tough one. She made a lot of ground to her left. But, couldn't cut off the boundary. Merritt. Seen another one. Just a bit, or dragged it from outside off stump. It's a little bit of in-swing. Just kept on going with that angle. Gave herself some space with that one. God, dropped it. Almost hang on to it. Really good effort there. That's Maria De Rocca. And she's just, in fact, I think they've got an overthrow as well. But she dragged it down, had a second grab at it and couldn't quite hold on. Let's have another look at this. So it's good effort, high in the air. She put one hand up and just couldn't hang on. It's unfortunate. Threw the ball back and they did go through for 2. Merritt moves on to 10. Barnett's on 15. All happening here in Granville. Again, a good ball. Just moving in the air to Merritt, who just pushes it onto the onside just for a single. End of a very good over there from Baston. 13 from it, but vital wicket, that of Amy Aikenhead. And then the end of 2. The Western Towers are 28 for 1. So it looks like a good score, 14 and over, but they need more than that off every over. So, well, can't keep her out of the action. Grace Weatherall, she'll come in and bowl. See here, this is the current table. Western Towers undefeated, and they did pick up an extra point against the MCC. And well, the Royals not winning a game yet. Just got distracted by a lovely whippet. Who's just gone behind the scorer's tent. It's just been turned around the corner. In fact, it's called a leg by. Where they're all just straying down leg side a little bit. And we'll bring Barnett back on strike. It's a dangerous batter, Barnett. Weatherall, though, probably the quickest of the Royals bowlers. Comes in. And it's been pulled. That'll be 4. Nice shot. Got into position very well there, did Barnett. And, well, the kids are no longer around. Must have gone home. Well, they've gone for an ice cream. But not doing their jobs. Need new kids. Weatherall just dropped a little bit short. Barnett was right onto that one. Comes in again. Short again. And put away again. This one I think has gone all the way. Nice shot. Didn't overhit it. Went with the pace of the delivery. And Grace at the moment, she's just dropping it in too short. And very straight. Good hook shot. And about a metre over the boundary. So Barnett's on 25, Merritt's on 11, score is 39. 1 wicket down. This could be significant. But 2 good batters out there for the Towers. Comes in again, slower ball. Well bowled. Just a dot. It's a Tool or Spry behind the wickets. There's a keeper for the Royals. Did a good job in the last game. Did see Finty Truster in the first game. as the keeper. We'll definitely see her with the ball. Bowling medium pace and not leg spin. Mixing it up. This is a bit short as well. And good attempt there on the boundary from Holly Bately. She tried to slap it down but didn't get enough hand on it. And that's another 4 runs. It's been a pretty good over again for the Towers. 14 from it so far. They need to continue that throughout this innings. 1 ball left and 14. Sounds like a lot. That's how much they're going for an over at the moment. But it's not enough. They need over 16 now. Dot ball will make it a small win for the Royals in this over. Race comes in. Slow ball. Not very well disguised. That'll be 4 more. Nice shot. That's hit the sight screen. And well, 18 off the over. Very good one there for the Western Towers. And this game is evenly poised. So they started off needing just about 16 and over, and they still need 16 and over. It will be Flo Tanguay to bowl. As you can see here, it's not too much difference between the power plays. 54 for the Royals, 47 for the Towers, but they have lost a wicket. And then there were a couple of big overs, one of 19, and then one of 24, one of 26 along the way for the Royals. And Towers, though, that's how little it takes to change things in this format. Just a couple of big overs just to reduce that run rate, or a wicket or 2 just to put the batting team under pressure. Tanguay comes in and is hit reasonably well, and Weatherall will pick it up and just throw it back into the bowler. Well, they could have looked for a second one, but well backed up in the end. Just a single. I'll bring Barnett back on strike. Going pretty well. Tanguay now bowling to Barnett. Oh, that's going to be called a wide. Lucky to get away with it, or did she? Only 5 wide, so she... Oh, no, it won't. It's been stopped on the boundary. So they've a bit wide. They ran another 2. Let's have a look. So it went all the way to the boundary almost, and that's fine there. Stopped it and then picked it up from inside the boundary. Good effort. Saved a couple. But a little scrappy there from the bowler. Comes in again. It says hit high onto the hill. Well, and Grace was already halfway up that hill trying to just pick it up before it bounced. And we've seen so many up there this week. And another one, nice shot. Barnett moves on to 39. The 50 came up, by the way, in the that wide. 57 now the score. Comes Tanguay again. Good ball. Just played back to the bowler. And well respected by Barnett. Tanguay ball again. Lines this up, but that's too easy. Just a bit too short, a bit too leggy. And you can see it getting into position, and you knew straight away where that was going. That was going halfway up that hill, or it was going to hit a tree. Just opened up that stance beautifully. And, not the greatest bowling there from Tanguay. So 16 off the over so far. A couple of balls left. So far it's a bit of a win for the Towers in this over. This one's hit straight and hard and does well, the fielder. Really good fielding there from Finty Trussler. A good ground to a left. Gives a thumbs up to someone. I think it might be Grace. This one, talking about Grace. She'll knock that one in. they won't get the 2. Good piece of fielding, actually. And they're not going to run on her arm. So, end of another over. 18 from it. Again, another pretty good one there for the Towers. 65 on the board for the loss of 1. Barnett's on 46, approaching that milestone of only 15 balls. Let's have a look who comes on next. Looks like it'll be Isla Scott Dalglish. As you can see here, just narrowly above that run rate, but it's pretty level with that that red line. Pretty even at the moment. Going at just over 16 and over, so they've reduced the rate a fraction. Still just an even contest at this stage. Here comes Scott Dalglish. And it's going to be called a wide. Again, just a nice day's cricket. Sun's behind some high cloud. Things have cooled down a little bit. It's quite nice and warm in the sun earlier. The sun going away hasn't stopped the locals and their beers. Oh, that's a bit too leg side. That's gone for 6 as well. Just lost her line there. Did Isla Scott Dalglish and was punished by Merritt. Just rocked back and got into position well and disturbed the crow that was just resting on the other side of that rope. So at the moment, Western Towers, slight favourite, still in that Goldilocks zone, as Vinny would say. 72 for 1. And a good start to this over. 7 off the first. The wide. And again, rolls a hand, a wrist over it. Good bowling there from Scott Dalglish. Big swing and a miss from Merritt. Right in front of us, see Finty Trustler just warming up. So good feeling she'll be coming on next, and she could definitely turn this game. Not that it needs turning, but a wicket would be very handy as this is launched just over the spectators, and the small boy in red is back in the action. He needs a nickname. Oh, it was, had the crowd scattering then. Merritt moves on to 25. She's well in now as well. Showing exactly what she can do with the bat. And this is in the air. Chance for a catch. And just drops a little bit low down for Grace, who she maybe took a little bit of time to react to it. Copped it, I think, on the end of the finger. And, well, that's not looking good for her at all. Let's have a look. She's in a bit of pain. Holding her finger up. And, well, I think she might have to come off. She is. In fact, no, she's staying on. She's pretty tough. Just having a chat. And, well, she's got one hand at the moment. Does Grace. Hopefully the ball will going to go to her. And this one's going to hit the pad and just go for 1. Someone doing running repairs on Grace. She's pretty tough. Maybe just put a finger back in. Not sure. But she's staying on the field. Showing great courage. Scott Dalglish. 1 ball left in this over. 15 from it so far. Dot ball will be handy. And well, this is hit over the top. This will be 4. Nice shot there from Merritt again. And that's another over they win. 19 from it. 84 the score. Very good contest between these two. Just a couple of bounces. In fact, 1 bounce and over the boundary. There you go. A little bit of a wave there from the scorers. It's Joe and in there with Vinny.
Yeah, nice to be back. Hey, don't forget we're not too far away from the action. I think 5 minutes away from the start in Belgium as well. So yeah, we have double screening. I'm sure a lot of our fans with Royal Brussels. Okay, they're going to miss out the finals. It's last chance to play though. And Hasselt, well, they've got still outside chance of top spot and automatic qualification for the final tomorrow. So hey, it'll maybe time in nicely with the end of this game and a bit of a break for the next game. But we're really looking seriously at potentially the highest chase we've ever seen in ECS-W cricket or any women's cricket on the network. And wouldn't that be crazy? Less than 24 hours after our highest men's chase ever.
The Royals, though, I mean, they've played so well in this game. They've played well through the games they've had so far in this tournament.
Just got the feeling something will change, but I'm not sure what, and I'm not sure when. Because right now, if these two stay there, I think they're going to chase it down.
I agree. Well, it was a good bowler. It's just come on in Finty Trussler. If anyone can make things happen,
I mean, they'd be the best 0-3 team we've ever seen if they go down. But hey, it's still in the balance, put it that way.
This one's low full toss. Didn't get it away then, Merritt.
And let's not discount the 2 Trussler overs. We're seeing the first of them now.
Yeah, true.
The only thing with Grace out there, she already has an injured ring finger on her right hand. You can see it's bandaged up. She's been given special permission to bowl with that bandage on. And it just seemed that that's around where that hit her. And so I think it's a tough one. She is tough as nails though, Grace.
Oh, yeah.
And there's some suggestion she go off. She just said
no. Trussler comes in again and good ball. It's a rare dot.
But I just would have considered moving her somewhere else. I think the idea is, you still want her out there. I can understand that. But, maybe deep mid-wicket's not the smartest spot for her to be at the moment.
Such a good fielder though. And
but I mean, is she such a good fielder if she doesn't have confidence in her finger?
Do you think Grace has no confidence?
Well, maybe it's misplaced, I think. Because even the way she went at that, she wasn't able to organise a dive in. She kind of had the reason she got the end of the fingers is because she wasn't able to get low and wasn't able to organise the footwork to get a dive in. And it was more a hope than anything that would stick to the palms. But anyway, Barnett looking at 350s in the day.
Yep. The appeal, not out, says the umpire. Might have hit a bit high. I think it might have hit her. She was crouched down a bit.
Seemed high. It just seemed it was climbing for me, but let's have a look on the replay.
She's right across, and
I don't know if it might have actually flicked the top of her pad and gone higher, but I still think it was high in the first place.
I agree with you. We'll have another look at it, but yeah, I think it's not out climbing over the stumps. Pretty good ball though, and that's called a wide. Been a good over so far from Trussler. It's the type of over they needed, even though she hasn't picked up a wicket yet. Only a few from it. This one's a pretty big wide, almost a no ball. 90 the score at the moment. Just towards the end of the 6th. Trussler comes in again. And this is lifted over the top of the field. And it's going to be saved there. They'll come back for 2. The throws a little bit wide. Comfortable in the end.
It's going to be another 50 for Barnett. What a day. Her third 50 in as many innings. She started the day with 64 not out of 25 in this match against the Royals. And then against MCC, she scored 66 off 30. And now, of course, a third 50 on opening day. What a player. Honestly, it's the way she's made the runs as well. It's been something very, very special. It's the end of the 6th over as well, 92 for 1. What would be even more special was if she was to essentially be a huge part of the first ever 150 plus chase in ECN T10 women's cricket.
Well, you're right. Yesterday, as I hope quite a few have seen, that there was a plus 200 run chase to win the final, and well, it's been pretty remarkable here. The cricket standard in Jersey's been through the charts.
Beatty to come back here.
It's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot.
Pay attention. It's not quite the adrenaline zone, but I think you better have your wits about you. That's where all the kids have gone off to. They haven't chased that one down. So that will break the run of no boundaries. Yeah, Trussler doesn't allow a boundary in that 6th over. Only 8 runs were scored in it. That looks like the kids are back in the background there. So Truster's still got another over. I assume Weatherall will bowl still because I'm not going to be the one to tell her not. So there's 2 overs you're going to have to face after this. Beatty's also pretty handy. She gets come back ball here to Merritt.
This one's going to be hit in the air. Chance. And put down. Made good ground, the fielder. I think that's Tanguy.
Yeah, she'll be annoyed. But, you know, this one doesn't injure her because at least she gets down to it, gets in the middle of the hands. Just ball that Merritt probably feels she should have put over the rope. It's a miss hit, bit of a hanging top edge, and Florence does a very good job getting there in the first place. And Merritt has a life on 35. Back to Barnett.
This one's hit back down the ground. Should be cut off, and he is. Got right behind it. Did the fielder.
Good positioning here. I think if you look at where Barnett scored her runs today, she's very good straight. She's very good through straight mid on, straight mid off. So they don't want to get beaten on the ground between those 2 fielders. To try and make a hit somewhere else. It's clever captaincy.
Holly Beatty. Bowling to Merritt, who's on 36. And good ball, just tucked around the corner. Grace will pick it up and fling it back into the bowler.
Jeez. Okay, we had the 1 boundary in this over, but this is a period of just 1 boundary in 10 balls, and that rate's crept out. 18 and over required.
Yep.
So that's the thing with these big chases. If you have a bit of a dead period, things can spiral. Barnett, if you had to pick one player to pull him out of it, probably would be her, though. There she is.
Tries the ramp, and they'll sneak through for a cheeky extra wide.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a risk actually at this stage, because if that somehow runs Barnett out, it's a critical kind of blow. Tries to get a bit funkalicious there down the leg side. But, you can see makes the stop. Couldn't quite get to the bowler's end in time.
2 runs for free.
100's up, by the way. 20 balls to go on this one.
That's pretty good bowling, but nice shot. Got away from the fielders.
Oh, wow. How's that gone for 4?
I have no idea.
This is it's like we're playing on grease. She just pushed that Merritt, but the placement was there. There's 2 fielders guarding that boundary, but neither could do anything about it. Another 4 runs. Did somebody say ECN Classic?
Could be.
We could be heading for a big finish.
Beatty, 1 ball left of a spell. And again, pretty good delivery. Just be a single.
Be into the over as well. So 106 for 1 after 7 overs. With 53 required off the last 3, it looks like Trussler is going to bowl the 8th. I think that makes perfect sense to at least try and push that rate probably up over 20 and over or something like that. But what a great day of cricket. What a great 3 teams to go head to head. Every game's unpredictable. We've seen kind of high scoring thrillers. We've seen low scoring thrillers. Everyone just, has to keep their wits about them. You're going to have ups, you're going to have downs this weekend. You just got to ride the waves. Right now, the Royals still, I think, favourites from here. Big over, though, coming up in the 8th with Trussler.
First ball, it's hit in the air. It's over the cover fielder. It's going to go all the way as well. That's 6 runs.
Actually, I think it's bounced just inside.
Oh, I don't know. Your eyes are better than mine, Vinny.
I'm just trusting the people that are closer.
Yeah.
But let's have a look on the replay.
It looked from where I was, looked 6, but let's have a look. Just
inside. And I will admit, it's not that my eyes are better than yours. I just was looking at the people that I thought might know. But still a brilliant shot from Merritt. It moves to 46.
That's just experience from Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, sometimes you defer your judgment. Hey, what a great bonus with Merritt coming good as well. I mean, they've already won games without her really firing with the bat.
Yeah.
And I think what you see with the Jersey-based teams and some of the players that have played before is they know the real crime is going slowly. It's not really a crime to get out. I mean, technically nothing's a crime. A judge will never enforce it. But just be productive while you're there. And if not, trust someone else to get on with it.
It's nicely hit, but it'll just be a single down the ground.
3 a ball required. That's not easy. Well, they're going to get an extra. Might get more than 1 extra here. Just the 1 overthrow. So a little bit of an unforced error there from the Royals. Merritt will come back on 48, searching for her 50.
Yeah, Well,
Or was that, is that my right?
yep, absolutely.
Maybe 47. We'll have to go to a count back.
I think so. So, he comes in again and gets an inside edge. Be a dot ball. It's a good dot ball.
So Barnett, sorry, is the one who hit that. So she comes back. She's on 54. At the other end, Merritt, she's got a high score of 44. That was playing for British and Irish Roses last year. And that was in the Meltool Shield in Italy. So this is already Merritt's highest score on the network.
She's a good player.
Parents proud as punch. They're watching on.
Whoa.
Oh, but, well, not much is going to rattle Barnett, but maybe that will. I don't know, when you're hitting the ball so well in front of the wicket, why you try this at this stage.
Don't know.
But she ends up hitting it into her own grill. Have a look.
Yeah, not where she wanted to put it.
No, well, I don't think her face was where she wanted to put it. And that was so close to hitting the stumps.
Yeah, it was, isn't it?
It was one stump away.
That would have been an interesting way to get out, doing a concussion test. But if it had gone back onto the stumps, off the bat and the grill, trying to ramp it, would have been an unlucky way to get out.
This is a good point, good juncture for me to do my old man rant, where in England they'll say that ball's dead as soon as it hits the helmet, but if it goes into the stumps, it's just out.
Yeah.
It's not affected the safety of the player. They try and say,
Is it?
they'll say like the instant the ball hits helmet, like that's it.
Is that the story now? Oh, was that a catch?
I think it might have been off the edge. We'll have to check this one out.
I think there was a
No?
deflection. Didn't hear a noise.
Well, yeah, it seemed to us like it took off, but umpire says it's a bye.
Let's have a little look at this.
So in England, maybe it's just a natural swing,
Yeah.
and the bounce got pretty big on Sprite. At least she does make a partial stop. In England, they say as soon as the ball hits the helmet, like that's it, ball's dead. But I'd be filthy if I was the bowler and it goes onto the stumps.
Anywhere else in the world, Vinny?
I'm all for the concussion test. No, England have got their own thoughts about these things. But anyway, the main thing is it's not affecting the ability of the player to get treatment. It's just
I know that
affecting what happened to the ball.
you couldn't get caught off helmet, which I think you can now.
You can now. That is something that's come in. Again, I think it makes sense. Because anything you can do off your head, you should be able to do off your helmet.
Yeah, it used to be like that you could get caught off your head. This is a chance. It's not really.
If the umpire was allowed to catch it, maybe. But that was a kind of a good miss hit in that it doesn't carry to the outfielders. But by the way, Trussler, despite getting hit for that 4 first ball, again, another over that only goes for 8. So, she's kept herself up her own sleeve in the second half of the innings and done a very, very good job. Baston getting this 9th though, but it has to be a big one.
It helps. That's 6. Nice shot. Just got under it.
Will be a first ever ECN 50 for Annalise Merritt. What a fantastic innings it's been. Very, very powerful. Very talented young player once again. She brings up her first ever 50 in 22 balls.
Yeah, great batting. And these two, well, it's a partnership they need to break, or they just reduce the number of runs, as Holly Beatty will come up and have a chat to Olivia Baston.
The thing is, 38 off 10. You're gunning down the last chances, aren't you? How many boundaries you need here? Probably 6 to 8 boundaries.
It's a pretty big over here. This one's in the air, over the top again, and I think it'll bounce once and go over the rope.
Yeah, it will. That's a good shot. One thing I've really liked about the batters today is their ability to go offside when the ball's out on that side. And that's a very good example. Merritt actually takes the lead now against Barnett as far as the individual scores go. So 125. It's 34 off 9. Can you turn this into a really big one? Maybe get it down below 20 off the last over.
Definitely looking for it. Oh, this one's off the toe end of the bat. It's going towards a boundary, but it'll be cut off pretty easily. Gracie Stott down there.
Yeah, okay, so what's that, 33 off 8. And let me just see, who did he bowl last over? Now, haven't bowled Weatherall again. Remember that she took an extra knock on a finger that already had gotten knocked?
It'll have to be, wouldn't it?
Or you still got Tanguy with one up your sleeve. You also got Isla Scott Dalglish. So you got actually quite a few decent options. Genuine bowlers.
Agreed. Well, as long as her fingers are attached, I think Grace Weatherall is going to take the last over.
Yeah, that's
detached, I should say.
Yeah. But you've got plenty of good options. Sometimes you look around, you got no good options. That's annoying.
Yeah, it's true.
So what's that? 32 offset. Even you hit a 6 here. 26 is a lot to get off last over. Anyway, his last ball of the night.
A little bit short, and that's been put away for 6. Well, they've got a chance.
Keeping the dream alive. And one thing's for sure, death taxes, and if you bowl short, you're getting hit for 6 in this game. As Merritt moves into the 60s now. She's 63. It's 133 for 1 off 9. Oh, the computer says 13%. You got 2 set batters at the crease. They've both scored heavily, but 26 is a lot.
It is.
You're basically looking kind of, four sixes out of the over is what you need. 4 out of 6.
Well, you never know.
You never know, but sometimes you know, and you knew that Grace is going to have the over because no one was going to tell her that she couldn't. So she's going to bowl the 10th. And remember, she started this match with a flurry of Maximos, didn't she, as well? Batted very, very well for her half century.
By the way, I've just got to say a quick hello to Dave B, who's in the chat.
Hello, Dave B. Had a birthday during the 71.
Yes, I forgot to wish you a happy birthday. I saw sort of messages, kind of, but no happy birthday messages, so I didn't wish you happy birthday. So my fault, Dave, but happy birthday.
Would you like to wish him happy birthday in French as well?
Joyeux anniversaire. Is that better? Is that okay?
That's pretty good, actually.
Whereas my uncles used to say, happy birthday to you.
Sounds very accurate.
Yeah.
All right, Grace. It's all up to you. I'm going to sense the pressures on the bowler here because he should defend this 26. Here we go, last over.
That's a good start by Grace Weatherall. Just a single.
So, we had a dramatic high chase yesterday. Surely not here. Now you need basically 4 out of the ground out of 5.
Vinny, I smell a barbecue.
Oh, do you?
I do.
We've got time to check that out. What about half an hour until the next game starts?
I can smell a barbecue from, well, like a shark. You can smell blood in the water.
All right. Last chance saloon.
That's a bit loose, and it's going to be dropped, and I think it's been saved.
I think it is a save. We won't be able to tell in the replay because she's kind of blocking the camera. But even if she saves a 6 to a 4, it's a very handy one.
Well, there's big applause down on the boundary.
And they seem to be satisfied in the crowd.
And
you see, she does then slap it once she's down again. And again, it's the grass eating zone. That seems fine. And then we lose the ball from there. And remember, benefit of the doubt goes to fielder in stops. So from here, we can't tell if she's in contact. But it doesn't seem like it. It seems like a clean slap. So I think this will be a save.
I think so. She flops down like a seal on the beach afterwards.
She ends up pretty much, I'm scared she's got rope burn on her face there if you look at the freeze frame. But I don't think that's a boundary.
And it's been called just a single.
Yeah.
I think. Well, it has been.
Yeah, just a single.
Great
Brilliant bit
save.
of fielding in the end. All right. That should do it now. It's 4 6s would have been for the win. Barnett won't be able to. So, well, they needed all the runs they could get, the Royals in this one. But it does look like they're going to bring up their first win. Good to see Grace bowling again without too much discomfort, it looks like.
Yeah, look, it's been a great effort from these batters, and both hitting 50s. And, well, not often that happens in this format that 2 batters end up on this score. And
I think we could see 300 runs in the game here,
It's wide.
That helps a little bit, but only a little bit. You kind of need that to go for a minimo, and then you've got it back to 18 off 3. So, yeah, Grace just needs to keep it straight here, and the Royals will have their first win.
She's got a smile back on her face.
It's nice to see. She loves the cricket. She's not the only one, obviously, but she's somebody that comes through in every action that she takes on the field or off it, even when she's around the ground. Merritt's batted well though for 64. Can she finish with a couple of biggies?
That's a good ball, and could be a run out. There's a race on, and well, she's given up the race, and it's a run out. End of Barnett will go for 58.
Yeah, she'll go, and obviously she's had a brilliant day, Lucy. She's come over from the Isle of Man, and to have 3 50s in 3 matches at this level of competition, I think it's a fantastic effort. just a shame here, just kind of looking for a run. Probably wouldn't have made a difference. And Grace just intelligently runs back and knocks off a bail. And it will be the second wicket of the innings. Very batting heavy match for Western Towers, 137 for 2.
Yeah, look, there was no chance of getting back.
Grace almost eyed her off like, do you want to race? Lucy was saying, nah, prepared to give it up.
I don't know if you just noticed that.
She definitely side-eyed her for a sprint. Lucy showed 0 when she said, you know what, I've made about 200 runs today. The last thing I want is a sprint. I'm probably losing.
I don't know if you saw
over
that
10 metres.
I don't know if you saw the last one. It was hit past Grace, and she kind of vaguely put a hand out.
She thought about it, and I think she thought, better. No, thank you. Mia Maguire, on a bit of a hiding to nothing here. We'll get one ball, bring the field in as some sort of troll. And last ball coming up.
Here we go. And that's hit on the leg side by Maguire, just a single.
Nice shot. I'm a Maguire fan. Everybody
me
knows
too.
that. Hits the ball hard. We'll get a single and a pretty high scoring match, as we said. But 158 to 139. It's the Royals that come up with their first win of this ECS-W weekend in the Liberation Series. And well, the Royals, they're not done yet either. They've got the big program on day one. They will play again in the last game of the day. And just thinking about this series, they are so even. There's every chance that 3-3 could be everyone's record at the end.
Yeah, true.
And at the moment, the Royals have pulled it back to 1-2, and they'll be hoping to pull it back to 2-2 in the last game of the day against MCC, who bring Garima Singh back into the lineup. As the Royals also make a couple of changes with Nia Gregg. She was so brave earlier on in the run chase. And Erin Gooch comes in. Good to see her. She's part of a very, very talented cricketing family. And the Royals, I can tell you that they will be batting first after being sent in. And I think they don't mind that. I think obviously that was a very big batting heavy game. They'll feel confident, I think. But again, a lot of pressure on the top order to get those early runs, have a good power play. And also, I wouldn't be surprised to see Lara Maritz maybe bowl a bit earlier and to try and get that early wicket for MCC. That game's coming up, starting in about 25 minutes. And you can see that the spectators are enjoying things today. We've been enjoying things today. Some of the kids have been enjoying things today because they've had plenty of action. The boundaries flowed again in the second innings, but the Towers couldn't chase down that big target of 159, finishing on 139.
Yeah, well, they lost a wicket early in Amy Aikenhead did the Towers, but then what a partnership between the catch taken out on the boundary. But what a great partnership between Lucy Barnett and also Annalise Merritt. And they didn't quite get all the way there. It's a tough ask going at 16 and over every over. And all it was just a couple of, I think, 2 in a row that went for well under the rate, and it put enough pressure on them for them not quite to be able to get there, but it was so close.
Yeah, they gave themselves a shot, didn't they? And what they do as well along the way by getting so close, they take a point out of the game. And the Towers are already in a very good position on account of their 2 wins. But yeah, it's been hard hitting. The spectators forced to take cover. But I think you look again at the Trustler factor. I think it seems crazy now that she wasn't available to bowl in the first game. She can bowl spins, she can bowl pace, she can probably do anything. But I think, in a batting heavy game, when you have a bowler that's hard to get away, it's worth your weight in gold. That was a funny one from Barnett, though. She wasn't laughing as she rammed it into her own face mask. Nice to see Merritt getting her first ECN 50. Just a bit of a shame for her that it wouldn't be in a winning cause. But again, a very impressive player with bat and ball. And then what more can you say about Lucy Barnett after a brilliant day? 3 50s out of 3. Flo tasted the boundary rope before the end of the day, and Grace, well, she was able to get a pretty cheap run out here. But by then, the result was pretty much known, with the Royals winning this battle. They square the East-West feud at 1 game apiece, and it'll go to a deciding match, that mini-series tomorrow. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And a brave effort in response, but in the end, it was just a few too many to get.
Well, look, right at the top, Lucy Barnett, again, that's her 3rd 50 of the day. She was run out in the end. I think it's the first time she was dismissed to 58.
She got out towards the end of the last game, but yeah, you're right. I mean, only dismissed once by a bowler today, and I'd have to add out how many runs. It was about 180 runs in the day. So a wonderful effort. Merritt batting 3, came in essentially as an opener. She came in so early. 65, her highest ECN score in her first ECN 50. Baston was a successful bowler, 1 for 32, but the Trussler factor was real. She was only hit for 1 boundary in her 2 overs, took none for 13, and just was able to tip the scales, wasn't she? Because before that, I mean, they were actually ahead of the rate for quite a bit. Some of the other bowlers were a bit more expensive, as you can see. So we'll take a break back in 20 minutes, and I'm going to look forward to this last game, because it's my last game here in Jersey, for this year at least, because we would like to come back. We've had a very, very fun week here. Of course, tomorrow we will have 4 matches, but I'll already be on the plane to Sweden. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudchek, and we'll be both back in around about 20 minutes time for the exciting conclusion of day number 1 of this ECS-W Liberation Series in Jersey.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
No one is an island, but everyone likes to visit one. In Jersey, you're only ever 10 minutes from a beach, or a historical monument, or even this. And if that's not enough, our island doubles in size when the tide is out, so you get twice as much to enjoy. Jersey, where sea meets soul. Come and pay us a visit at jersey.com.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us. Well, what a topsy-turvy day of action we've had so far. You know, up is down, night is day. I won't quite say Jersey is Guernsey, but I know that we are ready now for match number 5 in this one. And of course, this will be a rematch of a very, very close game earlier on. It's going to be the Eastern Royals taking on MCC. I know Charles Crouch to the Sheriff.
Bowl, please.
MC
Changed my mind last minute.
MCC have won the toss and they'll bowl.
So MCC have won the toss and they have elected to bowl. So it'll be a different order of innings in this match compared to match 2, which was an absolute crazy one. MCC underwhelming with the bat, put on 77 only and looked to be heading for a big loss, maybe not even taking their point out of that one. But they were able to just get this collapse effect going. We saw a 10th wicket partnership with the Eastern Royals creeping towards the target, but they weren't able to do it in the end, falling just 2 runs short. But both these teams have had the ups and downs so far, haven't they? MCC, we haven't really seen their batting click yet, and I think that they would be, we hope for it happens in this game and they finish on a high. Danny Hudacek in the commentary box, and Danny, been great to be with you. It's our last game together because I know I'll be on the plane tomorrow and you'll be taking us through day 2. But MCC have won the...
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to the final game of the day here in Jersey from the European Cricket Series. It's the Liberation Series here. It's a series between 3 teams for women, and it was a very good game last up between 2 good sides from the island and thereabouts. The Eastern Royals and the Western Towers, and the Royals got up for their first win of the tournament. And you'll see them again. Eastern Royals against the MCC. They'll play their second game of the day. Third game of the day. My apologies. It's been a long day. And the Royals, as I said, they're 1 and 2. MCC are 1 and 1. And a few players in there, Greg. Aaron Gouge as well. And Garama Singh comes back for the MCC. And well, the Royals are favourites against the MCC. I don't know. It's too close to call. Depends on a couple of factors, but there's some very good batters in both sides. And also top bowling lineup. We'll see one of the top bowlers come up straight away for MCC. They won the toss, elected to bowl. It'll be Lara Maritz to open up. So she took 4 for 4, including a hat-trick in the very first game, and then got carted a little bit in her first over against the Western Towers. So here we go. It's Witherell and Trussler, as per usual. Will be opening the batting for the Eastern Royals. Witherell's a little bit banged up. One of her fingers is strapped up. Maritz comes in to bowl. That's a good ball straight up. Very good ball from Lara Maritz, who's an Irish international, a full international. Has been for a few years as well. Still pretty young, but very, very good player, both with the ball and the bat. Played it quite away from her body there. But, Grace Wetherall. Now it's coming again. And didn't get all of it. Players coming around, won't get there. Just a single. Just drew that full shot. Came onto it a little bit quicker than what she expected. I think Wetherall. And it'll bring Trussler back on strike for the first time. First run on the board. Again, interesting toss to win. We did see the Royals hit 159 against the Towers in the previous game. So maybe a brave one to... it's gone through the keeper, and that's going to be 5 wides. Just couldn't get down there. That's Krista Delamere, the keeper. He's done pretty well, keeping back this time to Lara Maritz. She might have had a word in the ear with the from the coach. Just fielding. She's keeping up about 3 metres behind the sumstool before. Yeah, pretty good position. Maritz comes in again and hit well straight to the fielder. That's gone. Trussler goes for a golden. Well, big wicket. Pretty good catch there by Emma Marsh. And that's a big wicket first up. And Finty Trussler can't quite believe she's just hit a catch. Pretty regulation catch there to mid-on. First wicket down. Big breakthrough already for the MCC. Let's have a look at this one. Just didn't hit it very well. Can't believe it. And nice catch over her head. Well, she's was worried about that one. It was Marsh. Having a chat to the bowler now. And so obviously very happy with the fielder. So the new batter will be Maria De Rocca. At least it'll give some of the Royals a bit of a bat. It's been dominated up the top by Trussler and Wetherill. Here comes Maritz. Pretty full, tucked around the corner. There's a fielder back there who knocks it down. They'll just get a single. It's been a good over so far. Back. Has come off the bat. Wetherill's on 1, De Rocca's on 1. Scores 7 with that wide. But Maritz, you see her quality causing problems for these batters. So she's got deep third and a deep fine leg. Interesting. Only 2 fielders outside the circle, of course, with this power play, but both protecting runs behind the keeper. It's been turned around the corner. And one of those fielders comes into play. Just another single for Wetherill. Brings De Rocca back on strike. 1 ball to go. Been a really good start here by the MCC. And Lara Maritz. So last ball of the first. Maritz to De Rocca. And I think she got some bat onto this, put down by the keeper. And Maritz, I think she knows. Let's have a look at this one. And it was wide. Got the glove. And, well, the keeper couldn't hold on to it. Unlucky there. Krista Delamere. She just didn't get her hands together. It's been a long day for all these players. This is the European Cricket Championship for women that's coming up. It's the last tournament of the year. Starts in December. And there's emerging the division. There's a Challenge division and the Premier division. And you'll see Jersey are in the Premier division. It's going to be tough for them, but they've got some good quality players. And we'll see that. As I said, towards the end of the year, it's a promotion relegation type situation with these sides, and there'll be good even cricket between all those teams in those 3 different divisions between the 1st and the 20th of December. New bowler comes on, bowling to De Rocca, who, in fact, it was Wetherill. Nice shot, swept away, 4 runs. First boundary of the day. Well, of this game, I should say. Weatherall moves on to 6. And let's have a look at this one. No more fielders down there. 12 the score. Lawrence the bowler. Comes in a bit over pitch. Another shot. Great shot. Down on one knee. Grace Weatherall. And well, she comes off a good innings and a good 50 in the previous game. Still hitting the ball well. As I mentioned, she does have a finger injury on her right hand. Doesn't seem to be affecting her batting though. It's, Lawrence got that bit wrong, over pitched on the leg side. Bit too easy for a batter of the calibre of Grace Weatherall. It's been a long day for all these players. Lawrence comes in again and swing and a miss. And as I mentioned, the Eastern Royals, they've been involved in 4 of the 5 games today. We'll have a fewer tomorrow. MCC, this is their 3rd. And this is again good delivery. Goes past everyone. And got a bit of bat, I think. So let's have a look at this one. And I think he hit straight into the ground and over the keeper. Not much he could do about it. Just a single. Brings the rocker on strike. She's on 1. Scores 17. Couple of balls left of the second. So it's turned around the corner. It's a pretty sharp single, but fumbled a little bit by the fielder. Let's have a look at this one. And that's fair enough. No problem. Just checking for that no ball. And last ball. Again, it's probably off the tone of the bat into the covers. And no run. 10 off the over. And at the end of 2, the Royals are 18 for 1. So Vinny's back. And pretty good start for both teams in a sense.
Yeah, well, it's kind of the world turns full circle, doesn't it? And Marritz knows what that feels like to get out first ball, opening the batting, and now she's able to get the very, very dangerous Finty Trussler. Well caught by Emma Marsh at mid-on. Just couldn't quite get the elevation there, Finty. And this is something I identified pretty early. You know, if these top order batters give you chances, you better take them because they can save you 30, 40, 50 runs in an innings. And having said that, you know, you've got Weatherall coming off a big score in the last game, her best score on the network. And Marritz, she's going to get brought back, searching for more early wickets. 3rd over's power play over. First one turned around the corner for a single. And, yeah, it's the only thing with Marritz. Did lose one down the leg side. We also saw that little Glover down the leg side. Couldn't be pouched by Delamere behind the stumps. Also nice to see Erin Gooch into the lineup. And I've got a bit of team news for Royals. I was wondering what's going on with Trinity Smith because I don't remember anything happening on the field. Well, that's not on the field anymore. That's off the field. That is a super strike from Weatherall. Maximo. If you could give an 8, you'd probably give an 8 or more for this because that was right out of the screws.
We've got a bit of time to have a chat now, Vinny.
Well, I mean, it's going to be some mountain climbing work for MCC. That's one I think you just throw another ball out there. I mean, that I got a call. I think that's the biggest 6 of the day.
Oh, definitely the biggest 6 of the day.
It's gone many a mile. Look both ways before you cross it. They found it though. The findability index is well above expected over there. All right, Grace, she'll snip that one out. Don't you worry about that. 6 runs.
Normally we do have quite a few lost Grizzlies in the forest, but it's been pretty good in this whole week, even though some of the shots have been absolutely massive.
Pace in, pace out. It's got a funny feeling about Marritz with the bat in the second innings as well. I just think she's too good to stay down for long either. But anyway, let's come back. Marritz does have the right to reply here.
Slow ball.
Clever bowling. That's experience. Even though I know it just floats for a wide, but you know, asking a different sort of a question. Let's have a look at it here. It's the back of the hander, I think. Probably just misses.
Yeah.
Only just. Remember, any of the ball goes over the line, should be okay. Good one-on-one contest, this. Oh, and it's going to get through Weatherall and gets through the keeper as well. I'll get a bite. Don't think there was any bat on this. So, Taroka will have to face up. It's got a good action, doesn't she? It's got a front-on action. Maritz gets good pace. Like I said, played full internationals. South African born, played for Ireland. Maybe would still have aspirations of continuing her international career, but playing for the MCC is certainly a bit of an honour as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Taroka gets a slower ball. Waits on it nicely and just punches it out for one. I suppose the thing with MCC as well, although they have potential in their batting lineup, again, they're getting a real-time education in the shortest of formats. And so, you might not need 150. Maybe, you can just put an okay score on the board, so maybe don't have to go too big too soon, especially with no Trussler available. It's well bowled once again. Good length from Maritz, gets under the bat of Weatherall.
We did see with the first ECC, I think, with England, they did struggle first up. I think they lost a game to Italy from memory, because I remember the Italian celebrations.
That was a very, very famous game, you're right.
But they took a bit of time to adjust. Ended up winning the tournament, but just getting things right, adjusting. Oh,
wow. That's going to be a no ball, because I think the second bounce is before the line. But this is a proper stuck in the fingers job. I don't know if she was into the jam donuts at tea. You said that they were around, but I think it's a variation gone wrong. And I thought that Weatherall had the shortest ball of the day, but that definitely is shorter. And that's going to be a free hit. Now, you can move the field on a free hit, actually, in T10. There's a slight adjustment that's come in. But if that was online and bounced a bit later, that would have been an awkward one. But anyway, this will be the last ball of the over, and it almost creates a run out. Weatherall scramble home, moves to 18. End of the power play, and there's something for everybody in the power play. It's 34-1 after 3.
yeah. I'm just wondering why Maritz bowled it wasn't far off. Would have been out. Why she bowled I was asked to bowl the third over. I mean, obviously Weatherall such a huge wicket. Maybe that was the reason to try to get her out with their front line bowler straight up. But
it's a tough one, isn't it? Because you know that Maritz can whip through the middle and lower order. That's what we saw before. But you got a bit of a Sophie's choice. Sophie was actually one of the choices they could have gone to. But she probably is the best chance of getting Weatherall out. But also Weatherall isn't going to be as bothered by the pace compared to some of the other batters. So it was an interesting one. I don't mind that they throw her up front, but now Weatherall has weathered the storm, so to speak. She's 18, and now we have to face up to Danielle Lavender.
yeah, I like Lavender's bowling. She's probably hasn't got the wickets yet that her bowling is deserved, but she bowls around the wicket left arm, which is always tricky for right-handed batsmen because the ball will be spearing in towards the batter and then turning away.
Yeah, left-handers, they have lots of disadvantages in life, but cricket isn't one of them. I just think that they're so useful because you do have more right-hand batters. Just having a bit of a laugh with Lara, who almost blew her own toe off with that attempted variation last over. Meanwhile, this is going to leave the ground pretty quickly. Grace Weatherall has found her stride as the day's gone on. Maximal 6 runs.
She does like hitting that hill, doesn't she, Vinny?
Do you know, for a while, just going back to the ball that bounced twice, which can happen to anybody, balls slip out. It goes both ways. Sometimes they fly over the batter, sometimes they go into the ground. But you know, for a while, they thought it might be a good tactic to try and... Oh, ouchies. What's happened here? Don't think the batter gets anything on this. I'll have to have a look on the replay. She's got a long way across there, Weatherall. Let's have a look. They go over the stumps. Oh, I think Delamare's kind of won it. And the thing is, if it goes over any part of leg stump, it's not a wide. But if it is missing the line of leg stump, it is a wide. Umpire must have thought it's just gone over the stump. But Andre Adams is a guy from New Zealand. Played a fair bit of international cricket. Also a very good indoor cricketer. Oh, that's a good shot once again from Weatherall. She puts it halfway up the hill. Maximal. So change of pace, and Weatherall enjoying it. Moves to 30. But yeah, it used to be that under the laws, it could bounce twice, but not a third time. So this is around, I'm going to say it was around the 2003 World Cup, give or take a World Cup. The Adams tried to perfect this. This kind of bouncing it so short that it almost yorks you on the second bounce. But here's the thing with the tactic. It's great in theory. It's very easy because of how much you do get surprised, but it's so slow because it's so short that it generally is a pie and you smash it for 6 anyway. But it just, it shows some innovations. Some things work in theory, don't really work in practice. But there's a bit of a throwback ball from Marich there. Remind me of 20 years ago. I'm sure she wouldn't remember that. And probably most of the players in this tournament wouldn't either.
What about perfecting the moon ball, the one that just gets launched high?
Well, there used to be a tactic. Now we're going back before my time in probably the late 1800s, where you try and lob the batter on the full.
Yeah.
And so literally over their head. Right, it's going to spin over their head. It's over their head. The outfielder's on the leg side. Maximal. Presley Smith thought she had a play on that for a second. It's another 6 runs to Grace Weatherall. Looking for back-to-back 50s here. The 50 comes up for the Eastern Royals. Yeah, so that's why the law came in, that it evolved to be you can't bowl full high balls, because there used to be a bit of a tactic that you'd lob, go so high and then lob it over the batter, and they felt that wasn't in the spirit of the game. Just imagine how crazy that is.
But even if you're putting it even as a full toss, those would be hard to hit, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've seen, obviously, the Pavel Florin effect. The, what do you call it? He calls them the grenades. If anyone's ever faced it, I mean, I've actually kept to Pavel in a live game, and I've never seen batters so scared to get out of my life. I've seen batters face 90-mile-an-hour bowling, and they weren't as scared as these, because they knew they were one ball away from being a meme. And, yeah, look, pace-off is great, but with pace-off comes great responsibility, because your margin for error is so much less. Here's Fiona Ray. I've liked her bowling today. It typically bowls one side of the wicket, and the first one gets past a rocker.
Yeah, she's been good. A lot of good performances throughout the day, I think, both with the bat and the ball. But yeah, Ray's been pretty consistent. And not a rocker. She's 5 off 7. She needs to get bat on ball, get Weatherall the strike.
Need to at least turn the strike over at a minimum. It's exactly what she'll do here, as it's turned down behind square on the leg side for Justice Ingle.
So there is well, a little bit of change. I think you mentioned with the Royals that Tallulah Spry's not going to be taking the gloves.
Yeah, late change, I think, to give the gloves to Houghton. Obviously, Spry's done the job in the middle 2 games, the Royals. I mean, 4 games in a day. It's a big schedule, especially with a reduced squad. Wow, that one is hit, and it's hit very well. Weatherall takes strike and makes strike. Sends the Crows going. Maximal. 6 more, just a fraction short, and pounced on by Grace, as she will add another 6 to the total. I know I was just talking about just a team update with the Royals, but Trinity Smith, I was wondering why we hadn't seen her in the side. She actually has a concussion issue due to getting hit in the head with a football that some of the kids were playing with in between games. Because I don't remember anything in the game for Trinity. Well, that one's hit, and it's going to find the gap. That's going to be 4. It's along the carpet. And annoying for the field as it seems to go up the hill. Oh, then it comes back. And as the fielder goes up, the ball comes down. 4 runs takes Weatherall to 47.
We do have Schausberger noise.
Schausberger news. This was during the final. We wanted to mention this, but because the game was 208 to 207, we never did. Would you like to give the Schausberger news?
I can tell. I heard it. I did hear about it yesterday, as it was sort of just happened. He'd come back to the ground and explain it to people, but I didn't hear it.
We have to probably go back to the beginning. So
Okay.
maybe it's an end of the over story.
Yeah, I think you're right.
No, you could probably have a go now.
So, Stephen got a phone call from his daughter. They were staying at somewhere where she needed a sleeping bag, but so he drove up along, I think, the beach to get to her, dropped the sleeping bag off and then drove back along that sort of stretch. So, that's... Oh,
It's going to run past the keeper, so that's actually going to go for 4 by. So
good awareness from the batters.
yeah, well, it had a bit of late movement, and Ray is a natural outswing bowler. Delamare's had her hands full today. Unfortunately, not full of the ball that time. That'll run away to the boundary for 4 more, and it'll be 65 for 1 off 5. Okay, so he's gone. He's had to make delivery. He's on the beach.
Yep.
We talked this is a little spoiler alert about the tides here in Jersey. That the island doubles in size when the tide's out. If the tide goes out, it goes in as well. Continue, Danny.
So the car got stuck in the sand, and as you try to spin the wheels, it just sinks down.
Yeah.
And well, let's say that he bought a car, ended up with a submarine.
So he's stuck. The car gets stuck. It's kind of crazy. Oh, this one is a pretty well pitched ball from Lavender. So yeah, the tide's come taking the car.
Taking the
car's
car
underwater.
And the tide. I mean, they had to wait for the tide. He did ask. He did ask somebody how could he get his car back, and they're just, in a matter-of-fact way, it's gone through the fielder.
Oh, DeRocca finally finds a mojo here, nails a sweep shot down to deep backward square. And Meg Presley-Smith, well, she's had her ups and downs a bit like all of the players today in the field. She's done some very good things. This one, he just bites back towards her a little bit, spins past her, and it ends up going to the boundary for 4. DeRocca, nice shot, good contact.
So I'm not sure what he expected as Lavender comes in again, and pretty good ball. The local to do and to say to him, but the local just sort of apparently just said to him, well, just got to wait for the tide. And that's what happened. 1 o'clock in the morning, they got the car out. It's not very functional, apparently.
The waiting game. But hashtag just Jersey things.
Yeah. Anyway, he played in a game for Farmers earlier on.
Yeah, he played quite well.
Yeah, got the 20-odd.
The Schausberger effect. Weatherall on 47, hoping to go back-to-back 50s here. And she will do just that. She's got very good eye, Grace Weatherall, and she's made the most of her opportunities here on a Saturday afternoon in Jersey. Another 50 for her, this time off 23 balls.
You know what? She could go on with this, Vinny. There's plenty of time left. I'm not saying that she will, but she's hitting the ball pretty well.
Danny with a classic jinx and then walking it back straight away as Weatherall. She wants,
wants it
one, and she should have been gone. Well, Danny jinxed her and then tried to walk it back, and Grace kind of loses her mind here, trying to take a run to the bowler. And the funny thing is, the throw that's come from the outfield rolled in has hit the stumps that wasn't meant to. But, well, Lavender gutter balls it. Have a look here. How are you going to run there? I've got no idea. She was gone by about 4 metres. Oh, well, chalked that one up. Yeah, it'll be on the European Cricket social media page before you know it. Thing was, it's not even the end of the over, so it wasn't like, I really want the strike. It's just, I've just basically gotten bored with hitting boundaries. Although...
something's gone a bit weird.
The scoreboard's gone haywire now. Maybe they cannot process the fact that was missed. But I'm okay. So it was the end of the over.
Yeah.
But it's reminding me of the lottery, actually. All the numbers jumping around right now. But we're going to go to Noor Talib. Start of a new over. And Weatherall, well, she's living on borrowed time, really. Should have been run out. Last ball the previous over. Now gets one slightly short from the bowler, Talib. And pops it over the ropes. Maximal, seis carreras más.
Didn't get all of it, but got enough of it. And, well, Noor Talib, she went for a few in the one over she had in a previous game. Just dropping a little bit short, having a bit of a chat to one of the fielders. This one's short again, and on the hill
Do not bowl short. Do not bowl short. Ride it on your arm. Do whatever you have to do, because if you do here, you're going to be hill fodder. And Grace, she's played this shot many, many times today. The line of that one was outside off. It was so short she was able to still pull it pretty comfortably.
I'm not going to risk it. I mean, I will risk a jinx because there's always a jinx online, on the line. This is hit again beautifully this time. That's hit the tree.
She survived the jinx when she really should have been run out last over. But now she's up and she's going 6 more.
Have we seen a women's 100
We
in
have.
a
I
T10?
mean, actually, we had Iris Filling score 2 centuries in the ECC-W in 23. So, yeah, that's something that I'm sure we'll see more of them as well. Tina Goff has an ECN 100 as well. She scored 100 on debut.
In a T10?
In a T10. That was against Czechia in the ECC-W for Germany last year. I had a question from Tim Harmer in the chat. And it's random questions time, last game of the day. So please feel free. Last game of the day here in Jersey, at least.
Oh, that's going to be a no ball.
Yeah, I think so.
It bounced twice, didn't it? Let's have another look at this one.
Yeah, so Weatherall. And she's been kind of quite selective as well. Let's hopefully get a replay of this one. Let's check it out.
It's going to be a call to wide, but maybe not.
I think the
That's
second,
fine.
it's just a wide, yeah, because the second bounce.
And that one is wide again.
Yeah,
Action
so
replay.
First bounce on the pitch, second bounce off the pitch, but past the line of the stump, so it's just going to be wide. So, yeah, he had a question about who's going to commentate in Hornchurch. We do have an ECS England Hornchurch. Now, I would love to go to that one, actually, because I've already been to Hornchurch, and it was amazing. They made me feel very, very welcome.
Yep.
We've played a couple of charity games. But that one is short, and that one's going over the top as well. Grace, well, she's 78, and this time she's got plenty of runway. This is the kind of score she made last time, but with only 1 over to go. Bit of fun hill running there. I don't know how fun it is for the bowler. Talib goes for another 6er. Yeah, so the answer to your question, Tina will be leading the commentary in Hornchurch, and Nish has some holidays off his work. He's UK based at the moment. They'll be the 2 main commentators. Maybe even a little bit of Charlie if he's free.
Oh, it's gone again. 6 more.
Yeah, she hoped that she had a play on this one, Presley Smith, and she was kind of getting ready to launch, but she just realised she'd have to jump about 5 metres. So Weatherall to 84 now. I think she was a bit worried there for a second, Grace, but didn't have to be worried. Ends up flying over the rope.
Could be a perfect over.
Depends who you are. Last ball of it. It will be a single.
Good result.
Pretty well fielded out there, actually, because that shot through quite low. The 100 comes up during the over. It is an expensive one. In the end, Talib, well, she actually goes supersonic in the over with 5 sixes, 2 wides, and a 1. That's 33. And this game is brutal sometimes. 110 for 1 after 7.
You'll see what's happening tomorrow. 4 games tomorrow. That's Western Towers and the MCC first up. And then the Royals against MCC. Towers, Royals. That's a good game last time, and sure it'll be a great one again. And then the MCC against the Western Towers, final game of the day. No finals in this tournament, just top of the table at the end of the 9 games. Each team playing each other team 3 times in this Liberation Series.
I kind of like it. It makes a 3-match mini-series for each of the little battles we got. Anyway, here we go with another over. Grace starts it on 85. And yeah, she's closer than ever to that magical 3 figures.
It's Fiona Ray to bowl. Bowled again pretty well in the previous over, or her previous over. Having a bowl to Grace again is on 85, as you mentioned.
Into the bat job this time. Don't think she's that interested in running at the moment. She wants to control the strike. But Grace is having a really good day with the bat. Scored 78 off 31 in the previous game. She followed up with even more. And she is a human, even though she's hitting like a robot, and she's got to be a little bit nervous as well, because it's not often you get so close to an ECN 100.
A bit of a chat to the keeper. All very friendly between these players. Ray comes in again.
Oh, up in the air. Can the fielder get there? She does, and it's a freakish catch. An absolute act of God. Polly to the right, put out 2 hands. It ended up sticking in 1. And so Weatherall gets so close to the 3 figures once again, but she'll have to go for 85. Polly couldn't believe what had happened Almost like at Christmas when they're handing out the presents and Santa drops one in the stocking. Have a look at this. Just sticks in the right hand. If you don't mind. And Grace, well, she batted so well. To be fair, she probably should have been run out when she went for a suicidal single. She does survive, hits another 30-something, but is finally caught for 85. Ray with a big wicket, 110 for 2.
Yeah, really good batting. Got quite a few gimme balls, but this one right in just in the right areas by Fiona Ray, and great catch there by Amanda Polly, and the captain with a bit of inspiration there for her team. Well, from here on, maybe they can reduce the run rate. There's only a couple of overs left
maybe.
after this.
For me, the game is more even than the supercomputer is suggesting, even though I defer all statistics to the supercomputer. But 86% right now?
No. I think it's
Doesn't
probably
feel- yeah.
just in the Royals' favour, but there's only 2 and a bit overs left. And it's good bowling here from Ray.
Can really put the squeeze on here. And again, I still don't think we've seen the best of MCC with the bat. In fact,
Yeah.
I'm sure we haven't.
Mhm.
So, window of opportunity here.
Absolutely.
Ray's been brilliant. 1 for 11 off 11 balls bowled to close out here.
Has this been almost a wicket maiden? Not quite.
Another good jinx from you. It would have been a wicket maiden. Instead, this one is outside the leg stump, and Greg catches up with it. Nice shot from her. Again, she got a team so close in this contest earlier on. She'll feel better for this one. Just swings at it. You always got the free passage there, don't you, to swing the bat and see what happens. It's going to be a wide even if you miss it. But it is the end of 8 overs, and the Royals 114 for 2.
Yeah, so I think it's pretty evenly poised, this game. And if you take out that innings, well, then again, Finty Trustler went first ball. So
Yeah, so you can't have it both ways. So that's the thing, though. We've said it before, but the real thing that hurts your team is wasting balls or not. You're not scoring quick enough. So you'd rather first ball duck's fine.
Yeah.
Compared to even like a 3 off 7 or like an 8 off 8. You know.
I've been accused of jinxing again.
You have your jinxing forms. You've actually outdone me. I jinxed 2 players early in the week in the same game. I'm trying to remember who it was now. One of them was definitely Birrell.
Which you don't want to do.
Yeah, it didn't even look like getting out. I think with Birrell and Zach Tribe in the same game for 60 and 89 respectively. Anyway, here we go with the 9th over. It's going to start with the ball. It's going to be a wide, I'm pretty sure. Wide, and it's going to be the boundary as well. So the dreaded Minimo, the 5 runs without a ball being bowled, essentially. He's going to take the score up to 119. Imadi coming on late in the piece.
So, with the jinx things, I'm not superstitious at all, right? But I do hold my tongue because it happens all the time.
Can I tell you what it is scientifically and give you a really boring response?
Sure.
The thing with the jinx, it's a case of what scientists would call confirmation bias.
Uh-huh.
And I'll dig into that a bit deeper after this ball from Imadi. Which is hit. Worth going at this stage. Last 2 overs, plenty of wickets in hand. So the thing with the jinx is you notice it when it happens, and if you say something and nothing happens, your brain doesn't remember it.
Yeah. But
and
things happen like this all the time, though. It's like...
Yeah, but this, again...
I understand what you mean.
If you don't... You could say so-and-so's going to get 100, and they don't get out, and your brain doesn't... It's a non-event, so your brain doesn't remember it. So in your mind, all you remember is when it does happen, and then you feel a sense of causation. But like I said, that's a boring response.
Yeah, I think it's like a telepathy.
It's a telepathy.
Like we do influence the ball, and this is called a wide.
Isn't telepathy reading someone's mind?
Telepathy?
Does it mean, or is it to me? It's like Uri Geller used to bend spoons. I don't know if that's telepathy.
No, but it's not. I don't know what it's called. No, it's the one where you can move things with your mind.
Something kinesis.
Telekinesis?
Psychokinesis?
Psychokinesis?
No.
Telekinesis?
This is a proper random chat now.
Telekinesis, I'm sure I saw in the Greek series earlier on in the year.
Telekinesis, you're right. I would have loved telekinesis when I was playing because there's so, you know, if a certain ball was bothering me, I could have just moved it with my mind.
Yeah.
That's not really how it works, though.
Like
Daroca, 12 off 13.
I would like a rewind feature.
Well, this one's going to go behind the wicket. It's a long chase down there. It won't be chased down in the end. So, yeah, Marty just finding it a bit tough. Maybe slightly older ball, but not the control that we saw from it earlier. Again, it is a long day for everyone. One wasn't too bad. Probably was hitting leg stump, but nice bit of batting. Gets inside the line of the ball and helps it away.
Vinny, what would your superpower be?
I quite like invisibility.
Yeah.
Maybe flying.
Invisibility is a little creepy in some ways. Flying would be
Wouldn't
cool.
want to hear what people are saying about you.
No.
Okay, scratch that. I love that that's
Somebody
you've taken invisibility straight away.
Somebody told me you were paranoid, Vinny.
Okay, give me flying.
Flying's cool.
I'd like to fly. How about you?
I don't know. Time travel's interesting.
Mind reading again.
Oh,
Maybe
no.
you don't want to know.
No, because there'd
Be
be
handy
too
in
many
cricket.
minds you'd be reading, and a lot of things that go through people's minds, you just don't want to know. Especially nowadays.
True. Okay, I'll settle with flying.
Yeah.
You freaked me off the invisibility. I just thought it'd be pretty cool. Because you could also mess with people. You know, if you're invisible, you could kind of move things around.
That's it. You get a super player and
it'd be pretty.
You can have your own prank channel on YouTube.
But nobody would be able to see it. At the end of the ninth over, the score is 127 for 2. Could have another high scoring one here. Let's see. 6 bowlers used. I think you go back to Lawrence here. I think they will.
Yeah.
In over number 10.
She's a good bowler. I think her and Moritz are probably the pick of the bowlers. But Fiona Ray's bowled well, as is Daniel Lavender. So, go with. It's been hit pretty well over the top. Don't think it'll reach a boundary, and it won't. 3 converge.
Classic Bermuda Triangle turning into the I formation there from MCC. As Maritz, we've already seen one dumb concussion incident where poor Trinity Smith copped a football in the head, not even on the field. And Maritz almost get knocked out of day one by Emma Marsh's throw.
They had a good laugh about it. Let's have a look at this.
In 5 years, everyone will be wearing helmets all the time. Anyway, this could be a stumping. Maybe, maybe not. Actually, I think this is out.
Did she just roll it on the stumps?
I think she flicked it into the stumps. And if she did, I think she's out. They've had a look at it. Maybe I've gone crazy. Yeah, I reckon that's out.
Yeah, that's.
I don't think the gloves are actually anywhere near the stumps here. Have a look. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the ball's bounced off the
ball,
stumps.
I reckon the ball hits. You can actually see the ball bounce off the stumps there.
But what
think her
broke
gloves are
the
away.
bails? What broke the bails, Vinny? Look. I'm not sure if it's a glove. Look, I think the glove broke the bail. Have a look.
I got a feeling that's an optical illusion and her gloves weren't actually that close to the stumps. But, I mean, we don't know. Maybe it's a benefit of the doubt job.
Or it could be front on, you could see. Yeah, front on maybe.
It's
Definitely
been given
short.
out. And again, you might go umpire's call here. There you go.
Yeah. That's a better view of it.
Yeah, see?
Yep. That's out.
That's actually a really good example of how one angle might tell you one thing, but another angle can help. So in the end, it's the old Jonty Road style stumping that will be the end of Daroca for 19. Sophie Lawrence with a wicket, 129 for 3.
So
Funny thing was, the ball definitely hit the stump, so even if a glove knocked off one bail, potentially the ball could have knocked off the other. Weird one. Bails are just funny. No other sport has anything like that. Anyway, Beatty gets a hit, but it'll be a short one. It was a real handy over, wasn't it, in the ninth, after it looked like they were getting shut down, just to get 13 and keep the score moving in the right direction.
that superhero, the superpower question I asked in a class, because I teach conversational English at a very good school in Prague. Well, it's again a nice piece of work, and I don't remember all the answers, but all I remember was that every single one of those kids knew exactly what superpower they wanted and why. It's like preparing for the zombie apocalypse. You just know what you're going to do.
I want to change my answer, though, after this ball.
Okay.
Oh, could have been another one there. Maybe it is another one, actually.
I think it's going upstairs.
Yeah, this one seems a bit more regulation, although the ball spilled out again, has it? So let's have a look. Certainly not your standard keeper,
No.
Krista Delamere.
Not the standard type either, no.
But she's, I think, yeah, that's
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
Yeah, this one is a proper flick onto the stumps, and I think the gloves are going to even be anywhere in the equation.
That's out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that'll be out. Yeah, fantastic bit of work. You're racking up the stats.
Well, she's got her own technique, but it's effective.
Yeah, Beatty is going to be stumped for a duck. It'll be another wicket for Lawrence. It'll be 129 for 4 with a ball remaining.
Is your superpower something to do with stumpings?
I love that. Time travel is mine.
Yeah, that's what I just mentioned before. So, yeah, she's
Yeah,
she's
there
on
we
the
go.
way.
So sometimes you just want to have the extra look at it. So, yeah, Beatty, I suppose trying to get on with it, you can't really blame her for that. And it's, yeah, good little closeout here from Lawrence.
I think I mentioned I wanted time travel as well.
Yeah, time travel's good.
Yeah.
I'd also like, I said this before, I'd like to go back and play in like a test in like 1880 and see if they're any good. You know what I mean?
Doesn't matter how many times you get WG out, he's not going to walk.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, Googe, good to see her out there, but she will get a first baller no matter what happens because there's only one ball left. Oh, slip comes in. Not a hat-trick ball, I will say that.
2 slips in.
Oh, keep them coming. I think maybe they're trying to get closer to the snacks. All right. Erin, over to you. Last ball. There you go. I mean, I was about to say they might have underestimated Erin Googe, who comes from a very talented cricketing family as well. She bangs this down the ground for 4. I think Erin, I know she's got some study commitments at the moment, and so she's not really able to play too much in the series, but due to some of the injuries, she's been called in for their Saturday night fixture, and that was box office. It might be the only ball she faces in the whole weekend, and she smashes it for 4. And the Royals will finish on 133 for 4. So if you go on how the MCC have batted so far, it looks too many, but I just think there's 1 or 2 players in their lineup. If they click, maybe they could pull off a big chase to finish the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Maritz and also Presley Smith, I think 2 of the ones that you can look at who could get up towards this total. But let's have a look at some of the highlights, and most of the highlights, apart from this first ball from Finty, that was a good catch, and she can't quite believe she hit it straight to the fielder.
Yeah, and look, there was a little bit of a touch on this from Daroka, but she survived. And yeah, I suppose with Finty going first ball, I suppose it prevents a double click, because if she'd gone with Weatherall, then maybe you're looking at 150 plus. But I still think at 134, it's possible. The Royals, remember, it's a big game for them, because if they lose this, they go 1-3, albeit they've been quite competitive in the day. But, well, Grace Weatherall more than competitive. Started with a kind of succession of mini bangs in the morning, but the bangs were getting louder, weren't they, as the afternoon rolled on. She finishes the afternoon with 78 and 85. And they almost needed to pull out the climbing equipment there, with some of the fielders having to go up the hill by themselves in the afternoon fixture. Grace back-to-back 50s for her. She really put on a show. 11 sixes in her 85, but she should have been gone. She thought she was maybe having the superpower of flying there, because she thought there was a single where there wasn't one. Did then kind of go to town in the next over, almost knocking down a tree, hitting 5 sixes in that one. So they were bonus runs, and then, of course, everyone had the C word on their minds. You can't say it on television, but it would be a freakish catch where somehow Amanda sticks out the right hand and just kind of nestles in, and Grace couldn't believe her luck. Actually, 2 quite incredible catches to get her just short of the century in both the afternoon fixtures. Then we almost saw Maritz get her head blown off by a teammate who threw dangerously close to her. And a couple of weird stumpings as well. That was one that I think was flicked into the stumps. I think the officials got them right both times. There's another one that she flicks from point blank range. And then Googe, who they very much underestimated being able to bat, came out and said, hey, surprise for you, because I can smash the ball. And she did. Beautiful shot down the ground. She'll probably finish with a 400 strike rate if she doesn't play again in the tournament, as the Royals finish on 133 for 4.
Yeah, look, the story of this innings is a fantastic 85 from 33 from Grace Weatherall, and she had good support from Maria De Rocca, who turned over the strike pretty well. 20 extras, but 133. It's a tall order for the MCC, but they do have the capability really of getting this. It just depends on how they bat, especially with a couple of big guns up top. And see the bowling figures. Murray's at the top with 1 for 19. Sophie Lawrence, though, 2 for 16. Pick of the bowlers. And also Fiona Ray bowled very well. Noor Talib, though, I'll have to change that length a bit. Just bowled a bit too short, and well, have nightmares, I think, of that hill and Grace Weatherall's batting. So 134 runs to win. It'll be a tough task for the MCC, but they're very capable.
They are, and it would be a great time for their batting to click from their point of view. But I think home supporters will be hoping that the Royals' renaissance continues. 133 on the board for Eastern as we will roll into the last innings of the day in a few minutes. MCC requiring 134. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. We'll take a break. Back with the exciting conclusion of day one when we return to Jersey after this for more Liberation Series ECS-W. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Welcome back to Jersey for this European cricket series for women. Final innings of the day, day 1 of 2 here in Jersey. And well, it's a reasonable total set up for the MCC to chase. 133 on the board, so 134 to win. If for the extra point for the Royals, they need to restrict the MCC to 93, and for the MCC to get a bonus point, they need to get the total within 7 overs. But it's been a very good day's play here. Some quality cricket from very good young players here in Jersey. Of course, 2 teams from Jersey, mixed teams from some of the different clubs around the country, and also players from Guernsey and the Isle of Man. And the MCC are travelled from London and different parts as well. Emadi is a Norwegian international who's in the lineup. So we almost set for the final innings. It'll be Holly Beatty to bowl. And a pretty good start there. Going through to the keeper, who just fumbles it a little bit. Just a dot ball. Presley Smith and Murrits, the batters for the MCC. It's a pretty good line and length there. Just bounced just in front of the keeper. In the end, does pretty well not to let through some byes. Beatty comes in again. Another good delivery. Well, much the same result. Might have to stand up a few metres, the keeper. It's Kelly Houghton who's taken the gloves. Total Spry's out on the field. She's kept quite a bit during this today. It's their 4th game, the Eastern Royals. So a few tired bodies tonight. The sun is coming down, so it's a little bit difficult to field on certain parts of the ground. This one goes towards the boundary, picked up well, and just be a single. Good work out there. Difficult to see who that is because we've got the sun coming in at very low level. You can see the long shadows. Makes it very difficult for anyone fielding on the leg side to a right-hander to actually see the ball, and I find it difficult to see the ball on the ground on the offside. And we'll go through for another one. No. Kelly Houghton, I think someone has to tell her to come up a little bit because it's, have a look at this one. Pretty good pace from Beatty, good line and length, just missed the stumps. And so another one's bounced around her feet, so she needs to move up a couple of metres, I think. So it's Beatty to Moritz. Gets one, not through the field. I thought it was going to be a bit of a chase there, but the fielder does well. That's Maria de Roca, who's there at a shortish mid-wicket. Comes Beatty again. And it's pushed out to point for a single. Pretty good over from Beatty, all up. And 5 from it. And the MCC after the first 5 for no loss. Bessie Smith on 1 and Moritz on 2. 10 matches since the last golden ball. And that was here. And it was the tightest of finishes to get the Spitfires through to the final, which they eventually lost after scoring 207. It was a crazy, crazy day's cricket yesterday, and something that I don't think I'll forget. And if you watched it, make sure you watch it back. It's just an amazing day's cricket. The final was just intense. As this one's been turned around the corner, it'll go all the way for 4. Just a little bit leg side here from Baston. So you can still smell that barbecue somewhere. Just can't quite spot where it is. It's getting towards that dinner time. It's about 8:30 local time here in Jersey. Lovely ground, just up the road from St Helier and Granville. Olivia Baston will continue bowling to Presley Smith. And this is lifted high over the fielder and 6. Big cheer from the MCC dugout over there. Lovely shot, used her feet well. And, well, she missed out on the last game. As did Moritz. Both of them going early. And Baston, well, she'll have to get this one. Well, a bit too short, but Grace is out there. And just throw it in casually to the keeper. I think she'll sleep well tonight. Grace Weatherall. She's scored a lot of runs, including 85 in this game. And bowled some vital overs as well. Very good cricketer. Baston now bowling to Moritz. There's 2 from 2. Oh, a big swing and a miss from Moritz. Maybe trying a little bit too hard. Good delivery from Baston though. 16 on the board. So comes Baston again. Another swing and a miss there. And they'll get a bye. So a bit of a substitute keeper. It's the third keeper they've had actually in this tournament so far. They played 4 games. Middle 2 were Tallulah Spry, who did pretty well. And Kitty Trussler was the keeper in the first game. It meant she couldn't bowl though, so that was a bit of a drawback. Again, not gloved by the keeper. So, end of the over, pretty good one. 12 from it, and at the end of 2, MCC 17 for no loss. Vinny is back.
Good to be back, and a little bit of a chill, but also some nice afternoon sun here in Jersey. I'm excited, obviously, to see how tomorrow pans out. Of course, unfortunately, I'll already be travelling, such as the life of ECN, shooting off to the north of Europe. It's further north than we've gone so far in the year. We'll spend a bit of time up there, actually, with Sweden and then Estonia, and then we'll go to the other corner. We go to Romania after that. So that'll be pretty warm by then, I think. Quick look at the table, and it was a very quick look, but you can see that it's still wide open, really. I mean, after the Royals lost their first 2, they'd love to win this and get back to 2-2, and some sort of a chance of winning the series, which is the ultimate goal. But this first one, you can see, Houghton, not so sure how much keeping experience she's got. This one does pull her to her right, and it's going to run away for 4. So Grace has had a bit of a workload today. It's been a long day, especially for the Royals, playing their 4th game. First one gets away, 5 bonus runs, not penalty runs.
Well, I would put not quite, maybe almost a backstop for the keeper at the moment.
Probably not a bad shout. I know you only get 2 outfielders, but I just feel that there's a pretty good chance they might get a little edge.
Well, it's not even the edge. Is that the ball's bouncing just in front of her feet at the moment. And that one's been hammered.
Here's the thing. It's the 2, I'm going to call them unlucky players for MCC so far. And they both got Goldens in a game where they're kind of sent up to do a job. And, well, poor Olivia Baston. It's been a long day. She didn't expect rock climbing as well. She had to go up and get that one from the top of the hill. Almost like the Travelator on Gladiators, for anyone that used to watch that show towards the end. It's cruel, in the last game of the day, but it was also very well hit from Maritz.
That was absolutely hammered, wasn't it,
I
Vinny?
think all the kids that were fielding earlier are all asleep now. They had plenty of work to do. Anyway, Maritz now pushes and well fielded. Something today that I think one thing you can't doubt is that the effort from the fielders. It's not easy. Even as an outfielder, you're still quite close to the action compared to where you normally would be. And this field's lightning. There's been a lot of players throwing themselves around. And if you look back at that MCC win, this corresponding fixture match too, it was an amazing stop actually on the boundary. I think it was Flo that basically ate the rope. But these all make a difference, don't they? But,
It's got a bit chilly here, Vinny.
yeah, it has got a little bit chilly.
Got the big coat on.
In the last couple. But MCC, we'll say that they rely quite heavily on these two to get a good partnership here. There are other players that can come in. I also think the other players that can bat will slowly kind of have a bit more confidence, be a little bit less worried about taking risks earlier. I think that will happen naturally.
Yeah.
Weatherall, good heat this time once again, pulled away from outside off. Finty, pretty useful resource to have in the team for a variety of reasons, particularly the fielding down long on.
So, question for you, with going to Sweden,
Yeah.
how late can you play the games without lights?
That's a good question, and the answer is quite late. Let me tell you. Maybe not as late as in Finland. I'll be there during the summer equinox in Helsinki. But I'll tell you this.
You can have 24-hour games?
Well, if they're very north of Sweden, there's a place called Umeå. And it spelled like U-M-E-A.
No,
We'd
you're
say
making
like
that up.
Umeå, but it's Umeå.
Yeah.
They do so many things with vowels that I think I call them unnecessary. But, it's about 8 hours drive north of Stockholm, and they really do get kind of midnight sun there. But let me tell you, so we are going to the south of Sweden. So at the moment, the sun's coming up at 5 a.m. and setting at 9 p.m. So if you wanted to start very early, you could start probably have like a 7 o'clock game.
You could have eight games a day, couldn't you? You could handle that.
Don't give them ideas. That's short. That is going to be pulled away. Presley Smith, showing a bit more what she's about here. Grace just maybe getting a bit carried away with the short stuff there.
She can barely walk.
Yeah, that's the
I'm
the
not
walk
laughing.
of someone that's just scored 150 in the afternoon.
She's limping and it's just so stiff.
Yeah. Well, 33 without loss in the power play. They're basically about 6 runs behind the rate at the moment. And this partnership, the longer it goes, the more they'll feel that they might be able to chance to chase this down.
I really feel for Grace. She's walking towards a boundary as slow as I've seen anybody ever walk towards a boundary.
Well,
and
in
you know
70 years' time, that's how she'll walk all the time. Right now, it's just a bit of a Game 5 shuffle from Grace down to the boundary. And much as she loves the ball, I don't think she'll be too bothered if she doesn't see too much of it. Now we just need Grace to go up the hill. Let's see how that goes down. Anyway, here's Googe getting the ball with her leg spin. Like I said, she's in the side. Probably only playing the one game because she's got exams at the moment. But I don't know. Might be twisting her arm saying, hey, God said rest on a Sunday. Play cricket.
Pretty good start.
She's a brilliant player. They're a talented cricketing family. We've seen her brother, Paddy Googe, playing in the ECL for Farmers before. And Erin. Yeah, we've seen her featuring heavily for Jersey. That's a good shot, though. It's good footwork from Presley Smith, who comes and meets it on the half volley and bangs it into the sight screen. Maximal, 6 runs.
That was a pretty good ball. It just gives it lots of flight and it just dips. But
I like the ball because even though it goes for 6, it's a difficult shot to play, and there's an element of risk to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you've still got about 100 runs to play with. You've got the field set straight, and if Presley Smith doesn't get that just right, you've got 2 good fielders there that could take a catch. You've got to keep tossing it up, and that one beats her in flight. And the standing keeper Houghton was a little bit further back, but this is what I mean. I think good players are more likely to make mistakes coming forward versus if it's just short and they can just have a free whack onto the hill.
Again,
bit like this. And it's good couple of comeback balls from Gouge.
I'm very impressed with the bowling. It's just the fact that she can get it so consistent as well.
She's got a great over-the-top release. Gets a lot of overspin.
Yeah.
There's a fraction short, but won't get put away.
Oh,
well,
chance.
here.
Oh.
Kind of like a shoot from the hip kind of throw from Erin there, but that's a great over. Only 8 come off it.
Including a 6.
Yeah, 6 of them came in one
That
ball.
would have been out by a mile.
Probably had more time than she thought. Maybe could have thrown overarm. It's quite a long underarm. But anyway, it's the end of the 4th over, and it's 41 without loss.
There are just so many good players here in Jersey, and they're just. I mean, I know there's quite a few missing as well from there was during the men's tournament, but it's so good to see, and just with all different styles and different characteristics, it's just been a delight this week.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so yeah, I'm excited. Like I said, I can watch it from the comfort of wherever I am. You know, on British Airways, free plug, not a sponsor, the Wi-Fi was good enough for me to watch the games.
Really?
When I flew here.
Did you have to pay for it?
I did actually pay. So anyone that's complaining about paying for ECN, I will do it if I have to. I think I paid about between the £5 or £10.
Okay.
But I was so desperate to watch the rest of the Czech Cyprus series that I did. You know, I thought maybe I could have missed a miracle. The Czechs winning game 5 after getting whacked in the first 4. But then also, of course, we had the end of Malta before this as well. Trustler getting a bowl in the 5th. She's bowled pretty well today. I've liked her seam up here, right? But again, I think she's smart. She's keeping it pretty full. That time it's only a single. Rate required's 15 and over. So, you know, anytime you keep it to 1, that's a pretty significant win.
Yep. Look, I think it's the game at the moment. They don't really need the wickets. They just need these sort of miserly overs just to put that scoreboard pressure on.
Trussell, although it's been a long day, she's a good athlete. Imagine she'd be powering through and right on cue. She loses it. This one bangs into the boundary disc. Do have the 3rd back now. That'll be 2 free runs. And it'll also change the strike.
Yeah. Tom was saying it's difficult to power hit. You need perfect timing or else, and that's exactly right.
Or else.
Yeah.
Sounds quite ominous.
But okay, can you see Grace bowling another one? She's just about.
She'll be fine. Funny with bowling, you might not be able to walk, but you can always bowl.
Yeah.
Walks at this one. Fielder comes in and drops it. Well, had a good piece of that. That's Isla Scott Dalgleish. And almost got their second bite of the cherry. I think it bounced off her body. And
I think she actually took a bite of it. It might have popped up into a chin.
It's more neck. Hand to neck to ground. Can be worse than that, but that is a missed opportunity. Not an easy catch by any means. She's a long way from the bat. Presley Smith gets a life on 25.
Maritz just hasn't got going yet, has she? She's hit 1 big 6, but apart from that, it's pretty much a runner ball. Which is unlike her.
Yeah, leaving themselves a lot to do in the second half, even with the 10 wickets in hand at the moment. 47 in the first half, and let's say they get to, let's even say they get to 54. It's 80 in the second half.
Yeah.
It's quite a rate, but
and they're capable.
Also, Truster's bowl one of her overs. Right, that one's in the air. Fielder comes in, can't quite turn it into an opportunity. That's Tallulah Sprite. Well, she's someone else that's probably trying to have a break after keeping 2 games. So there's really nowhere to hide out there. It's another bit of a sky. I don't really call that a drop catch because the fielder, I don't think was able to quite get it on the full, but still a bit of a false shot.
Yeah, look, yeah. It's been a long day, Vinny. Been a long week.
Well, don't worry, you've got one more. At least it's a short-ish day for you tomorrow, which is the 4 games. And I know that there's a chance we'll have a few guest commentators as well, and I know that Grace will be pretty keen to jump on. She normally is, and you might get John Harris, for example, and the chairman. Might be nice to have him on again.
Neil Davies, I had a chat to, and I did say to him that if he's here on Sunday, he could jump on. I could have a chat to him. So I did meet him and his fiancée yesterday. That was nice.
Well, see, look, Grace, when she needs to spring into the action, she can, and she does get there, but she can't quite get down in time, as it'll just sneak away for a boundary. These two, they've gone past the 50 partnership as well. In fact, they'll finish the 5th over. And what do you know? I was pretty accurate with my predictions. 54 without loss after 5.
You jinxed it. Or you inspired
Did you see
it.
how she can't walk, but
No.
she can run? See, when the ball is there.
Finish, but she couldn't get down to get the ball.
Like the greyhound with the rabbit. Something just kind of clicks in the brain, and she was off. So Googe going to come back. Pretty interesting over. I like the way they're bowling it back-to-back. I thought she bowled a good first over.
Yep.
Here's Erin in the 6th. Oh, the old down chop. But I do like the boldness of these two trying to get down and drive her on the up. But the other thing is you have to make all your own pace. There's not a lot of pace on the ball at all. It's a pity we won't see more of Erin in this series if she's forced to study, is the rumour.
Got A levels.
Well, they do make the pace on this one. That's going to be 4. That's a nice bit of hitting once again, Maritz. You're not afraid to use the feet. The thing is, Googe is bowling, I should say, to two, the two biggest hitters, I think, in the MCC lineup. But also, if the middle or lower order have to take her on, it's going to be really tough. That time they will get it on the full, and that will be out of the ground. Maximal! Maritz growing in stature as this inning goes on, puts it onto the bank, 6 runs.
Yeah, she hit one flush a couple of overs ago, but is still not really hitting the ball well. Now she's just warming up, and that was a good shot. See how Googe comes back. Just pushes it to point, just a single.
Might get another one here if they're quick. But actually, it's even quicker by the backup fielder. Tallulah does well to prevent any further run. 20%, 21%. But I just see if they can get that 2 boundaries and over or so. Could be different. This time kind of walks herself as Presley Smith. Moves to 30. Got to be bold. Also, how do you manage your bowlers here? Once again, the Royals do have a lot of options, but some of them are a bit banged up. Still got Beatty to come back. She only went for 3 in the first over.
I like the bowling of Holly Beatty today. It's been really good.
It seems she had success against these two. Maybe it would be a good time to bring her back. Keep yourself up your sleeve. Don't even know how that's possible, but yeah, Finty could probably kind of trust Holly with an over. Still got Wetherell. I still think she'll come back. That's the end of the 6th over, though. At one was a better one against Googe as far as the MCC fans are concerned, with 14 coming off it, and the score after 6 is 68 without loss.
Yeah, it's. I would have expected this run rate from these two to be a bit higher at this stage. To be honest, especially Lara Maritz. She's starting to warm up a little bit, as I mentioned before, but still, they still have the 10 wickets, but just not enough runs on the board for me.
Yeah, well, one big over either way. Either a big win to the batting team, a big win to the bowling team can totally change the face of this game. These two played a different sort of thriller earlier. Will we get a high-scoring thriller this time around? Looks like they're going to go to Isla Scott Dalgleish here. So they're going to a 6 bowler. Doesn't give them more options, I suppose, down the stretch. Here's Isla.
She's a good bowler too. It's
Very
straight
rhythmic.
down.
I love the way her run-up kind of builds. She's got a natural kind of front-on in-swing kind of action.
Yep.
But again, you wouldn't want to get too short here. There's a big gap at deep mid-wicket. Her job is to pitch it up and try and get them to hit straight.
Yeah, you're dead right there. Comes in again.
Does get a bit short, and well, that fielder just got moved probably to where she should have been, but if she had stayed to where she was, would have gone straight to her. Maybe it's a good thing for Olivia it wasn't hit straight to her, because it was a spicy one. The result's going to be 4 runs.
Having a laugh. Yeah, skipper. Now she's moved her around a bit.
If she had an afro, she would have had a reverse mohawk, I think, if she was behind the line of that, because that cut through at pace. Now another one that's short, and that's going to be more runs. That's gone pretty close. In fact, it's got all the way. Maximal Maritz to 37.
Yeah, nice shot. Now she's really motoring as Maritz, and it's anyone's game from here, I think, Vinny.
Glad I'm not a captain. I'd be hopeless at setting the field. I know in theory what you're meant to do, but then I just let everyone field wherever they wanted, and they can be responsible for it.
Tell you what a shot that was. Got down on one knee and hooked it from above her head.
You see, that's the thing. Got to be full. Giving length to a player like Marrett to work with, you're kind of digging a big hole for yourself. So, Marrett's 37. She's going a better than 2 a ball now. You kind of need both these two to be going at that pace. If both these two go at 200 strike rate, that's 120. Maybe you can make up the rest in extras.
What's happening? They've got a lost fielder. Where's she?
I think there's just a bit of a discussion now. That's it's Nia Gregg who's going to go back to cover. Come back ball again. Bit of length on it. Long chase for Baston. It's going to be into the gap and it's going to be 4. So yeah, maybe it's time to bring another fielder to the leg side. Either that or Isla needs to get the instructions to really go full and outside off and bowl to a field a bit more. Because you can have a 5th fielder on the leg side. To be honest, the line of that ball was all right. It's just, again, it's pullable, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Marrett doesn't miss out, moves into the 40s.
Yeah, really warmed up over the last couple of hours, hasn't she? 82 the score.
Short again, and this time it's going to be 4 more. So, yeah, the decision to go to Isla here, not really working out for the Eastern Royals. In fact, that's 4 boundaries on the spin.
Yeah, it's a big over.
Up into the 30%ers now. They were 21 a moment ago. The 31 probably takes a jump after that shot as well.
Isla needs a dot ball here, but it's been a little bit short. Marrett's, though, right in the zone.
But there's a clear thing here, and that's length. I sometimes say that length is even more important than line.
Yeah.
Still, they've gone 4 outfielders on the leg side. Still only 4 fielders. And you could probably use a 5th. Might not make a difference, though, the way these balls are getting hit. That's going to be 4 more. So that'll be a magical over in the 7th. Just what the doctor ordered for MCC. They get 22 off this 7th, and after 7, it's 90 without loss. Game on.
Game on indeed, and they still need about 15 and over. It's not an easy task. And again, as you mentioned, it's just 1 over either way.
It's a funny one there. There's a few things. I mean, the basic errors were in length there, where you got someone pulling. Just make them play a different shot. Even if they hit you straight down the ground for 6 or whatever, we bowl a full toss. Just make them do something different. Maybe you could try around the wicket there, just to change the angle. But then the other thing is the field. If it just is getting hit there, they still had the ability to have 1 more outfielder on the leg side. Like I said, might not have made a difference. So this is what's coming up tomorrow with the final day in Greece. And he's doing a great job over there with Greece taking on Germany. Greece will be hoping to be a bit more competitive. They're 2-0 down in the series. That series taking place at the Marina Ground in Corfu, which I've been to, and I've also seen it underwater.
Yeah, I've been doing it too, and I've been eaten alive by mosquitoes down there.
That's right. You were there for Greece versus Spain in September last year. Okay, Beatty comes back. And has immediate success, but it's going to be a bide. They scramble.
Oh, look, get another one, I think.
It's a funny one. I actually would probably be happier just to concede the extra run. Not that Presley Smith's batting badly, but Marrett's is so hot right now. I just probably would have been a bit worried having her on strike. That was a little bit of an ECN classic, though. We won't just finish with 1 overthrow. We had almost a rank throw back the second time, and then a proper slip down from Meg. Slid in like it was sliding into home at Yankee Stadium there.
Well, if bring the field up.
So they get 2 buys. 2 buys for that. 44 off 18.
It's a little bit difficult, again, changing the keeper.
Oh, no, it's no ball. Must have been too many outside the circle. Ow. What a pity. So let's add a run to that. It'll be 3
and a
free hit for Presley Smith. Bet Marrett's kicking herself now why she ran the extra over the run. And it gets missed twice. Luckily not 3 times. It'll be a bye. This is classic Game 5, especially when one team plays 4 games in the day.
Yeah.
These players are a bit too young to get the reference, but that game, Mortal Kombat, where it was the kind of finish him at the end, they're kind of staggering. But yeah, Marrett gets the strike back on 49. Beatty, bit too spicy for everyone on that occasion.
Come in bowling to Marrett.
Well bowled. He makes a Come forward this time, plays it with a straight bat. Maritz feels like that's not the one to hit. That'll be 50 though for Lara Maritz. What a great performance from her. South African born Irish cricketer. Brings up her first ECN 50 in 22 balls, and yeah, she can be very proud of the way she's batted.
Yeah, she's batted very well.
And good to go with her 4 for 4 earlier in the day, and the hat trick.
Yep.
Let's not forget that as well. The 20th hat trick of the ECN season. That's right, 20th. And it's only May. Here's Beatty. Again, good. She's just looked confident with the ball at the moment. That hits the stumps, but safely home. Here's Presley Smith.
It's been, look at it here, and it's been a pretty good over actually from Beatty. It's she's kept the runs down exactly what they needed.
The other thing is, okay, I know Isla's over didn't really go to plan, but it does mean you've got 4 bowlers that have bowled 1 over, and you can just choose. I think one chooses themselves, and that's Finty.
Yep.
And
Absolutely.
then you've got either Baston, Weatherall, or you've got Isla Scott Dalgleish. So I suppose with Isla getting hit, probably looking at going back to Baston or Weatherall, maybe depending on how Weatherall's feeling.
I mean, she's so competitive that I'm sure she'll bowl, but she can barely walk.
Yeah, that's true. But like I said, I wouldn't be the one to tell her that I'm not going to bowl her again.
That's Finty's job.
Oh, well bowled.
And good stop by the keeper.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you want to take it cleanly, but the next best is make sure it doesn't get past you. Sometimes you just got to do that as keeper. Makes the block. There, Kelly. He's getting a bit of an initiation here.
It was a last-minute change, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah, it was.
It's like, we pick you.
Maybe she wasn't even in the meeting and they said, hey, Kelly will do it. Anyway, last ball of Beatty's 2 overs. It's bowled really well. Now this is up in the air, won't carry. And it will be Baston that cleans up. Takes us to the end of 8. And yeah, an over that kind of brings things back, even with the extras at the start of the over, the whole over, and he goes for 8. And after 8 overs, the score 98 without loss, and that makes the equation 36 required in the last 2 overs. Looks like Finty Tressler is going to bowl the 9th.
That's a really good over there from Holly Beatty. And yeah, as I said, I've been really impressed with her bowling. Finty, though, as the captain, we want to keep this down tight because if she bowls in the last, there's still a possibility of getting there, depending on who's facing and where the bowling goes, really.
Biggest over of the game so far. They're going to have to go after Finty. First one's a little bottom edge. It gets around the keeper. Probably should have been hit harder and probably should have been hit further.
Yep.
But it'll only be a single. Oh no, it's going to be called a wide.
One?
Maybe my eyes are not working.
Thought that was...
Oh, maybe she did miss it. I can't hear, so it is a wide. It'll be 2 wides, actually. I still maintain probably should have been hit and hit far. Bit of a loosener from Trustler, but it's not a bad result, actually, for MCC in the end. This one is hit, and it will be hit pretty close to the boundary. Won't quite go for 6, but the next best thing is 4. And a non-standard Maximo, the 2 wides and then the 4 runs to start the 9th over. Still game on here.
Yeah, still a game on, and just a bit leg side there from the bowler. And Maritz is hitting the ball nicely. It's another...
She's really good. She'd be an excellent limbo player, the way that she's able to get down but still keep upright.
It's such an elegant shot, though. Just getting down on that knee and then just flicking it, that hook shot.
I guess you're not a limbo player, you're a limbo exponent. But anyway.
Dancer? It's a limbo dance.
It's a contest, though, isn't it? Anyway, okay, 30 off 11. Whacked down the ground, mid-off.
Chance.
Picks it up.
Oh, no.
Decides to go the long way. In fact, goes to nobody. But luckily, there's a fielder that just happened to be there to back it up. So it'll just be a single. Yeah, the old mid-pitch throw, hedging the bets, doesn't really work in cricket. But as luck would have it, that's when it got thrown straight to fine leg.
I remember when, is it Ben Bolton-Smith that threw one from one boundary to another in Prague? That was a beauty.
Prague's normally good for a few viral moments, and we're going to be there later in the season. That's a good comeback though. Can't really sneak a run.
Good stop again by the keeper. And Kelly Hodden, well, she's been thrown into the deep end and she hasn't gloved many, but at least she's stopping him and stopping these buys.
Yeah, true. And quietly, the 100 partnership has come up between these two. I'm going to give you a stat in a minute, as long as this isn't a wicket, which I'm sure it won't be. The old hit and run. They will get a single. There's only been 2 occasions in ECN history where a chasing team has failed to win despite being none for.
Really?
And one of them was recently during the ECL, and another one. It only happened for the first time in Barcelona late last year. But the way things are looking, it's 8 balls to go, 28 to get. Maybe looking at quite a rare event. But there's still plenty that can happen in those 8 balls. Maritz on a bit of a heater, 56, and she's going to launch this one for 6. Going, gone. Maximo. Beautiful shot. Trussler, it's a tired kind of a delivery from her. You can understand she's probably lost a bit of zip. It was outside the leg stump, but you still got to hit it. And Lara keeps her team in the game with an important 6 runs.
Yeah, again, it's the same shot, isn't it? It's very impressed with Lara Maritz. And as I said, she was about a runnable 10 at one stage in this innings. Now she's 62 off 26. So
gets it down to 22 off 7. Now we just saw a 33 run over not too long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, game on here. I think if you're Maritz, you're still looking to hit this to the boundary. Worst case, you take a 1, you keep the strike. Last ball of the 9th here. Last ball for Trussler in the day. Almost takes out her partner. It will be 1. They think it's 2.
They'll get the 2.
They'll get it. Funny one though. I think if I would rather them get 2 and keep Maritz away because she's smoking hot right now. That's the end of 9. It's 114. Make that for no loss after 9. With 20 runs required off the last over, or 19 for a golden ball. And of course, we did have a golden ball in finals action yesterday. Bit of fun as well. The first ever ECS-W we had was in Croatia last year, where we saw some awesome team names. Jinx Zagreb versus the Lavender Lionesses. I wonder if Danielle Lavender could play for the Lavender Lionesses. I think she'd be a good performer. As we see a couple of furry critters in the background.
They've been around most days, actually.
So they are dogs, you're saying?
They are definitely dogs.
No, but I was going to say, we had a golden ball in our first ever ECS-W last year. It was a real thriller. And it was so close to sunset, you could almost not see. So maybe that's a sign. But Grace Weatherall will have to kind of reinvigorate herself one last time to try and defend this 20 runs. But she is bowling to 2 set batters. Presley Smith on 33 off 28. Maritz 64 off 27.
Grace is taking a run again. I think she's finding it hard to concentrate.
Finding it hard to move. It's 8:06 p.m. here in Jersey, and we're going down to the last over. Royals trying to claw their way back to 2-2.
Well, they played 4 games. The first one started at 10:15 this morning, so it's been a long day for them.
Just going to put this out there. They did lose to MCC from a pretty much unlosable position earlier on. 6 balls to go on the day, 20 required. Oh, smart from Presley Smith. In fact, she's going to get 4. She was probably looking even just for a 1 there, but she timed it so well. It rolls down the hill. 4 carreras. Oh, could history be repeating in a slightly different way here for the Royals? Presley Smith, well, question maybe whether you'd want her on strike considering how well her partner Maritz has been going, but yeah, they get the bonus run off the last ball night. Now they get 4.
Clever shot, and she's looked in that region again.
I think you got to plug the gap.
You
Still a
have
huge
to.
gap. She'll probably try it again.
Yeah, absolutely. I would.
16 off 5 now. She does try it again. It gets past the keeper. It'll just be 1. So it does bring Maritz on strike. I suppose you don't mind her trying it if she misses it. But you don't know if she's going to miss it or not.
I know.
Great. That's the determined face. Not too many big smiles right now from Grace. She knows it's business. She's saying, I didn't work so hard to score 85 to lose. But she's going to have to defend 15 in 4 balls.
She had 16 hit off their first over. So
Big finish coming up. Maritz needs 2 or 3 boundaries. She misses. And they're going to get through for a run. Suppose you do take every run at this stage. I just wonder, I'd be plugging that gap and just try and make Presley Smith do something else here. I mean, I think maybe they will. The deep fine leg they're looking at.
No, should bring the point across, I think.
It's a big gap, isn't it? I mean, there's the
back.
finest of third fielders, and now there's a kind of almost a deep point, but there's still about 50 metres in between them. Anyway, 14 off 3. Can they find the big hit? MCC. Oh, it's a big hit. In fact, that's going to scream to the boundary. Well, that wasn't no dab from Presley Smith. She's walked at that and she's carved it away. Well, could she be the hero here? The game does stay alive. It's 10 off 2. It's too late for a golden ball. What's going to happen here?
Lovely shot there. And, well, we thought, as you mentioned, trying to dab it down, which she did in the, got the boundary in the first ball.
Got to calm yourself. If Weatherall here, keep this ball in the field, it's pretty much game over. A boundary or bust situation for Presley Smith. 10 runs required. Does get hit. Does it get through?
No.
It does momentarily, but it won't go to the boundary. So 9 required off the last ball. All Weatherall has to do is drag her body one last time and bowl a legal delivery. And we could have the third time ever, actually, that a chasing team doesn't lose a wicket but doesn't win either. What a great game.
It's been a fantastic game and taken down to the wire almost by the MCC.
All right, last ball. And it is going to be game over despite the maximal from Maritz. But another thriller between these two teams. The final score will be 133 to 131. And in a strange coincidence, it's 2 runs the margin once again, but much higher scoring this time. The shoes come off, and I think maybe Grace will have to be wheeled off because she's given everything for her team today. And the final score, 133 to 131. Gutsy stuff from some very passionate cricketers, no matter where they've come from, near or far. It's been a brilliant opening day in the ECS-W Liberation Series, and it's wide open going into day 2 tomorrow.
Oh, it's been a fantastic day's cricket, and Jersey's been such a delight. It's, well, I've absolutely thoroughly enjoyed today's games, and just seeing such good cricket all round.
I'm just thinking how they're going to pull up tomorrow morning because it's all to play for here on day 2, and I think all teams have a path to getting to 3 wins, which would mean potentially you could win the whole thing. It's very, very unpredictable. But yeah, 131 without loss, so they win despite not taking a single wicket. That's another way to put it. So it's a weird one, but I suppose you got to give credit, and particularly Weatherall. She's my player of the match there for her 85. Without that, they're not scoring enough runs to win. Coming up tomorrow, the last 4 games of our Jersey Liberation Series adventure, starting at the same regular time, 9:15 a.m. GMT, which is 11:15 in Central Europe and 2:45 in India. If you are in Jersey, it's 10:15 local time, starting with the Towers versus MCC. And all of those games are toss-ups, so I think we picked that up during the day that every team in any given game could get the win. Well, Danny, let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights of this second innings. And it was the aces shuffle to the top of the deck, I think, with Presley Smith and Lara Maritz opening the batting. And despite their best efforts, I mean, they were able to hit 6 sixes and 14 fours in the 10 overs. So that's 20 boundaries out of their 60 balls. But in the end, it wasn't quite enough to drag them across the finish line. No,
unfortunately not. And we've got to say there are a few overs that dried things up a little bit for the MCC, but let's see that one go down. But yeah, no wickets and good batting all around, especially for Maritz in the end when she really started to pick it up. But also with Presley Smith hitting a few in the final overs, it just went down to the wire. It was just one ball in it, really, to be fair, that just didn't go to the boundary. And as you can see here, Moritz, that sweep shot from the one knee as a feature of her game today, hitting the ball beautifully in the end. As I said, a pretty slow start as leg goes down. But congratulations to Lama Reds, even though didn't get the win. A nice 70. That shot again. She played it 3 times during the innings. There it is again. Lovely to see. Signature shot. That was the last over. The little poke down in that area.
That just really brought the contest back. You see, Grace, she kind of wanted it to be an easy over,
Yeah.
where let's not take this deep.
Well, it made her think of where to bowl. This was the final part after she got hit for 6, taking her shoes off and still not being able to walk very far.
Yeah, but you know, it's gutsy. You know, you love to see it because it's a brutal game sometimes. It's a long day. I mean, 4 games in the day. It's not something that you really do have to do very often, even in ECN cricket. But yeah, a bit of history there. The 3rd time we've seen a team bat for 10 overs, not lose a wicket, but not win. And another way to put it is that the Eastern Royals will get the win here despite not taking a single wicket in the 2nd innings. 19 extras probably kept MCC in the game a little bit as well. Now, obviously, having to shuffle around with some positional things, and in the end, they are able to get across the line, but only just. Bowling-wise, I think Beatty, she had a very good case, I think, as well for player of the match, maybe if Weatherall hadn't scored so many. But she didn't take a wicket, obviously, but only conceding 8. And obviously some of the other bowlers went for a lot more. Googe, I thought, got a really good first over. I know she went for some in the 2nd. Great to see her out there. Hey, and I will say this, maybe it's the Googe boundary off the last ball of the 1st innings.
Yes.
That is the difference. Just saying. Having said that, it was counted by a 6 from Marritz in their last ball of the 2nd. That took them up to 131. She finished on 70 not out. Presley Smith on 42. Well, Danny, what a sensational day of cricket. And anyone that thought we were going to have a bit of a letdown after the dizzying highs of finals day yesterday got a reality check, because this is a very fascinating series and fantastic quality as well.
After I saw the first 6 sail over us, I knew we were in for a good day's cricket. Because, I mean, as I said, I've done quite a bit of women's cricket at the international cricket recently, and the Czechs are an emerging side against Cyprus, and I knew it was going to be a little level above that. I didn't realise how far ahead that these teams are of with some of the continental, the emerging continental sides.
And I think that's another reason some people might say, how come we have smaller divisions in the women's game? But I think it's really important that you have teams that are closely matched, because otherwise it can blow out really quickly. And obviously it's been a brilliant exhibition of short form cricket. Also great to see MCC and the way they were able to kind of use their cricket brains to kind of develop their tactics and their strategies and exactly how they were going about it as the day went on. So let me just mention that Belgium is on, and there's a bit of a race for Hasselt to potentially take either top spot or a spot in the final. I think they've already maybe sewn up a spot in the finals. But pretty fascinating stuff going on in Belgium right now. So you can tune in, because Phil G is there and he's doing a brilliant job over there. But Danny, I just want to say a big thank you to you. I know it's a big effort. Obviously, we've been doing long days here, but the cricket's been worth it. I won't be here tomorrow, but I'll be with you in spirit. I'll probably be in the chat when I can, and looking forward to a big finish to our Liberation Series adventure.
When you're watching great cricket, these days go, I mean, they're a long day, but they go so... it's just a pleasure to be here, and watching fantastic cricket from both the men during the week and also the women here today. Looking forward to more tomorrow. And thanks again to you, Vinny, for having me here in Jersey.
Thank you, and I'm not going to have to wipe tears away, because I said most of my thank yous last night, but I see John Harris has emerged probably to say goodbye to me, and to him and to everyone here at Jersey Cricket. Thanks for making me feel so welcome. But really, it's not about me, it's about the cricket on the field. We will continue tomorrow. I'll be watching it probably from the fantastic Wi-Fi on the airplane, which I was able to catch some of the series last week. Just one look at the fixtures tomorrow as well. And the Royals, because they played 4 today, they're the team that only play 2 tomorrow, but the other 2 teams still have 3 matches. Starts at the regular time, 9:15 a.m. GMT, which is 11:15 in Central Europe, 2:45 in India. It's 10:15 local time if you are in Jersey. And, of course, that's also British time. All right, well, it might be time to move our bodies out of here, because it has been a long day, but it's all set up for a big, big finish tomorrow. Big thank you to all the players, all the supporters. It's great to see plenty of families in here supporting this tournament at all. But for now, it's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of everyone here at ECN and the European Cricket family. Danny Hudacek, of course, from the ground in Jersey. Tune in tomorrow because this will be a big finish, I'm sure. Enjoy these highlights of the opening day of the ECS-W and see you tomorrow on ECN for more Liberation Series ECS-W. Hasta pronto.
See you guys.
My body.
Move my body back and forth. Move my body.